All right, it looks like we are streaming and recording. So we are back on the record in the evidentiary hearing for docket number 25, EKCE 207 PRE. Before we take up our next witness, sounds good. I have one preliminary matter I want to take up before we start with Evergy's next witness. I understand Evergy has one witness feeling a bit under the weather, Mr. Clote. And so I have confirmed the commissioners do not have any questions for Mr. Clote. Do any of the parties have any questions for Mr. Clote?
I will have a few questions for Mr. Clote, but I would certainly be amenable to another process of submitting them in writing or anything that would be.
Would it be Evergy's preference to take up Mr. Clote immediately, right now, so that he could finish early?
I don't want to cause any difficulties for Mr. Clote.
I think he's fine. I think he's fine waiting.
Okay,
Yeah, I think that's okay.
we'll just wait then.
I don't have a lot of questions. I want to be respectful to Mr. Clote.
Yeah, appreciate it, Jim. Thank you.
All right, well, we won't make any deviations at this time. All right, are there any other preliminary matters, Mr. Sakura?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe that yesterday the commission allowed me to submit the response, which is the response to KIC 10-1 that was referred to. And I do now have a copy of that and can submit it to the commission.
That would be very good.
And what would the next number to, well, first of all, do you have any,
I believe we already.
We have no objections. I think we said that yesterday. Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
that
we're fine.
KIC 6?
I cannot remember whether we saved a spot or whether it needs to be additive.
We are 10.1 KIC 6.
Okay, well, this is 10-1.
That is KIC 6. KIC, yeah, it's 6.
Can't hear who's talking.
It's okay to just put that down as crossed out. Well, I'll let you have that one and we'll get our own. Good morning. Oh, okay. Okay, I must not have gotten any marker. All right, Mr. Zakura, for clarification, what you have handed out was previously marked as KIC 6. Was that admitted into the record? Okay, Mr. Fedotin informs me it was. The other exhibit that I believe you introduced was KIC 9, which was testimony in an ACA docket.
Yes.
I don't believe that was ever offered for admission. Would you like to offer that for admission?
Yes, please excuse my oversight. Yes, I'd like to offer it for admission.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, KIC 9 will be admitted. All right, I think we have cleared up all the preliminary matters unless I see anything else. Evergy, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Chair French. Evergy calls Cody Vanderveldy.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will cause not hear to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Cody Vanderveldy.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm the Senior Director of Strategy and Long-Term Planning at Evergy.
Okay. And what's your business address?
818 South Kansas Avenue, Topeka, Kansas.
Okay. And Mr. Vanderveldy, are you the same Mr. Vanderveldy that submitted direct testimony, supplemental testimony, rebuttal testimony in this docket?
I am.
And those have been received into the record?
Yes.
And Mr. Vanderveldy, if you were called to testify live today, would your testimony be substantially similar to what's in your written testimony?
It would be, yes.
Okay. Pass for cross-examination.
All right. First on my list is NEE. Do you have any questions for Mr. Vanderveldy?
We do, thank you.
Oh, actually, I have KIC first on my list. My apologies. False start. Nope, go ahead.
And may I ask that the witness be presented with Exhibit 8, because there's going to be some questions about 8.
Certainly.
Would,
Does Evergy still have its list of exhibits up there?
Yes. Let me see if I can nail down what 8 is. Looks like it right here.
Okay, discovery response 1-2.
Yep, I have it.
and if I might, the commission, I'm going to turn to the page of the accredited capacities.
And make sure you speak into the microphone.
You know, I made that mistake all day yesterday. I'll try to do better today. Okay. Now, first of all, would you please state how to say your last name again? I don't want to mispronounce it.
Vanderveldy.
I may just refer to you as the witness. I'm not sure I can do that. Okay.
If you say it wrong, no offense taken.
Okay. It's even more difficult than Zakora. Okay. Now, if it could, sir, let's talk about, we'll start with what you call a preferred portfolio. That is different than the lowest cost portfolio. Would that be correct?
It can be.
In this case, is it different?
In the case of the 2024 Evergy Kansas Central IRP, the selected preferred portfolio was not the lowest expected in PVR plan.
Okay. Now, let me pose the question and see if I have it correctly. Your preferred portfolio assumes that the Viola and McNew gas plants will be placed in service in 2030. Is that correct?
No.
Would you please correct it?
Viola is slated to come online in 2029, McNew in 2030.
Okay. And as I believe you testified just earlier, the preferred portfolio is not the lowest cost portfolio for retail ratepayers. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Did you run the preferred resource portfolio assuming Viola and McNew would be placed in service 5 years later in 2035?
Can you restate the question?
Certainly, sir. Did you run the preferred resource portfolio assuming Viola and McNew would be placed in service 5 years later in 2035?
The preferred portfolio selected in the 24 IRP for EKC planned for Viola online in 2029 and McNew in 2030. It did not plan for those units coming online after that time.
Let me please, sir, ask a follow-up question. If you delayed the Viola and McNew plants, would that reduce the cost of the preferred portfolio?
Delaying any asset build would reduce the cost of an NPVR of a portfolio.
Thank you. Now, if I could,
I may correct one thing.
oh, certainly, I don't mean
That's
to.
holding constant any other variable, right? So, I mean, if you make a change to a new asset build, there could be a whole host of other variables that could change. So in a vacuum, if you take away an asset build, it would reduce the cost. It could reduce a lot of other things like reliability, ability to serve energy, things of that nature. So I just want to clarify that.
I don't at all mean to cut your answer off. Feel free to make whatever complete answer you wish. Now, as I understand the Evergy portfolio, I think as you indicated, it's not the least cost portfolio evaluated, and it assumes, as I understand it, an early retirement of coal-fired generation resources. And those, if I understand correctly, and you will correct me, that would include the Lawrence retired in 2028, 400 megawatts, and in 2030, 1,349 megawatts. And I get that, sir, from your direct at page 12. Is that an accurate statement?
For clarification, at the Lawrence facility, the 2024 preferred plan assumed Lawrence 4 would retire at the end of 2028. And at that time, Lawrence 5 would switch and run exclusively on natural gas. So the coal burning would cease, but that Lawrence 5 would remain around, only utilizing natural gas. And Jeffrey 3 was slated to retire at the end of 2030. And Jeffrey 2 was included as a placeholder retirement as well at the end of 2030.
And if I could, sir, would you please consult exhibit number 8?
Yep.
And would you point out for the record, the the 3 coal plants that would be affected, Lawrence and the 2 Jeffrey plants?
Would I point them out?
Yes, and would you also, sir, indicate the amount of accredited capacity of each?
Yes. So moving top to bottom, Jeffrey 2 is listed as 664 megawatts of accreditation. Jeffrey 3 is 673 megawatts of accreditation. Lawrence 4 is 111 megawatts of accreditation. And I will note, this is a snapshot in time and our best guess at what these assets would be accredited for at this time. The time that this was put together for the 2024 IRP.
The 2024 what?
IRP.
And let me get just a bit more clarity, if I could, from you. When you're saying at this point in time, are you speaking to the first page of this Exhibit 8, which is December 20, 2024?
I am speaking to at the time of the IRP,
Okay.
the accredited capacity was our best guess, given the SPP changing rules of what the value of accredited capacity assigned to each one of these assets.
Okay, and in your direct testimony, I don't mean to beat this to death, but in your direct testimony at page 2, you say in 2030, 1,349 megawatts capacity. What would make up that 1,349?
That would be Jeffrey 2 and Jeffrey 3.
That would not include any Lawrence.
In 2030, it would not.
Thank you. Do I take from the preferred portfolio that's offered by the company that you are making a decision to retire the coal plants that are included in the preferred portfolio?
The planning assumption for the preferred portfolio has retirement assumptions. And so, yes, the units we've talked about inform the planning assumption in the preferred portfolio.
Let me further ask a question, sir. Have you addressed the issue of whether or not the company would seek to have undepreciated plant at the time of retirement charged to retail ratepayers?
Have I addressed that?
Let me make it broader. Has the company addressed that?
Addressed it in what way?
Do you intend, does the company intend to seek recovery from retail ratepayers of any amounts of undepreciated plant at the time of retirement in 2030?
We have yet to request that of the commission. As we make definitive decisions on retirements over time, that would be thought through. For the purposes of the IRP modeling, it does assume that the book life, the book amount of the plant would be recovered from retail customers.
So in that circumstance, sir, if I could, retail ratepayers, as you described it, retail ratepayers would be paying for a plant which they do not receive service, from which they do not receive service.
Potentially.
Well, it's more than potentially, isn't it? If you retire the plant and the company seeks to have undepreciated plant recovered from retail ratepayers, that's more than potentially. That's exactly what will happen, isn't it?
In the model or in reality?
Let's take them one at a time in the model.
The model assumes, regardless of retirement date of the plant, that the full book value is recovered.
Thank you. Secondly, I think you said in the model, and you said second, I believe your word was in reality.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I don't mean to misquote you. I think that's what you said. What happens then in reality?
I think that is yet to be determined.
Okay. Now, I think we've established from the previous examination that the preferred portfolio is not the lowest cost portfolio. Is that correct?
Correct.
How much more costs are included in the preferred portfolio than in the lowest cost portfolio?
I'd have to check that if I recall. I don't recall the exact number.
Could you give me an approximate number, or would you take a moment to check?
The approximate number would be, as of the 2024 IRP, was in the $20 to $25 million range, if I recall correctly.
So, subject to your checking the exact numbers, the preferred portfolio is $20 to $25 million higher than the lowest.
Be on a net present value revenue requirement over a 20-year planning horizon.
Okay. Do you feel in developing the preferred portfolio that the company has any responsibility to present the lowest reasonable cost solutions for retail ratepayers?
Can you restate that question?
Do you, I don't mean to say do you, does the company feel that it has the responsibility to present the lowest reasonable cost for the benefit of retail ratepayers?
Yes. To present, yes.
Do you feel that the company has the responsibility to adopt in a portfolio decision, preferred portfolio decision, the lowest reasonable cost?
I believe the company should think through the lowest reasonable cost, but should not limit the evaluation to just the NPVRR. That is certainly an important metric, but there are other things to consider when selecting a preferred portfolio, particularly when there are portfolios that are of similar NPVRR.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about Exhibit 8, if we could. And I don't mean to go past your area of expertise, so bring me back to reality if I do. I may be getting engineering points, okay?
I'm not an engineer.
Nor am I, but from time to time I practice engineering. Now, turning to page 3, I believe you said that the two Jeffrey units that are subject to retirement in 2030 are Jeffrey units number 2 and 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
As we sit here today, does the company feel that the Jeffrey 2 and Jeffrey 3 units have additional reasonable manufacturing life that might extend past 2030?
I think that is an ongoing discussion at the company.
Okay. Let me ask it a different way if I could. If I understand your answer correctly, the answer is the company has not determined as of this point what the useful operating life of Jeffrey 2 and 3 is.
No, and for purposes of the IRP, we have not filed an update to the preferred portfolio. And so for IRP planning assumptions, we are continuing to use the retirement scenarios in the preferred portfolio from the 24 IRP.
So this proceeding is before the commission in a predetermination setting. Is it the position of the company that based on the preferred portfolio that Evergy Kansas Central will retire Jeffrey 2 and 3 in 2030?
We have not made that definitive decision. As described in the IRP filing, these are flexible retirement dates used for planning assumptions. And as we've seen in recent history, we've been willing to revisit those flexible retirements and delay when it makes sense for customers.
Let me please, sir, ask you the question a different way. If you took out of the preferred portfolio the retirement dates of Jeffrey 2 and 3, do you still need 2 gas plants?
I don't know the answer to that.
Would you think that's an important question for which you would know the answer?
The 2024 IRP ran a scenario that delayed Jeffrey 2. We did not run a scenario that delayed Jeffrey 2 and Jeffrey 3. And so the reason I answered the way I did is because I personally have not studied the results of that exact modeling scenario.
So for this commission, as I understand what's presented based on the preferred portfolio, there are the retirements, I think as you said, from top to bottom, Jeffrey 2, Jeffrey 3, and Lawrence, correct?
Correct.
And if the company decides not to retire those, when will we know about that?
I do not have the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you think it's important for the commission to base their decision on facts?
Yes.
Do you think it is important for the commission to base their decision on the preferred portfolio based on the fact that Jeffrey 2 and Jeffrey 3 will be retired in 2030?
I think it's important for the commission to consider the preferred portfolio and the modeling studies from the 2024 IRP, yes.
Let me ask you another question. What if the commission selected a different preferred portfolio, one which did not include the retirement of Jeffrey 2 and 3? Is that an acceptable alternative to the company?
I'm not sure I'm in a position to answer that question on behalf of the company.
Okay.
I think the company would be willing to collaborate and work with the commission to understand their feedback. But hypothetically answering on behalf of the company is probably not a position I should put myself in right now.
I didn't mean to put you in a position that you're unable to say. Let me phrase the question a different way. Would it be, or do you have an understanding of whether the company would entertain going forward with a different selection than the preferred portfolio selection of Evergy as presented in this case?
We are continually looking at options. We file an update to the IRP at least annually. And so that update oftentimes changes. So I think facts and pattern shows that we are willing to adapt plans when there are plans that make sense for retail customers. And I don't see that changing anytime in the near future. And specific to a lot of the questions you're asking, and I think even stated in my testimony, we will continue to look at these flexible retirement dates and adjust in subsequent IRPs when needed.
But let me ask the question a little bit differently. It's the same question, but let me ask it a little bit differently. The commission has to make a decision on facts they understand today. And the preferred portfolio says that Jeffrey 2 and 3 will be retired in 2030. As I see this, there's nothing that the commission to do but to take as given and truth what Evergy has presented in the preferred portfolio, and that's that Jeffrey 2 and 3 will be retired in 2030.
Is that a question? I have an objection. This is asked and answered about 3 times. And that's not a question.
And that's not an objection.
Yeah, it is.
I'll let the witness answer it. If you want to rephrase for the witness,
Yes, please, thank you.
go ahead and just ask the question again.
Okay. The commission, do you agree that the commission must make a decision in this case?
I believe we have requested a decision of the commission, yes.
And do you believe that the commission should rule on the preferred portfolio presented by Evergy Kansas Central in this case?
I believe the
I'm gonna
stat,
object at this point. Again, legal conclusion, asking for a legal answer as to what the commission should or shouldn't do here.
I'll sustain that one.
Do you, should the commission in its decision rely on the preferred portfolio presented by the company, which includes the retirement of Jeffrey 2 and 3 in 2030?
Same objection, and we're not asking for approval of our preferred portfolio. We're not asking for that. Retirements are not part of this.
I'll agree. Yeah, I'll sustain.
Have you been involved in the planning for the gas plants, such as gas transportation?
not intimately at this point.
When you say not intimately, how much have you been involved in planning for gas transportation?
I am not the one negotiating firm transport contracts with potential gas providers.
You do understand that firm transportation is required for the plants?
Required and
Let me put it this way. Let me back up a minute. You understand that there has to be a gas supply delivered to the plants.
Yes, these are natural gas burning facilities, so they will need natural gas molecules to operate.
And is it the company's position, to the best of your knowledge, that that will require firm natural gas transportation?
The company has approached the planning such that we would be looking to acquire firm natural gas transport.
And have you completed that process?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can you state how far along that process is?
No, we have had discussions. Natural gas pipeline infrastructure companies have told us that they will be able to deliver the firm transport on the time needed for these. But as far as, what inning of the baseball game we're in, I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Have you been involved in any of the negotiations for firm natural gas supply?
I have not directly negotiated firm natural gas supply with any gas supplier.
Do you know if the company is conducting those negotiations?
I don't believe we have reached out to procure natural gas on a long-term contract at this point yet, given that we are requesting permission to build these plants. I don't believe we are at that point in the process yet.
Sir, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is NEE.
Good morning. And before we dive in, I have an exhibit that I'd like to chat about with the witness. And
Okay.
so we won't get to it right away, but I think it would be most efficient to just pass it out now.
Sure, we will mark this as NEE1.
Sure. May I approach the witness and the commissioners?
You may.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
So we marked it as NE2, but NE1 is
Okay. Would you rather mark it as 2 since we marked this 2? Doesn't matter. Why don't we keep this for everybody's records as NEE2 since it's pre-marked? Apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay, with that out of the way, good morning, Mr. Vanderveldy.
Good morning.
I can certainly sympathize with the whole name situation this morning. I also have a tricky name. I'm Elisa Greenwald. I represent New Energy Economics. So I would also like to talk to you a little bit this morning about the IRP analysis, but just on a different track than what Mr. Sikora was talking about. Before we jump in, do you have your direct testimony and supplemental direct testimony, just in case we need it?
I do.
Okay, I don't think you will, but just, have it on hand. Okay. So to start, for Evergy's 2024 IRP, Evergy's preferred plan called for the addition of natural gas resources in both 2029 and 2030, right?
Correct.
Okay. And for the purposes of the IRP, Evergy modeled the need for natural gas based on generic cost assumptions, right?
Correct, as we do for all assets.
Yep,
Types.
okay.
Yeah.
So the current cost estimates for Viola and McNew are substantially higher than those originally modeled in IRP, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It originally modeled in the 2024 IRP.
Yes, thank you. So with the specific Viola and McNew estimates, Evergy performed an updated IRP analysis for this docket, right?
Correct.
And that used all of the same assumptions, but updated the cost, heat rate, and installed size characteristics of new natural gas generation to line up with the estimates for the specific plants, right?
Correct.
Okay. So as a result of that updated analysis, nothing changed with regard to the selection of K.S.A, Viola, or McNew, is that right?
Correct. The updated modeling with only the changes you referenced continue to support the company moving forward with these projects that are in front of the commission for this docket.
Okay. But due to the higher cost of natural gas based on those specific estimates, the combined cycle plant that had originally been selected for 2031 was substituted with storage in an earlier CT build. Is that right?
I believe the storage, yes. I don't recall exactly what the thermal fluctuation was. But yes, and to be clear, we're talking about the thermal builds in the 2024 preferred portfolio that are not in front of the commission in this docket.
Right. I should be more specific.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You probably were. I just wanted to make sure
No, I
we're on the
appreciate
same
it.
page.
Yep. Okay. So now neither the 2024 IRP nor the updated analysis for this docket modeled storage paired with other resources. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware that as a term of the natural gas settlement agreement in this case, Evergy committed to evaluating the possibility of siting batteries with existing interconnection with sites with existing interconnection rights to develop cost estimates for doing so in the 2026 IRP, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of that term, Evergy also agreed to allow its IRP model the option to add storage to the site of existing thermal, wind, and solar projects.
I believe that is accurate.
Okay. So to date, Evergy has not evaluated the specific costs of siting batteries at sites with existing interconnection rights. Is that right?
In the IRP, it has not contemplated adding storage at specific existing assets.
Okay. So let's see. Evergy is gearing up to submit its IRP for 2025 pretty soon here, right?
Correct.
Okay. How long does an update like that take to put together?
It can vary. In the current market conditions we're in now, we could work on it for a full year before filing it. As far as kind of typical process,
Mhm.
we typically try to lock down the inputs of an IRP in the fall because we typically file our IRP in the spring timeframe.
Okay.
So that gives you a little bit of a sense of timing.
Yeah, sure thing. I mean, do you think that for the 2026 IRP update that it'll take a year to put together?
I think we will quickly shift to thinking about the 26 IRP, particularly with some of the collaborative efforts that we're willing to commit to in this settlement. So I think certainly there will be an extended time period where we will need to think about and work with stakeholders to plan for the 26 IRP.
Okay, so just to kind of put that in perspective, then Evergy is planning to be working on its 2026 IRP late 2025 probably for spring filing?
Yes, I would prefer to get this one filed before I commit to working on the next one, but that seems reasonable.
Yeah, totally fair. Not to overextend you, but so Evergy will have prepared an analysis of the cost of siting batteries at existing interconnection sites. basically at least a year before breaking ground on McNew in 2027, if it will be included in the 2026 IRP. Is that right?
That seems reasonable in the timeline. I haven't thought about it precisely, but yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay. So you should have in front of you what's been marked as hearing exhibit NEE2. This is an S&P Global article discussing the market outlook for battery storage. Does that look like the document that I'm describing? You can flip through it real quick if it helps.
I see an S&P Global link at the bottom of page 1 of 10. So, and it looks like the title references Battery Energy Storage 101. So yes,
Okay. Are you generally familiar with S&P Global?
yes,
Okay. And is S&P Global market intelligence about resource cost outlooks kind of the type of analysis or research that you might review in your position at Evergy?
yeah, I think it's one of the sources that we would consider.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt the credibility of S&P Global's analysis of market conditions related to batteries?
Not currently.
Okay. Cool. So let's flip to page 3 of the article. I think it's marked on the bottom, so it should be easier for you to find. And then do you see the paragraph that starts with BESSs?
Yes,
Would you mind reading that aloud for me?
And could someone please define BESS for the court reporter?
go for it. This
Okay.
is your document.
Sure. Battery energy storage systems. Yes. Will you mind please reading that paragraph aloud?
BESSs may operate on a standalone basis or be paired, co-located with a generator, often a renewable project, most commonly solar. More cost-effective solution given the potential for economies of scale in the construction phase. When planned upstream, co-located systems are edging out their standalone counterparts. The massive pipeline of US solar projects, about 230 gigawatts currently, can only magnify this trend.
Okay, thank you so much. So based on that, we can agree that although Evergy itself hasn't analyzed the cost efficiencies of co-locating solar and storage, there is market analysis out there that there are efficiencies to doing so, right?
According to this paragraph that I just recited to you, that seems to be the case from this article.
Okay. Now you agree that the Kansas Sky Solar settlement is unanimous and that the Kansas Sky resource is expected to be in service by 2026, right?
Correct.
Okay. So this isn't theoretical. There is an actual opportunity to site batteries with solar on your system in the near term if Evergy were to choose to do so, right?
Correct. We've considered it. We've accepted offers in a competitive RFP process that has storage paired with renewables. So yes, I would expect it to continue to be an option that will be studied moving forward.
Okay, and so that opportunity, I mean, if we were looking at the Kansas Sky timeline, that would be before construction begins on McNew in 2027, right?
Can you restate your question?
If Evergy were to pursue co-locating batteries at the Kansas Sky resource, just given the timeline that Kansas Sky will come online in 2026, that's before construction begins on McNew in 2027, right?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, I'm gonna pause here for a second and move to admit NEE2 into the record.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
All right. NEE2 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, let's switch gears just a little bit. I want to talk about Evergy's modeling for the McNew plant specifically. So with respect to Evergy's updated IRP modeling surrounding the McNew plant, Evergy only modeled scenarios in which EKC was allocated a 50% share or a 100% share of McNew. Is that right?
That is correct. That is our typical practice for all utilities.
Okay. So just to put a finer point on that, Evergy did not model a percentage of ownership based on its specific capacity needs, right?
The way we approach modeling is we build generic resources that are available to the model for capacity expansion. We do not perfectly try to align exact asset nameplate capacity with annual projected capacity need.
Okay, so I mean, another way we could say that is that Evergy sized the McNew plant as a block for the purposes of modeling.
Correct. I cannot build a 1/4 power plant.
Okay. ownership shares in power plants aren't necessarily constrained to just 50% or 100%. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. Are you aware that just last year, the Missouri Commission approved Evergy's application to acquire a 22.2% share in the Dogwood combined cycle plant?
I am aware of that.
Okay. And aside from efficiency or simplicity in modeling, is there an actual practical constraint that would prevent you from modeling the ownership share in accordance with the actual capacity need rather than a block once you've identified that specific capacity need?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. So is there a practical constraint within your model that would prevent you from inputting a specific ownership share?
No.
Okay. Final questions and then I'll give you your time back. Evergy's 2024 IRP preferred plan called for the addition of 650 megawatts of natural gas. Is that right?
In what time period are you referencing?
For the 2024 IRP, and we were talking about the near-term need that would support Viola and McNew.
Okay, I would agree, yes.
Okay. The Viola and McNew additions account for 710 megawatts, right?
Correct.
Okay, so for that very specific need that we're talking about, Evergy could fulfill that with less than 710 megawatts.
Potentially.
Okay, well, those are all my questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Vanderveldy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Does Curb have any questions for Mr. Vanderveldy? Mr. Astrab, please introduce yourself for the
Oh.
record.
Yes, Joseph Astrab, ASTRAB. Welcome, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, proceed.
Yes, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Vanderveldy.
Good morning.
So in your role at Evergy, you're responsible for the IRP essentially, is that correct?
Correct.
One of your roles is in this
Correct.
document, okay? Did you run the modeling yourself or was that done under your supervision?
I did not run the modeling myself.
Okay, but you're knowledgeable about it, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you're familiar with how it works
yes,
and you're familiar with the process this modeling is used to develop your scenarios for your portfolios, correct?
correct.
I want to talk with you about the 2024 preferred IRP portfolio, okay?
Okay.
So it's your understanding that this portfolio selected for the 2024 IRP is what the commission bases its decision regarding part of the decision for these gas plants, right? In that it has to be consistent with that plan.
I believe the commission will consider the 2024 IRP preferred portfolio as they evaluate this docket.
Okay, I want to talk to you about the preferred portfolio. I believe it's on page 11 of your direct testimony, table 1. Has your breakdown of the resources. Can you pull up to that real quick?
I have it here.
And we're looking at a table here with a number of columns at the top, and it looks like it covers the years from 2024 to 2043. Is that right?
Correct.
And
Mr. Astrab, what page is this on?
page 11 is direct testimony. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, I'm there.
Thank you. And so at the top column, that lists a number of different types of resources.
It does.
And below each of those columns, there are numbers, and that represents the planned additional capacity that Evergy would add in those years.
It represents the nameplate of the asset that would be added in those years.
Okay, thank you. And looking at wind, it looks like there are only 3 entries for new additions in that time frame, correct?
Correct.
And they are all an even 150 megawatts.
Correct.
In the next column for solar, there are multiple entries throughout the years there, correct?
Correct.
But all of those are either 150 or 300 on the dot.
Correct.
The next column is battery storage. Is that for battery storage? Is that what that represents?
It is.
And there looks to be no additions throughout that time frame, correct?
That is correct.
Why is that?
Because the model did not select battery.
Is there anything you could point to in the model or the analysis that kind of led to that conclusion, or is that not understood?
Well, it's a very complicated model, so precisely answering your question is difficult. Generally, when the model looks at the economics to add different resource types to meet capacity needs, and then eventually to meet energy needs, and specifically as we think about reliability parameters, the culmination of all of that resulted in a preferred portfolio that did not select battery.
It not selected battery for that entire 20-year period, is that right?
Yes, according to table 1 on page 11 of my testimony, direct testimony, that is correct.
Thank you. Moving to the next column, it refers to thermal. What types of resources does that category entail? Or I guess fuel sources rather, be more specific.
Yeah, additions of natural gas capacity generally is what thermal references.
So is it to be understood that all the additions there would be gas generation additions, correct?
Yeah, maybe one point of clarification is in the 2029, year 2029, the assumption that we will move Lawrence 5 to burning natural gas only shows up in that category, in that column of that table. But otherwise, everything else there would be incremental new build natural gas generation.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify here, there are 3 entries between 29, 30, and 31 for new additions.
That is correct.
And then there are no new additions between 2032 and 2035.
Yeah, no thermal additions, correct.
Yes, thank you. And then in 2036, there's a 415 megawatt thermal addition.
That is right.
And then in 2038, there's also a 415 thermal addition.
Correct.
And then in 2039 and 2040, there are both 650 megawatt additions in both those years, right?
That is correct.
I'll skip over the capacity only column for now. Move it to the second to last column, refers to DSM. Does that refer to demand side management?
It does.
And that's things like energy efficiency and demand response type stuff.
Correct.
And there looks to be entries for all those years from 2024 to 2043.
Correct.
And they're all fairly unique numbers. For example, 2025 is 154. I'll pick a different date. 2030 is 459. Is that right? Not even numbers necessarily, like zeros or fives.
Yeah, 2030 is actually 393.
Oh, I
but-
apologize. I might, anyway, thank you. And then the last column refers to retirements. In regards to those retirements, is it specific to a type of resource or is it just generally referring to coal
Coal retirements in this table.
exclusively?
Correct.
Thank you. So let me talk about kind of the numbers we see here in the graph. What caught my attention was for wind and solar, those are pretty even static numbers. Whereas with thermal and DSM, those are kind of more uneven numbers and they go off for that. Is that because Evergy, when doing the modeling, put limitations on how much the model could acquire for certain resources?
So I would disagree with your assertion. The thermal build assumptions are modeled very similar to renewable build assumptions. The reason that 2029 has an odd number is because we brought over the Lawrence 5 capacity as we cease coal operation and plan to burn natural gas. We brought that over into the thermal category. I believe that is what's causing the kind of 663 number that seems odd. But otherwise, the model can build half combined cycles, which as of the 2024 IRP were 325 megawatts of capacity. Or the model can build a full simple cycle, which as of this modeling assumed a 415 megawatt nameplate. So just like the renewables, there's a generic asset with a specific nameplate that capacity expansion modeling can select.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I'll clarify the point there. Did Evergy put limitations on how much of a resource for solar, for example, that the model could consider in its portfolios?
Yeah, so annually, the model does have a limitation because it is not assumed that we have an unlimited balance sheet or that customers can absorb unlimited rate pressure in any given year. So there are considerations around how much of any type of resource can be built annually to consider some of those facts. Additionally, there is risk, execution and development, building risk if you try to compile too much of build into a single given year.
Thank you for that. But to my question was, did Evergy put a limitation on how much solar could be acquired in its portfolio creation?
Yes, it put a limit on all asset types annually.
How much was the limit set for solar?
It varies among the utilities since we're specifically talking about Kansas Central. The limit was, I believe, 2 generic solars, which would equal 300 megawatts of capacity annually that the model could select.
Did it put any limitations on wind resources?
Yes,
And how much was that set at?
I believe for Evergy Kansas Central, the model could select up to 150 megawatts of wind.
And for thermal resources, was there a limitation set on that amount?
There was.
And how much was that?
I believe it could select up to 1 simple cycle or up to 1 full combined cycle.
And what's that in terms of megawatt numbers?
The simple cycle would be 450 megawatts. And the full combined cycle would be 650. And as we've established in previous discussion, the model could select half combined cycles, which would yield 325 megawatts of nameplate capacity.
Thank you. Sorry. We've heard in the testimony up to this point that Evergy takes an all of the above approach to resource acquisition. Are you familiar with that approach?
Yep.
What does that mean to you?
That we will consider all commercially available resource types, and that we believe over time, meeting customer needs in the long run will take a diversified fuel mix. So we will consider all types of fuel and expect to have all types of fuel in the portfolio over time.
And so looking at the 2024 IRP, there was no battery storage plan for that 20-year planning time frame. When you noticed that result, or when you were reviewing these results, was there any sort of controlling done for those kind of resources to incorporate them per this all of the above approach, or no?
Could you clarify what controlling means?
Sure. So for example, I guess let me phrase it another way. Did your analysis consider other portfolios that did include battery storage in order to meet this all of the above approach?
Yeah, so the modeling had all of these resource types that we've been discussing available to it. And so we ran capacity expansion to let the model select based on cost and reliability, which assets to select. But we also, as part of our modeling philosophy, run alternative resource plans or ARPs. One of those ARPs was to solve all capacity needs in the 20-year planning horizon with only storage and solar.
And when you say only storage and solar, do you mean no thermal then in that scenario?
Correct. We eliminated the model from selecting new build thermal to understand the impacts to both cost and reliability of only relying on renewables and storage and not in all of the above approach.
Okay. With your capacity expansion modeling, is Evergy able, it seems like Evergy is able to set a limitation on how much of a resource can be considered, but is Evergy able to set like a floor for how much a resource can be considered in its modeling?
Can you explain that further?
Sure. So can you input into your modeling software that you must acquire at least this much of this resource in your scenarios that you're providing? Like every scenario has to have at least this much of this particular resource.
As we established, I do not push the buttons on the model directly. I think Typically, the way we would evaluate something like that is through an alternative resource plan, as I just described, and we would test, prescriptively putting in a certain number of an asset type into whatever years we were looking to study.
Okay. And to that effect, did Evergy produce any ARPs that included a combination of battery and solar storage with the mixture of thermal as well?
Our base modeling allowed the model to select all of the above. So it had the opportunity to select storage, solar, wind, or thermal.
Okay. Okay, and in regards to that base scenario, Evergy was responsible for creating the inputs that go into the base scenario for the software?
Correct. The software does not come preloaded with input assumptions.
I want to talk to you again. I think I want to clarify from NEE's questioning earlier regarding the updated IRP analysis with the new gas facility prices that you did for this docket. Did it make any other modifications to any other resources such as price or efficiency or anything like that?
No, for purposes of this, we were not intending or attempting to do a full-blown IRP refresh. We do that at least annually. So for purposes of the direct filing and yes, for purposes of the direct testimony and the modeling supporting it, we only updated the gas construction cost, the heat rate, and the nameplate of the natural gas assets.
And you say when you update, you use the same modeling that we just discussed for the 2024 IRP preferred portfolio?
Correct. We ran a capacity expansion with all asset types available to the model, with the only changes being those that were discussed for natural gas.
And so Evergy also filed supplemental testimony in this docket in February, correct, 2025?
That is correct.
And did Evergy do any updated modeling at that time with new additions for other types of resources and new data for other types of resources?
Resource specific, only changes would have been around the natural gas assumptions.
Is that because there were no changes in the economics or because there's no changes to the inputs by Evergy?
Because as I stated, we were not attempting to run a full-blown IRP, which would consider all of the dynamics and all of the variables and whether or not they would change or not. That's done at least annually through the prescribed IRP process. And so the modeling for the supplemental from a resource perspective only considered the latest and greatest natural gas cost and attributes and did not adjust any of the other resource types.
Okay, and I'll go back to talk about the gas plants later. So is the reason why Evergy updated its IRP analysis for the filing for direct testimony, was that due primarily to the price increases that it had seen for gas facilities?
Yeah, it was to study and put into record in front of the stakeholders of the commission the latest and greatest costs and attributes of the assets to see how they performed when we reran capacity expansion.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn now to page 18 of your direct testimony, about line 23 at the end of the page there.
Okay.
And I'll just summarize it. You refer to natural gas as a bridge resource, is that right?
Correct.
And by that, you mean a resource to help transition you away from coal, for Evergy away from coal into other renewable types of resources when they become commercially viable, correct?
Generally, I think of a bridge technology as allowing the industry to move from predominantly carbon heavy resources to a future that is less dependent on carbon resources.
So your interpretation of bridging resources is moving from carbon to non-carbon resources?
Generally, yes.
And so is it Evergy's intention to move away from natural gas at a certain point in the future then?
We have not made any definitive statements on moving away from natural gas in the future.
Okay. So Evergy at least intends, though, to continue building its renewable portfolio, correct?
Yeah, as evidenced in our 2024 IRP preferred portfolio.
Yes. Looking at that 2024 IRP portfolio, would you agree with me that the majority of the additions there, notwithstanding demand side management, is dedicated to thermal?
I'd have to do the math to affirm the majority statement, but there is certainly thermal build in addition to renewables, yes.
And so within this 20-year time frame, do you believe that Evergy will complete its mission of incorporating the desired amount of renewables into its system?
Not sure what you're referencing.
Well, does Evergy have an end goal for its renewable plans? Like how much renewables does it want on its system before it says we did it or anything like that?
We have an end goal to provide efficient and sufficient power to our retail customers and meet the needs in a cost-effective way.
Okay.
If that includes renewables, then we would intend to do that.
Okay, thank you. So is one of the barriers to, for example, battery storage, it's an issue of duration and reliability, correct, as far as the technology is concerned?
I think that's some of it, yes.
And with battery storage, that's a newer type of technology, you'd agree with me?
At the utility scale level that we're talking about,
Yes.
generally, yes.
And so as part of your role, you've experienced kind of researching and understanding emerging trends in technology as far as strategy for acquisition of resources is concerned, right?
Correct.
So would you agree that battery storage has a lot of room to grow in terms of efficiency and utility scale usage, or is it at a peak right now?
I would expect technology to continue to evolve. Yeah, I do not think technology advancements at a peak for batteries currently.
Okay. And with that evolution of technology, would you expect there to be reductions in cost to implement battery storage?
I think typically that's the way technology has evolved, but there are certainly ebb and flows and timing can be dependent.
Certainly fair enough. But turning to natural gas now, natural gas, is that technology still cresting and growing as far as developments and innovation, or has it also reached a peak in terms of being able to produce electricity as far as, the basic technique?
I think natural gas technology will continue to evolve.
Will it evolve the same way that battery storage will, in that it'll be able to produce more and more power or last longer?
I mean, just like the assets that are in front of the commission in this docket, they are more efficient than the assets we have in place. So I think that's, shown that natural gas technology continues to evolve. Putting a stake in the ground on exactly where I think it's going to go, I don't know if I have an answer for you.
Thank you. I'm moving on now. So as part of your IRP analysis, you also model for coal retirements, correct?
Correct.
And the modeling software you use for the IRP, it's able to economically determine when to retire coal resources?
Yeah, we typically look at the retirements in the alternative resource plans that I mentioned. And so, yes, we can use the modeling software to understand the economics of retiring in different periods for specific assets.
And regarding the retirements established in those ARPs, does Evergy hand input those specific retirement dates, or is there some sort of algorithm a software uses to calculate those?
We select different assumptions to consider different timeframes in which coal assets would retire and then interpret the results.
Okay. And can you give me a brief rundown what the next few years we'll see as far as planned retirements from Evergy, or at least not planned, but rather the dates that Evergy used, kind of just generally speaking, of when coal retirements might be happening within the next 5 years?
Yeah, as we spoke about earlier in this oral testimony, Lawrence, for the 2024 IRP preferred portfolio retirement assumptions, Lawrence 4 would retire at the end of 2028. Also, at the end of 2028, Lawrence 5 would cease burning coal and only plan to utilize natural gas thereafter.
Mhm.
And then at the end of 2030, Jeffrey 3 and Jeffrey 2 are considered as retirements.
Okay. And are those dates that Evergy selected and put into the modeling itself?
Those are dates that we chose to study, yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you now about some of the inputs for your modeling and some of the risk factors you evaluate. Is that okay?
Okay.
On page 7 of your direct testimony, you talked about fuel forecast inputs.
Yep.
Are you there with me?
I'm getting there.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Evergy itself calculates the kind of midpoint base level forecast for the modeling to consider.
We utilize third parties to look at fundamental fuel forecasts. And we use that as a consideration over the planning horizon. And then we apply a basis to convert those fuel forecasts into a more kind of geographic location of where we would expect to procure the gas. And we look at that on a high, mid, and low case scenario.
Okay. And so for the 2024 IRP, this fuel forecast and the location part you're talking about, that didn't include anything regarding the Viola or McNew plant locations at the time, correct?
Not specifically.
Okay. And then Evergy's able to design high and low forecast scenarios for natural gas or for fuel prices as well.
Correct.
And that's done a similar fashion through a third party or something, right? The software doesn't figure that out itself, does it?
Correct. It does not come preloaded with commodity prices.
That's too bad. Probably what you pay for it, you'd expect
Yeah,
that, right?
It would be nice.
Yeah. And so are you aware, are you knowledgeable of what Evergy did to establish these fuel forecasts?
As I mentioned, we rely upon third party fundamental fuel forecast and use those prices specifically at the Henry Hub node. And then we apply a basis to based on historic basis calculations to apply to that Henry Hub gas curve.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with how the third party calculated its numbers and gave to you, or you just took the numbers and didn't look into it? Not that you personally didn't look into it, but like, do you have any understanding of what their calculations were?
I did not directly speak with the third parties. It is, I believe they look at the long-term fundamentals of supply and demand and take that into consideration over the long haul.
Okay. And do you know whether your third party vendor for this took into consideration about 11,000 megawatts worth of natural gas generation coming online around 2030 in the region?
I don't know specifically. I would assume if any third party vendor wanted to continue to be credible in the market, they would be up to speed on the industry dynamics and what's changing around natural gas and include that into their forward forecasts.
Okay, but you're not sure whether or not they incorporated what SPP is reporting, kind of the backlog currently of megawatts coming online that was referred to in staff's opening?
I think the specific numbers you're referencing are, I can't speak to those. It probably is dependent upon the timing of the staff report, the timing of when we pull the natural gas forecast curves. So there's a lot of variables here. So specifically, did they consider SPP's report? I don't even know exactly which report you're referencing. So it's hard to, answer your question.
I can try to be more specific there. There's a Justin Grady's testimony, I believe, in settlement, but referring to this waiting list of megawatt or natural gas generation in the Southwest Power Pool is referring to. So you don't know whether or not they studied what kind of impact that might have on the gas market?
If we could specify which exact report that you are referencing, I may be able to answer that, but without that, I definitely cannot answer that question.
That's fine. I can move on. I'll get it out later. I want to talk to you about any sort of considerations, restraints, inputs regarding natural gas in the IRP. Did Evergy hand input requirements about ownership percentages of natural gas plants? I know Annie had mentioned it earlier about different ownership levels, but did Evergy set a specific limit or requirement for natural gas in your analysis?
As I've mentioned, the thermal build options that are available to the model to select when it runs capacity expansion would be full simple cycles or half combined cycles.
Okay. And so is that like a setting you can toggle on and off in your modeling, or is that just how it's designed?
We have input on generic resource assumptions. And so that is something that, to use your words, we could toggle on and off. But we try to think through the execution and the planning around what is reasonable for generic assets in the model.
Okay, thank you. I think you have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, any questions from USD 259? I see their counsel is not here today. Is 259 online?
This is Casey Mays. 259 has no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank-
All right, we're ready for commissioner questions. We will begin with Commissioner Keen.
Good morning, Mr. Vanderveldy.
Morning.
Given your role in strategic planning, I take it are you the lead person for strategic planning within Evergy?
Yeah, so I have a boss that
We all do, don't we?
Yeah, right. We all have bosses. But yeah, so I have a boss that oversees strategy and long-term planning. I specifically lead up the corporate strategy function, as well as the generation long-term planning. And then we have other colleagues of mine that report to my boss, lead up the transmission and distribution long-term planning.
Okay. But I think the interesting facet I would think of your job as I would visualize it is that it gives you the opportunity to kind of have a knowledge of policies and practices, current and prospective. And it also gives you some insight into operating history as well as you go through the process of analyzing the things you do and doing the modeling that you perform. Is that a good overgeneralization?
Yes.
Well, given that backdrop, let me ask you this. I'm going to depart from the nature of this question very quickly, but I'm very curious in asking this question. Given the diversity of generating resources that the company has, my question is this: has the increase in the use of wind and solar and the related demotion of some coal capacity to backup status added to the operating costs of your power plants?
I think as we've integrated renewables over the years, this isn't unique to Evergy, but I'll kind of broadly open it up to SPP. I think the firm dispatchable assets are operated differently than a pre-renewables world, if that makes sense.
Can you embellish that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think as we've other witness exhibits have been made, we sometimes refer to our thermal assets as the battery backup for renewables. And so when cheap intermittent power shows up, you take it onto the system where you can absorb it. But the minute that intermittent power goes away, you need firm dispatchable resources to ramp up and cover that need. Pre-renewables, you had less intermittency. So you flexed or ramped your firm dispatchable assets less.
Okay. So what about my question? Has this added to the cost of operating the power plants?
I don't know if it's added to the cost. Certainly we operate them differently. Whether or not that's specifically added to the cost, I don't know that I have done an evaluation to precisely understand if it's additive or not. So I apologize. I don't know if I can directly answer the question.
Does the company have any apprehensions at all about having coal serve primarily as a backup source?
Yeah, I mean, I think even though we've stated that it's kind of a battery backup, I don't know that we actually view it as a backup source. Coal is still, plays a very predominant role in meeting our customers' needs. But certainly coal, is dispatchable. And so when it makes economic sense, coal can back down and allow the intermittent, low variable cost assets onto the system. And then when they go away, coal can ramp back up. And so even though we may use the word, backup, I still view it as a base load, very instrumental to meeting customer demands.
Fair enough. Thank you. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions I hadn't intended to ask until the other cross-examination you've just been subjected to. But I'm going to ask you this. I want to ferret this out a little bit. Let's talk about this concept of natural gas as a bridge fuel. What's it a bridge to?
That's a great question. Something that we're, thinking about every day, I would say. I don't think there is the perfect commercially available low carbon, firm dispatchable resource known to us today. There are a lot of different options out there. But I don't know, which horse is going to win that race. I'm not sure of yet.
I think that's a fair answer. Let's continue this metaphor just a little further if we
Sure.
can. In terms of a timeline, how long would you guess this natural gas bridge is going to be?
I mean, I would say decades. I think we will need natural gas, well past a decade from now.
I'm not testifying here, but the last things that I've read from the EIA would support the statement you just made. So my other question would be now, if the two proposed gas plants are constructed, I think you've answered that question, but I'll ask it anyway in this form. Will that bridge last for as long as these plants are capable of being operated?
I don't know how long the bridge will need a bridge, I guess, first. I believe we will need these assets, well into multiple decades from now. I think even when we figure out which horse wins the race, natural gas will continue to play a real role in meeting the electric demands of this nation, well into the future, even if we figure out which horse wins that race.
Okay, thank you again. I think it's a fair answer. In terms of your planning horizon and your modeling, how long is this horizon? In other words, is it encompassed or used within the entire planning horizon?
Are
The
these?
utilization of gas?
Yes, it is. Yeah, for the next, over the 20-year planning horizon, certainly natural gas plays a big role in meeting the needs of, our IRP.
Okay. I appreciate your indulgence in those questions. I thought your answers were really quite good and quite carefully worded when necessary. The primary thing I want to ask you about in your modeling has to do with costs. That's something I think that I've heard my fellow commissioners express a concern about, and I sure have it as well, within the constraints of the docket that's before us. Please describe for us, if you would, the cost assumptions that you utilized for these two gas plants when you're doing your planning modeling, and please identify which from among these cost variables are the most consequential.
I'll attempt to answer, and then you can direct me if I'm interpreting your question correctly.
I'm just trying to, pardon my interruption, but yeah, I'm just trying to nail down the elements and parameters of cost that we're talking about in this particular case.
Sure. Yeah, I'll start general, at a general level, and we can dive in. But as we think about how the integrated resource planning modeling evaluates the types of assets that we're talking about, the natural gas assets that we're talking about in this docket, it would evaluate the construction cost to build these assets, which would be both the generating facilities and the broader transmission interconnection and upgrade facilities to allow these assets to be constructed and put onto the grid. It would consider ongoing operating costs, fixed operating costs. It would consider fuel cost. It would consider firm natural gas transport cost. I think I'm hitting all the costs, but I'll continue to think. We can dive in if you'd like.
And I ask you to identify which were among these variables were the most consequential. I'll rhetorically say, it sounds to me as though they're all consequential.
They are. When we think about solving for capacity expansion and meeting the capacity need, generally, I would say, I think the construction costs are very consequential. Not to say the others aren't, but just thinking about solving the capacity, the cost to get the fuel or to get the steel into the ground and the wires to get it onto the grid certainly have a consequential impact on resource types.
With these variables, you're dealing with matters that are in motion, subject to change. I know the question of uncertainty has been a subject that we've discussed within the ambit of this evidentiary hearing so far. So I guess in that respect, what I'd ask you is, how is it, with whatever level of specificity you feel comfortable in telling us, do you go about updating your cost assumptions? Either the frequency or the reasons for doing that, and how is that impact communicated or translated into the point of being an inflection point for decision making within the company?
Yeah, so I'd say in typical course, we are filing an updated IRP annually. And so at least annually, we're looking at the cost inputs into the model. That doesn't mean we're not paying attention to cost trends, but at least, in the form of filing an updated IRP, we're doing that at least annually. In situations like this, when we get into executing the implementation plan of the IRP, we would consider updating that more frequently, particularly if we see trends of magnitude in a certain resource type. So for instance, we took cost assumptions to build natural gas plants in the fall of 2023 to inform our 2024 IRP. We selected a preferred portfolio in that 2024 IRP in the springtime. And then as we looked to implement and execute against the resources identified in the fall of 2024, we then had information that said the cost assumptions that were formulated a year prior were stale. as you kind of expect. I mean, that's thinking through long-term planning and variables. You know, the minute we hit submit on the model and submit the IRP, you know, generally that information is stale. And so we certainly saw that as we were looking to execute and implement the natural gas resources. So at that time, in commensurate with the direct testimony filing, we marked the construction cost to the best of our ability of what we believed the market was going to yield as far as executing and building it, reran that model, and then you continue to watch that. And ultimately, you know, reran the model with the latest definitive cost estimate as well. So that's, you know, to summarize, at least annually, but as we are moving into a more dynamic world, particularly in a dynamic world where we're looking to build assets to meet customer needs, it's almost a continual effort to pay attention to the market.
Sure. It sounds like, pardon me, it sounds like in terms of planning within the organization, that the annual preparation of the integrated resource plan is a tool for kind of focusing on this issue holistically or collectively, notwithstanding the things that you may do on a pretty much day-to-day basis.
It is, and that's a cross-functional effort. You know, the planning team stays very closely linked with Mr. Humphrey and his development efforts, because he's the one driving, you know, discussions with developers and manufacturers. His team kind of runs the request for proposals that we use to inform the market costs. So it is cross-functional, it's continuous, but you're right, when it comes to preparing for the IRP, that's certainly a time and a process that brings us all together and kind of focuses on one specific task.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your indulgence in my questions and the responsiveness.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Thanks.
Commissioner Keither? All right. No questions from Commissioner Keither, but I've got a few for you, Mr. Vanderveldy. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, likewise.
I'm going to kind of jump around based on some questions from my colleagues and from council. Just want to ask you some follow-ups. So Commissioner Keen was exploring with you potential increased operating costs of the coal fleet associated with you know, ramping to match renewables and the intermittency there. I similarly don't know that I've seen a firm analysis of whether the costs have gone up, but it is my understanding that the coal fleet, as you indicated, is being used in a way that it wasn't necessarily designed, and that it is not it wasn't designed to ramp up and down with renewables, and that, you know, because we are using it that way, I understand that sometimes it does have to be committed uneconomically because it takes a longer lead time to get up to where when we know we're going to need it later on. Is that your understanding as well?
I think it's possible that it has to be committed uneconomically. I think the SPP market continues to evolve and tries to tweak their kind of process and their market engines to be more proactive on solving assets that are needed for reliability, typically baseload assets over a longer period of time. And so when the market only looked at next day only, certainly there were times when baseload plants were kept online potentially uneconomically. As the market evolves and looks out multiple days, you know, in theory, the times in which uneconomic dispatch happen or commitment happen, you know, hopefully will reduce over time. But
Yeah, and just to be clear, I wasn't necessarily speaking about uneconomically for your customers, you know, an amount you wouldn't be compensated for by the market, more uneconomically for the whole market because you have to bring a more expensive unit online, was what I was referring to.
yes.
Is it your understanding that these new combined cycle plants would be better equipped than your coal facilities to cycle up and down to back up low-cost renewables as they're available.
I would absolutely agree with that.
Would you go so far as to say that adding these types of facilities would actually enable more zero fuel renewable type resources to be incorporated into the grid if you have these flexible resources operating in tandem?
Yeah, I think net, if nothing else changes underlying, adding some of the most flexible technology on the market today would allow for incremental renewable integration.
I want to ask a few questions about table 1 that Mr. Astreb from Curb discussed with you. Table 1 in your direct testimony, page 11.
Yep, I have it.
Now, this is just the preferred plan. This is not all of the plans, but within the preferred plan, I did find it striking that there is 0 addition of batteries anywhere. At a macro high level, is that a result of the fact that you are adding a lot of thermal resource and that is generally providing the attributes that battery would provide, and it's just doing it at a lower cost, and so that's what's getting selected?
Yeah, I think at the cost dynamics we have across those two asset types today was thermal and battery. The firm dispatchability of natural gas certainly brings value on the reliability side that we aren't seeing from batteries, given the short duration of the battery technology today. So yes, and I guess said differently, if we did not allow the model to utilize thermal in new builds, I would anticipate battery would be an option that would probably pick up some of that need.
And just a quick clarifying question on the demand side management column.
Mhm.
That's an escalating number. Is that a cumulative number or are those additions in each year?
That would be the amount of capacity from demand side management in each year. And so,
Okay,
so we would have, yeah,
so it's a cumulative, it's different than the other columns.
correct. It is a
Okay.
cumulative
I-
effect. Yeah.
It looked like it would have to be,
Yeah.
but I wanted to confirm that.
Yes. Yeah. Good clarification.
I don't know that you get into this in detail in your testimony. I know it is detailed in Mr. Grady's testimony, but it's been discussed that there was a lower cost portfolio. And that portfolio, it did include a delayed retirement of some coal, but it also included very substantial amount more of solar build. And I know Mr. Grady's testimony goes into sort of qualitatively why he thought it was reasonable to not pursue that, why it may not be feasible to rely on that. But could you expand a bit on why the company didn't think that was a feasible portfolio? Was it more the difficulty of adding that much solar that quickly, or was it more the preference for moving away from starting to plan for the eventual movement away from the coal facilities?
Yeah. So I think it's a little bit of everything, certainly. But yes, the long-term goal is to find a way to transition from aged baseload assets in a way that reduces risk for customers. As we've established, 50% or greater of Evergy Kansas Central's accredited capacity comes from coal. So as those plants approach 50, 60, 70 years of age, having 50% or greater of your portfolio exposed to that age and condition certainly a risk that we think about and we think is a risk for customers. One way to mitigate against that risk is to think about a responsible paced transition away from that. So part of that is, as we looked at the 2024 IRP plans and looked at the cost metrics of those plans, we thought it was both on an economic basis and on a more qualitative basis of, does this allow customers to reduce their risk and spread that over time? Does it reduce the continued kind of upsizing and reliance on even incremental renewables without new flexible generation to continue to handle further renewable penetration? Does it stack up economically, the two plans generally? Does it hedge against potential environmental regulations that are down the pike? Does it position the portfolio well with all of the changes that SPP is going through regarding how they accredit resources? Certainly one big thing that we thought a lot about and is understanding how performance-based accreditation will impact 50, 60, 70-year-old units. Just to give you an example, on a 700 megawatt coal plant, if we have an outage that lasts the duration of a season, given that PBA now looks at a 7-year operating horizon, we will lose 1/7 of the accredited capacity of that asset. So if it's a 700 megawatt coal unit that is down for one season, the next year when we go to refresh how much accredited capacity is attributable to that asset, we will have lost 100 megawatts, 1/7 of that asset. That's kind of simple to quantify on a single plant. When you extrapolate that over 50% of our portfolio is exposed to nearly 50 or older units that as with anything, as they age, we would expect performance would degrade. Those are all things that we think about when we look at a portfolio that looks at a placeholder retirement of, say, Jeffrey 2 in 2030, and what that looks like compared to a portfolio that assumes Jeffrey 2 runs further into the future.
Okay. So that's helpful to understand the context that you consider in addition to the net present value revenue requirement calculation. I want to ask a quick follow-up from the questioning that you had with NEE's counsel, because I think it's a little different than my understanding of my conversation with Mr. Ives yesterday. I want to get some more context about what the current IRP considers as far as storage options versus what you're going to consider in the future. My understanding from your discussion with NEE's counsel is the 2024 IRP did not include the possibility of hybrid resources. Is that correct?
Yeah, if the 2024 IRP, the storage was made available to the model to select. That storage was assumed to have some level of interconnection cost to bring that onto the system. And it was generically modeled that it would be placed from a pricing perspective, because all of these generic assets, we don't know exactly where they will be located. So from a pricing evaluation perspective, it was contemplated at either kind of an aggregated wind LMP, locational marginal price point, or at the load node of the utility.
Okay.
And so I will attempt to answer what I think you've asked or are about ready to ask.
Go for it.
Yeah. There will be collaboration to be had. So I don't know exactly what the 2026 IRP will model. I mean, I think we've committed to working with the stakeholders to discuss that. As I've thought about the settlement language and what that might mean for the 26 IRP, it could be looking at a specific site Lawrence, for example, has been one that stakeholders have brought up. And thinking about the specific economics of storage at that site, as well as the specific potential interconnection cost, if there are any, at that site. So rather than a generic assumption around construction cost and a generic assumption around interconnection cost, we could look specifically at a site. And then conversely, maybe, somewhere in between those two, maybe there's a way to look at storage, adding storage that has zero interconnection costs. We'll have to think about that. There will be a limit to how much, headroom there is at existing interconnections. That is something that hasn't been perfectly known over time. It's something SPP's been working on, is identifying what amount of surplus interconnection is available at each site. And so just like everything, it's been evolving, and it's been something that we have believed will be beneficial for us to evaluate and potentially utilize for customers. And I think as we get more information, we'll be in a better position to start thinking more specifically about where and when and how much.
Well, you did a very good job of anticipating my next question.
I was hoping so.
Because I am very interested in what appears to be low-hanging fruit of adding storage at your various renewable sites around the state to firm up those resources. To get an interconnection, they were usually studied, close to their nameplate capacity, and we know that they obviously don't output that at all times. And so it seems like there's an opportunity to firm up those resources and make them a better capacity resources for folks. So will you be able to study all of those sites and identify the best options within the next IRP?
Yeah, I think we would be able to do an evaluation of which sites do we think would be the best place to locate and study those. Whether or not we would look to study every single potential site within the IRP itself, I think could be considered, but that may be a bit open-ended. So
what would be like a screening tool to help you decide which ones you might want to consider first? What would be a reasonable screening tool?
Yeah, I think there will be some kind of market pricing evaluation that would be done. There would be some level of surplus capacity availability at that site. There would be some of probably evaluation of how does that current asset perform today, and how much headroom can we essentially uplift from a capacity factor at that node. Those would be some of the things off the top of my head that would be kind of top of mind.
It's helpful. All right, back to the preferred plan and this table 1. I see that the preferred plan, well, let's start here. You mentioned that part of your rationale for moving away from your coal resources is that it probably is not healthy to have over 50% of your accredited capacity in one resource type. But as I look at this preferred plan, well above 50% is going to be in of accredited capacity will be in thermal. If you were to play this all out, I know it's going to change. But you are selecting a lot of very long-lived, looks like natural gas assets. Have you considered limiting the build of those assets based on future regulatory risk, stranded investment risk, or risk of obsolescence of those specific assets? Or do you just expect that to be picked up in future IRPs?
So certainly there are environmental factors that go into the analysis, and so we think about different future scenarios that may incorporate different levels of, say, carbon emission restrictions, for example. So the sensitivity to potential environmental regulations is certainly a part of the discussion. as far as the, you're referencing the sheer magnitude over the 20-year planning horizon. Of most importance to us is thinking about the near-term assets and the robustness of decisions around those assets. As we get beyond those assets, I do think future IRPs will continue to inform that.
Okay.
As
Well, what about, I appreciate you raised environmental risk, and that's what I was going for with regulatory risk. But what about, just the fact that if you are in one resource type, natural gas, that's a lot of correlated outage risk. It's a lot of, if they're all running on the same fuel, it's a lot of eggs in one basket, that if fuel costs are higher than intended, your entire fleet, or 75–80% of your accredited capacity is exposed to that particular risk. Is that something you consider?
Yeah, certainly. I think as we think about the all of the above approach, that is something we would consider. I think, you may not be alluding to this, but we're looking at just the additions. And so you take these additions and retirements in contemplation to the existing fleet.
Yeah.
And to get a view of kind of where is our exposure over time. So certainly, as we think about transitioning away from 50 to 60 to 70-year-old assets that make up 50% of our asset type, or our total accreditation, we would keep a keen eye on, 10, 20 years from now, what kind of position are we walking into, and how does that put the portfolio over time?
So it's kind of leading into my next question, and maybe it's the same answer. So as I look at this, I know this isn't static. This is your shot in time of, if you had to build everything right now, given current technologies and current conditions, this is what you would build. I understand that you would probably, the preferred plan you're going to select 5 years from now is going to look very different than this preferred plan. But knowing that the underlying conditions are going to change, that we're in a very dynamic time where, new technologies are coming along, costs are really in flux. What is Evergy doing to buy time for customers to maybe not make some 50-year decisions, and to let some of that shake out?
Yeah, I think, we've talked a lot about coal retirements in this proceeding, and continuing to look at the value of potentially flexing retirements is absolutely something we think about and talk about. And so the assets that we're talking about in this direct case aren't completely hinged upon coal retirements. There's a lot of driving factors between resource adequacy changes at SPP, load growth, the transition away from coal over time. So there's a lot of factors. But as we think about future incremental decisions, certainly, as I've alluded to in my testimony, we will continue to look at the flexibility of even delaying coal plant retirements to let technology to evolve, to understand the movement of SPP and where resource adequacy will continue to go. We don't really have any foresight into 2030 and beyond what SPP plans to do. So, I think that will still mean, flexibility of retirements won't mean plan on coal to run until they're 80 or 90 years. But certainly, is there a way to kind of push this transition back a little bit further, and how does that impact future incremental build decisions? Those are things that we talk about all the time, and I expect will continue to be studied in future IRPs.
I'm obviously concerned about the long-term decision we're making in this proceeding.
Sure.
But also, I see here we've got another 325 megawatt addition in 2030 and another 650 the following year. So I expect we may be back in this room very soon. What are there any viable options to gain us some flexibility and some time to not have to make those decisions right away? I know I've alluded to batteries being sort of a short-lived asset that could maybe a little more expensive from a levelized cost of energy perspective or a capacity perspective, but at least could be not a long-term investment. I hear some folks talk about grid enhancing technologies as a bridge, although, you know, they're probably not going to buy you 650 megawatts of capacity. Are there any other options you all are evaluating other than flexible retirements to try to give us more time to make these decisions? Because they're coming fast.
Yeah, I think the answer is yes. I mean, we evaluate demand side management. We evaluate renewable storage technologies. Yeah, yes, we evaluate grid enhancing technologies and what that might look like. Absolutely, we evaluate all those. At the magnitude of need from a firm dispatchable standpoint, it is hard to envision, even with the culmination of all those other things, meeting the near term need that our customers need for and that SPP needs. But I think it's, you know, we've said this, it's an all of the above approach. We are looking at that. But as we've studied, if we just don't build any thermal, I mean, certainly there will be reliability impacts to this portfolio. You know, there's a cost of that from a true NPVR perspective on what would it cost to invest in that portfolio. There's a whole nother side of cost when it comes to customer reliability that is not contemplated or quantified when we look at those things. So I agree with you that there will have to be an all of the above approach. We'll likely look at batteries. We'll likely continue to add renewables. We'll likely work with customers to find flexibility in their load. But we also will likely need to continue to think about firm dispatchable technology, which at scale right now, cost competitively, you know, natural gas seems to be the front runner at this time in the very near future.
One last question, and this is going to go to your, well, no, wait, I've got a couple more questions, but one last big picture question.
Okay.
Looking at the lowest cost plan, which we know added a lot more solar, but we also know how difficult it is to get that resource built these days, particularly with local siting considerations. You know, there are some things truly outside the company's control. Like I saw today, there's new news on solar cell tariffs. But for local issues, I know Evergy relies a lot on developers to start projects, and then you work with them to partner. But what are you doing, or what more could you do to make those projects, which we know contribute to the lowest cost portfolios, a reality in the future? I mean, I hope we're not here, you know, 5 years from now, and we just keep saying, well, the realities are it can't be built. What is Evergy doing or planning to do to make sure that those lower cost energy options can be part of future portfolios?
Yeah, so you're right. We do rely upon developers to bring assets to the table for us to evaluate. In addition to that, we have a team that is looking at self-developed sites as well. And so something we've always done, but something we've really put a focus on in the last couple of years. And so as we find sites and develop sites, we will have those as options that we will have more direct control over. We will have more direct insight into the viability and the feasibility of actually bringing a project to life. So we have some of those options that will be considered, likely for the implementation and the execution of the preferred portfolio that's in front of us now, particularly around solar development sites. Those will be considered, you know, stacked up alongside developers bringing their own projects. But that's one way that we are looking to get in front of that and get more kind of clarity and visibility of options, of feasibility, without always being reliant upon pinging the market to figure out what might be available. And then, over time, trying to understand the local dynamics of whether that project can actually be brought to life or not.
Well, no, that was kind of an unanswerable question, but you actually gave me an answer, so I appreciate it.
I'm trying not to defer any of this to any other colleagues.
Okay, I'm going to completely shift gears because you had an interesting exchange. I think it was with Council for Curb on the third-party fuel price forecast that you build into your IRP. And I just wanted clarity. You do not know whether or not those are updated enough to include the very recent projections about natural gas generation build out in the United States.
I would absolutely expect them to be up to date. What I was particularly getting at with the question was, he was referencing a specific megawatt value of generation coming online in the SPP in a specific report. What I was seeking to understand is which exact report was he referencing, the timing of that report, and how that lines up with when we lock down the natural gas forward curves for the model. So generally, I would absolutely expect the third-party fundamental developers of natural gas price curves to be 100% up to speed on market dynamics and the future demand of natural gas. But hopefully that helps clarify my answer to his question.
Is there a document out there from these third parties or from any other consulting party that you use that would put that in writing? That would say, here are the inputs we've considered. We are considering, LNG demand. We are considering the full anticipated natural gas generation build out over the next 10, 20 years. Are you aware of any document that you all would have access to that might give us some firmness?
A couple of thoughts. Direct answer is I am not aware of kind of an on-the-shelf document that we could bring to the table right now. I would anticipate there would be some of that clarity available if we were to inquire, and maybe we have just other folks at the company. So absolutely would say, we can inquire and try to investigate if there is more transparency around what is considered from these third parties. I would anticipate there would be some transparency. And then, maybe prospectively, as we think about the longer term fuel strategy of this asset, I fully anticipate, we will have collaborative stakeholder discussions, but I fully anticipate we will also look at hiring a third party consultant specifically on this and can kind of shape some of that relationship with the third party consultant that we would use to formulate a strategy, to be very transparent on kind of what the assumptions were as we thought about the longer term nature of the fuel procurement and availability.
Do you think it's reasonable for the commission to be concerned that it doesn't have visibility into long-term pricing and the specific procurement strategy before committing to rate making for a 50-year asset?
I understand that perspective. To try to elaborate on my personal perspective is, I think it's an evolving process, and we are in front of the commission seeking permission to move forward with building these plants. We are in front of natural gas infrastructure pipelines, negotiating the availability of firm transport and having the access to that along the timelines we need. I think it's just a matter of process that we are not quite yet at the spot where we are going out and seeking transactable long-term commodity contracts. So I understand your perspective, but to try to just elaborate kind of where we are in the process, I just don't think we're quite there yet. I think it's something that we will immediately shift our focus to as we are given the notice to proceed with the development of these assets.
It's a bit of a chicken and egg for both of us.
Yeah, that's if that is the analogy, that is chicken or egg is something that's being thrown around in this industry a lot right now, and certainly I understand your perspective and agree. I think it would be, we could seek from natural gas suppliers long-term contracts. Whether they would be transactable right now, I don't know. I think as they dug into the specifics of where we're looking for it, and for plants that aren't even built yet, and so I think it is a conundrum, and I understand your perspective completely.
Did I prompt any additional questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Keen?
Yes, thank you, Chair French. A couple. Let's go to just the most recent colloquy that you were having with the chair. I found all of the colloquy to be interesting. It strikes me that, and I think you've said as much, is that a part of one of the prerequisites for having to go forward and seeking long-term gas commitments and that sort would be the evolution of this process that you're in right now. Our saying yay or nay is going to have an influence on that, I'm going to guess, in some way. I wouldn't even forecast how that would be. And then assuming, say hypothetically, that it was yes, there can still be some other scenarios unforeseen today down the pike that will have you give maybe pause for concern. Who knows what these are? But it's an iterative process here. It isn't necessarily linear. Am I close?
You're absolutely right.
The main question that I really had that was prompted by another part of your colloquy with the chair has to do with the environmental regulatory risk. I think without question, we see today that there are changes about. Certainly, the new head of the APA is aggressively trying to make changes that are going to affect your industry. And many of them have already been undertaken, whether it's revisitation of existing regs, determination of rulemaking that was underway, or future rulemaking that may have other implications difficult to forecast. Well, given that scenario, so my question would be, in terms of the regulatory risk, if I look at the end of 2024, trying to phrase this in a non-political way, that if we look at the end of 2024 and we say, given the state of federal regulatory risk that the company would incur by constructing these plants, if that level of risk were the level that you would incur going forward, do these plants, pardon me, pass muster in terms of being able to satisfy these regulatory risks? Those regulatory risks, the ones that were in existence 12/31/24.
Yes. Yes, broadly. If there's a specific regulation you'd like me to talk about, I could attempt to. But yes, we feel like these assets are positioned well to meet customer needs in a variety of different, future environmental regulation situations.
Okay, what I'm thinking is just juxtaposed to what I perceive to be the trend today that may go forward for the next 3+ years.
Yep.
If there were a reversal of that trend, and it was back to the mean that existed in 2024, for whatever causes, would you be comfortable in saying that level of risk is something that we're taking into consideration and we can bear? And these facilities can be operational.
Yes.
I don't mean to have this be too hypothetical. Maybe you can see the broad outlines of what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I think, there is certainly a near-term trend. There is likely a scenario where that trend flips the other direction in a few years. It's maybe not quite as volatile as tariffs on today, off tomorrow, but certainly we could see a trend of flipping kind of administration focus. And regardless of that trend, we think these assets would stack up well into the future. And so as we looked at these assets last fall, we thought they were the right assets. And as we think about the trends that we're experiencing right now and what we would expect over the next few years, we continue to think these are the right assets for this time.
Appreciate your response. That was a difficult hypothetical, but I was just trying to say if we may have a benchmark in the future that resembles one that we had in the past. If we did, that it's a tougher benchmark than what we think we're headed toward near term. Could you pass muster? And you've more than answered that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll mention, because it was something that was thought about a lot during the EPA's GHG rule, is kind of these assets, how they would operate, and the potential long term to comply with that rule. These assets, these technologies, the technologies we've selected, can burn hydrogen fuel, and so while it's not something that I expect we will focus on in the near term. So as I was talking to Chair French, talking about the fuel strategy, I don't think that will be on the agenda for day one fuel strategy discussion, but I do think the flexibility afforded over the long haul. So if we're talking 15, 20, 25, 30 years from now, there is some value to knowing these assets with minor modifications can burn hydrogen. And so to the extent that market evolves and is built out, and hydrogen is available and economic, and the supply chain is there and the transportation is there, there will be flexibility of these assets to contemplate that fuel type. And specifically to the EPA rule, that was something that was considered as an option, is hydrogen blending or conversion to hydrogen. So these assets would stack up well if that rule comes back in a similar form.
I'm presuming that these combined cycle facilities, at the time they are constructed, would be state of the art.
Absolutely.
Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Keither?
I don't know exactly how to phrase this, but it's rolling around in my mind when the chair mentioned citing concerns with issues going forward, and your agreement at the end of this process to talk about the future and what you could bring forward in the future. The uncertainty that we're all facing at state and federal level of what we can go forward with. I think we have challenges that clearly have red flags for your company of what we can go forward with the legislature working the way it is. And you keep referencing that what we all like to hear is all the above, but some of us like less of the all of the above than others. And renewables are a challenge. And you've got your future plan and how you're going to look at that. And I'm just concerned how you bring all the above in when you just don't know what you're going to be able to deal with at all. A question or not?
Yeah. I'll attempt to answer that. I mean, I think you're right, and that's why I think I was trying to tell Chair French is, as we look further out on that curve of our 20-year planning horizon, I'm less certain on, are those exact assets going to be the ones that will make sense 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Maybe not. But certainly there are a lot of benefits of all of the above, and you're right, all of the above, everyone has a different flavor preference of all of the above. But we certainly think it will take all of the above, whether it's from a reliability perspective. We saw Winter Storm Uri, there were challenges to every single fuel type, generally. And so, having a diversified basket of portfolio will be beneficial. But as you mentioned, the kind of strategy of all of the above from a development perspective, there's value in that too. You put all your eggs into one basket. You create a lot of risk of siting and permitting and development of that specific type. And if social trends go against that type of asset, you have a lot of risk exposed to that one thing. So there's certainly a lot of value to all the above in operations, but also on the development and kind of planning side as well.
All right. I think we've completed commissioner questions. Does Evergy have need for any redirect?
Just a few minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Vanderveldy. How are you doing?
Good morning. Doing well.
Almost survived this. I'm sure you were sitting there. Don't stand up well, but
Yeah.
just a few things to
I'm
ask
glad I get
about.
to be the first one with Evergy.
Well, I've had to hear myself talk, I want to do a little bit of clarification first around, coal plant retirements and how that's looked at. When you were being questioned by Mr. Zakor, I believe he referred to sort of those outlook retirements as quote unquote early retirements. Do you agree that any of those expected retirements are in fact early retirements?
Generally, I think early is a tough word to define, but I think as we think about the actual age and condition of those assets, the assets that are contemplated being retired will, the first round of them in Lawrence will be, over 60 years old. And at the Jeffrey facilities, we'll be at an average age of somewhere around 50 years old in the 2030 timeframe. And so I think that is in a reasonable timeframe from kind of industry average perspective, that it would not be considered early.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, make sure we understood based on the language of the questions that were being used.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't consider those to be early, right?
No, not from an industry average and kind of expectation when those plants were built perspective.
Okay.
I think they will actually have probably operated well past their expected useful life when that steel was put in the ground.
Okay. And I think you referred to in your testimony, retirement assumptions that are in the model. Is that correct?
Correct.
And those retirement assumptions in making those assumptions, Evergy's not requesting that that any particular retirement be moved forward right now or be approved right now, are we?
We are not asking for, correct.
And if Evergy was requesting that, they'd have a separate procedure or proceeding before the commission to make those requests.
Correct.
And you're not a lawyer, so you don't know all that goes into that, but at least you understand that would be a necessary step.
It would be, yes.
And we're not there yet, are we?
Correct.
We haven't made those requests to actually abandon any of those plans.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you talked about a flexible retirement approach as well.
Yep.
Does that mean that does that approach mean that you continue to move forward with development of certain assets like the natural gas plants while continuing to assess, maybe retirement assumptions that are set forth in the IRP?
Correct.
Okay. what factors would support this approach of, flexible retirement, and how those retirement assumptions are analyzed in that process?
Yeah, so I think we would continue to consider the kind of resource adequacy needs in the evolution of that. From the SPP, we would consider future load growth scenarios and whether or not that may drive both a need of fulfilling that energy, but also how that impacts overall kind of adequacy needs. We would continue to evaluate kind of the expectation of known existing environmental regulations or anticipated environmental regulations. So those are things that would be considered as we think about whether or not there is flexibility to retire those assets. But also we would have to continue to consider the age and condition of the asset as well. And how long can we lean on that asset? So those are some of the things we would consider.
And all of those factors are considered in this analysis of the retirement assumptions and sort of the flexible analysis that you would do with related to that.
Yes, it would be included.
Okay. And all of that would be done before any decision is actually made to retire any plan.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, generally that's done in the IRP modeling, and I anticipate we will file multiple IRPs before we get to the kind of last stake in the ground decision of when we are going to definitively retire and notify all the proper parties that's happening.
And that was my follow-up. That's done at least annually as you review the IRP. Is that right?
Correct.
And so the commission's going to see additional updates on that process as we go forward, right?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, in the near future, we will have a 2025 IRP that will specifically look at the delay of some of the planned retirements. So we'll continue to evaluate that.
Okay, I want to briefly touch on what Chair French referred to as a kind of the chicken and the egg problem that we may be facing with the commodities, the natural gas provision to these plants. Okay, would you expect, or would we expect to have long-term commodity pricing at the predetermination stage for a long-term build like we're experiencing here with the combined cycle gas plants?
No, I was trying to kind of allude to that of where we're at in the process. I would not expect us to have, decades-long contracts locked up for this fuel. And I don't think that's just specific to these assets. I think that's kind of the nature of the utility industry is when baseload assets have been built, it is very hard to have, decades long of absolute fuel certainty. And so I don't think these assets are different than any other baseload assets that have been built. But I do understand the kind of predicament we were discussing.
Okay. And do you think it's likely that anyone would contract that long-term for the entire life of these assets?
I do not believe so.
Okay. But in general, is Evergy doing everything it can to understand the market, gain information on pricing, and look forward to what it's going to need to do to contract for those gas molecules?
Yeah, I believe we're doing everything we should be doing today, and we are committed to doing everything in the near future that we need to do. And I guess one thought that I maybe could have added to the previous question is, just like our baseload today, we don't have firm certainty on fuel prices, for decades in advance. And so, given that's not the way we kind of operate our broader portfolio, and most utilities do not, I mean, I think this fits within the process of kind of how we have handled most baseload assets currently today.
Understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
Just one moment. I would like to confer. There was discussion about how solar plants or renewables might be developed, self-developing, or that a developer would bring them to you. You
Mhm.
remember that?
Yep.
And connected with some discussion of local concerns with siting and permission to move forward. You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Does self-developing versus working with a third-party developer for solar completely insulate Evergy from those local siting and local concerns that were discussed?
It does not completely insulate from those concerns. I mean, I think many of the general concerns will still be there. There may be on balance some benefit of the local utility
Okay.
that's known in the region working directly with the local landowners. But it is not a surefire silver bullet way to completely insulate from those concerns.
And so whether Evergy self-develops those from the get-go or has a third-party developer bring them to it, it still faces many of those local issues and local siting issues, or it may.
It may, yes.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vanderveldy.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vanderveldy, we thank you for your testimony today. You may step down.
Appreciate it.
All right. I apologize to everyone. I didn't give you any breaks during the morning, so I know I owe you a break. Unfortunately, we are also getting near to lunchtime. So in the interest of being economical and moving along, is anybody opposed to taking an early lunch and coming back a little early? All right. What I'm going to propose is that just like yesterday, we take a 45-minute lunch. Hopefully that gives everybody enough time. And then we will start with Evergy's next witness as soon as we come back at 12:15. So at this time, we are off the record and we are in recess for a lunch break until 12:15.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. So I'm gonna run and get some caffeine. And then I end up setting up behind you actually, which that's fine. Here today. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Talk about Matt Robbins. Yeah, I'm sure he can. So he was telling me about what he's doing tomorrow. It's just they have a bid opening.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot.
So if we don't get, I think we'll be able to direct the staff.
Yeah. So if you go out, there's.
Very possible. Pretty quick. Let's okay. Good entry. That's you go to one right. It's right there. Our yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Well, I agree.
Oh my gosh. Now I know it.
I will not stand for
I don't
anti-artist comments.
I don't like her. Yeah.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
Did they figure it out? Did they confirm the suit? Okay, not. Okay. Thank you for your interest. Asking questions.
Yeah, I just.
I deserve it.
I deserve it.
Evergy referred me.
I don't check. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, there's two.
Yeah, yeah, no, no, no.
I'm gonna run you that.
Okay.
As fast as I can.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right.
I've asked. You know who I, Tony.
Okay.
There was other stuff. There still is like two tiers, and it has to go so. You know what question I have? Is it, no, it's like, is the EKCE by resource, by region? Is it region one? It can't possibly be covered by region one. By solar gradients and all the varies so significantly. It could be by LOLE. Oh, no, you're right. The EKCE and the LOLE studies happen. So that makes sense. LOLE is always perfect, because that's Eastern Kansas, Western Kansas, you know. All right, see ya. Thanks.
Oh, my goodness. We are getting there. Hopefully we don't go from here to 95.
Yeah, that's all.
That is, yeah. Happen easily.
So, I'm actually early staff.
I'm saying Sean. Today and tomorrow.
All the way up first.
Okay. Oh. So they're not going by list here.
We're gonna take all Owings. Just you Grady can be.
Okay, you said it's OWINGS?
Yeah,
Okay. And Grady?
yeah, Grady, just you Grady.
Okay.
Both of them are staff.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm trying to keep that all straight. Makes for a better, at least, index in the transcript so people can figure out what happened. So Mr. Vanderveldy is actually Evergy's? Okay.
Yeah, they told me that we were jumping around a little bit.
Yeah.
If you look, go back.
Oh, okay.
Those two went yesterday.
Okay. Okay.
A little bit of Brian.
Okay. You got a cheat sheet?
So.
You know, I can be your
You're
good
gonna ask
friend.
them where they got the equation, just be sure you get your right.
Just say.
That's a bumper. I don't know if you told. I.
Okay, so this is.
I did not realize, I know you had, no, we were trying to. And I was wondering. That's why. They want to inquire. We'll be in boards. Oh.
Trying to make a little C chart. I used to do this when I was in court. You're on the chart. Don't make Don't trade places.
It's hard. It's a little harder. Okay. And the other one's.
Yeah.
Justin's.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't come out anything controversial.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No.
And you said yourself and then Carly is also going to question or not? Who recommended? It's just the two, yes. Oh, okay.
Oh. Just like that. Oh.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Let me take. Why is that just? That's my point. Which is fine. I'm hoping that the other. I think. Yeah, I mean, that's the case. I think that. Loudly said no. Because, yeah. And you're in the space. Well, and it's one thing, I'm systematically part of the state. I don't know. I'm sure that means. Hey. So, staff up. Yeah. He's not gonna be physically present. Early mention.
So you're gonna need me tomorrow and possibly the next set or just tomorrow?
Tomorrow, color high water.
Okay. Okay, good. All right.
Even if everyone has to serve detention.
I think today is gonna be a bad day. I think, I mean, I can't predict where it is. Right? It's like- Today should be bad. You say bad, you go past five. Oh, I think there's.
My room is right across the street.
I think there's full balance.
So I can, I can just jog right. Yeah, well, I don't, very. Who's that?
Oh, sorry, you're good. Especially my follow-ups.
All right, please be seated. All right. We are back on the record in the evidentiary hearing for docket number 25 EK. Are we streaming? We're good?
Yes.
Okay. We are back on the record in the evidentiary hearing for docket number 25 EKCE 207 PRE. I believe the pre-hearing officer gave the parties a heads up, but we are going to take some witnesses a little out of order here, and hopefully that's not too disruptive for everyone. What we want to do are to go ahead and get to the two staff witnesses. We have a commissioner that's he'll be participating tomorrow, but will be on Zoom, and we wanted to make sure he had an opportunity to question the staff witnesses in person this afternoon. So we are going to, if it's all right with the parties, what we're going to do is immediately shift gears to the staff witnesses. So, Mr. Flaherty.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I have one preliminary matter. I've talked with Mr. Sakura. He was the only one that had questions for Kansas Gas Services witness Matt Robbins. And so unless the commissioners had any questions for him, I'd ask that he be excused so he can get on the road.
Are you indicating that Mr. Sakura does not have questions or that?
Correct. That
Okay.
he's agreed that he does not have any.
Okay. He may be excused.
Great,
And
thank you
sounds
very
like, I think we had discussed him potentially zooming in tomorrow, but if there are no questions for him, I think he can be excused. His pre-filed testimony is already waived into the record.
Yeah,
So.
thank you.
All right, thank you. If there are no other preliminary matters, staff, I believe the order of your witnesses, you were going to call Mr. Owings and then Mr. Grady. If you'd like to go ahead and call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff calls Paul Owings to the stand. I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Owings. Can you please state your name for the record?
Paul Owings.
Can you please state your title and employer?
I'm the chief engineer at the Kansas Corporation Commission.
Are you the same Mr. Owings who filed direct testimony in this docket on March 14th, 2025?
I am.
And do you have any corrections to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, I have first on my list, K.S.A. Do you have any questions for Mr. Owings?
We do not have any questions for him.
All right, thank you. NEE.
NEE also does not have any questions for Mr. Owings.
All right, Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board.
Curb has no questions.
Do any commissioners have questions for Mr. Owings?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Keen.
Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon.
We can't let you off the hook too easily, but this isn't going to be too tough. I'm going to ask you a very general question, so it provides you with the latitude to answer basically in any fashion that you prefer. I'll probably do the same with Mr. Grady as well, and his turn is up. We've had a fair amount of engineering testimony in this proceeding so far. Have you been in the hearing room during the proceedings thus far?
Yes, I have.
I guess what I would ask you to do is, and this is due regard to your pre-filed testimony, frankly, but given the testimony that we've had, and it's been fairly wide ranging, I would say. What is your take? What concerns, if any, do you have about the construction or operation of these gas plants based upon the testimony that you've heard here?
I think that to start, I would talk about concerns with not constructing the plants. You know, that there could be concerns that relate to the reliability of the system would be my primary concern relating to not constructing the plants, that we get into a future scenario where the system's reliability is impacted by not having adequate generation in place. And I think that these specific assets have attributes that complement the existing system well, given the amount of intermittent resources present. I think they'll work well with the existing system. But in terms of concerns with their operation on the system, I think there are still some portions of the project that haven't been developed, and they've been discussed at length, I think, the last 2 days, associated with gas transportation and gas supply and the long-term ability of the gas system to supply the units indefinitely. And there's been a lot of great input on how you address that risk. I do think at the point we're in on the current project and docket that Evergy has done a reasonable job managing those risks. While there's still some outstanding questions about those specific issues, they've evaluated infrastructure, evaluated the siting criteria, evaluated connectivity, began some of those negotiations. So I feel like while there's still risk that the project is exposed to, given the point that we are thus far within the process, they've managed it reasonably and as to be expected.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that overview very much. I have no further questions.
I'll probably ask this question of Mr. Grady as well. But since you brought up the issue of future gas supply and assurances of what that's going to look like, given that this is a potentially 50-year asset, do you think there is anything the commission could reasonably ask for in between the extremes of, I suppose what we have now is just a commitment that the parties are going to collaborate and talk about it, versus the other extreme, which is, price certainty of what actual contracts look like over somehow the 50-year life of these assets, which I think has been represented that we probably could not get that today, particularly before the assets are approved. Is there any report or information that you think staff or Evergy could provide to give the commission some analytical assurance of what gas supply looks like in the coming decades?
I think there's data available that can speak to the general quantities of gas and projections, but in terms of determining those specifics, I don't know how that report would play out and the level of detail and the level of analysis that would be required.
And clearly, staff is a signatory to the settlement, so I think I anticipate the answer to this question, but there is an element of uncertainty in signing off on these projects without knowing or having some analytical guardrails around what gas supply looks like in the future. Do you believe there's an unreasonable amount of risk associated with that?
No, I don't believe there's an unreasonable amount of risk associated with that. And I do believe there is a need for these generators. And I don't know that, I'm not aware of a different technology that could fill this slot. So I think that the need is there, and this is the preferred technology. It's highly efficient. It minimizes the gas use per megawatt hour. So I think at this point, with the impending need due to load and the modeled projections, this is a reasonable approach. And I'm really interested in the iterative nature of the IRP. So as technology emerges, the IRP will evolve and begin to encompass other resources with different attributes that can complement the system as well. But at the point we're at today, with the facts that we have present, I think that it's not unreasonable. I think it's a reasonable approach.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. Commissioner Keen, did you have another?
Yes, I appreciate the questions that the chair just asked of you, Paul. And let me kind of double back on your answer to my question just a little bit, if I could, because I think, as I understood it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, and you can embellish it in any way you wish, that what you thought the company was doing was managing risk well in this particular instance. Is it fair to say that all business judgment involves a risk?
Yes.
Varying degrees, undoubtedly. So how do managers go about coping with that risk? Could I paraphrase what you said and have you reflect upon this a bit? That what I thought you were saying also otherwise stated was that they were taking calculated risks, measured risks, and that could to a certain degree help mitigate the downside. Is that a poor paraphrase, or you characterize it in your terms? That's what I read into what you said.
Yes, I think that's accurate. They're mitigating risk. They're making a calculated decision based on a future that's somewhat uncertain. They've modeled a wide range of scenarios, and with that output, they've chosen a preferred plan that best manages that risk from their perspective. And the preferred plan was in the 2024 IRP, which was approved. And I think that, that management of risk is reasonable, a reasonable approach.
Thank you again for your thoughts. No further questions.
You don't have anything, right? All right, staff, any redirect? Thank you. Mr. Owings, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
Thanks.
Yeah. Staff, you may call your next witness.
Staff calls Justin Grady to the stand.
You just solemnly swear to testify about to give the cause and that you're the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grady. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Justin T. Grady.
And please state your place of employment and title.
I'm employed by the Kansas Corporation Commission as the Deputy Director of the Utilities Division.
It's changed recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And are you the same Mr. Grady who filed direct testimony in this docket on March 14th, 2025?
I am.
And are you also the same Mr. Grady who filed cross-answering testimony on March 21st?
Yes.
And settlement testimony on April 17th?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections you would like to make to that testimony at this time?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, K.S.A.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Grady, I have presented a two-page document to you. And this is 2 pages from the Kansas Corporation Commission report to the Kansas legislature. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And at this point, do you want me to lay more foundation, or may I go ahead and admit it?
You can go ahead and make your motion anytime.
Okay.
I
Well,
suspect it's not going to draw an objection.
Okay. Let me address why I presented this to you. Okay. I want to give a little bit of context to this proceeding. And if you turn to the second page, it shows Evergy Central. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it indicates that in the last column, the number of residential ratepayers, and that's 639,156 residential ratepayers.
I see that.
And would you agree that that is an accurate figure that was presented to the legislature?
It would have been accurate as of the date, whatever date range it was that we relied on for this report.
Okay. And would you agree with me that that is the number of residential ratepayers that are affected by this proceeding?
Directly. Directly, yes.
Okay. Would you please, Mr. Grady, expand on what you mean by directly?
Sure. You know, there will be many times more retail ratepayers indirectly affected by the reliability benefits that these power plants will provide. You know, as a function of the fact that Evergy Kansas Central is a load serving entity in the Southwest Power Pool, right? As which I know you're aware, the Southwest Power Pool is a 14-state region consisting of many of the states surrounding Kansas. And ultimately, these plants are intended to meet the resource adequacy requirements and needs of Evergy Kansas Central, and therefore will be dispatched into the Southwest Power Pool. And so I just wanted to maybe note that, you know, for the record, that indirectly the existence of these plants, in my opinion, will affect, you know, far more than just the Evergy Kansas Central customers. But directly in terms of the ultimate cost of the bill for the plants, yes, Evergy Kansas Central will be paying for, and their customers, 50% of the Viola plant, 50% of the McNew plant. And importantly, they will not be paying for the other 50% of both those plants.
Are you concluded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this case, as I understand Mr. Clote's testimony, which will, I believe, be coming up a little bit later, each one of the facilities, in his opinion, has a 4.3% retail rate impact on retail rate customers of EKC.
When they go into service, yes.
And well, we'll talk about that a little bit more.
Sure.
But the Viola plant goes into service in 2029, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And the McNew plant goes into service in 2030. Is that correct also?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. And those plants, if the commission so determines, will be eligible for CWIP treatment. Is that correct as well?
That is correct.
Mr. Grady, I'm getting a little feedback that online you are a little quiet. So just if you can make sure you get into the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to avoid the, you know, like the feedback that we've been hearing, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
Do both of those things, please.
No pressure. So, yes, you know, I think it's good just to clarify for the record that these power plants would have been eligible for construction work in progress rate making treatment without the recent legislative change to K.S.A. 66-1239. You know, we can look at that statute and you can see that one of the exceptions is a generating plant, right? In addition to a generating plant or a new generating plant. The difference here is that without that recent change in statute, the utilities would have been required to file a rate case to get that CWIP treatment. So that's just a clarification for the record because I heard that referenced earlier in the proceeding and I think that wasn't quite accurate. In terms of, you know, will these plants, each 50% portion be eligible for construction work in progress treatment through a rider in this? Yes, they will be. And you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a question of if the commission approves that rate making treatment. My interpretation, as advised through counsel, of course, since I'm not a lawyer, is that if, you know, ultimately it comes down to if the commission approves predetermination for a natural gas plant, then it gets CWIP treatment through a rider. So.
Well, let me give a little more direction where I was going.
Sure.
Okay. The direction where I was going is the retail rate impact doesn't start in 2029 and 2030. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
When does a retail rate impact start?
The retail rate impact starts no sooner than 365 days after the construction of these projects begins. So what that means, as far as I intend or assume, I think that means that Evergy Kansas Central will file its first CWIP rider application 60 days prior to that 365th day. So I think, 305 days after they start construction of the Viola facility, they will file an application. My staff will review that filing for accuracy, and we'll do some sort of spot level auditing. We'll make sure that those are costs that are actually related to the construction of that power plant, and then those will that'll go as a line item surcharge on customer bills.
Now, this is one of the problems of taking the witness out of order. I'm asking him some of Mr. Clode's questions, but.
Oh, he'll be fine with that, I'm sure.
Is that okay? I believe Mr. Clode spoke to the range of CWIP retail rate impact. Do you recall what Mr. Clode's testimony was?
Yeah, what was it? 0.87% to 3.27 or something like that, right? Right in and around that range.
I move for admission of Exhibit 10.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, KIC 10 is admitted.
I believe may I please ask Council, General Counsel, KIC Exhibit 10-1, it was already labeled as.
DR 10-1.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's KIC 6.
Okay. I would like to present to the witness KIC 6.
There's a lot of stuff here, but I don't see that one in particular.
Oh, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Now, let me give you a moment to review it, Mr. Grady.
I'm good when you are.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is talk to you a bit about retail rate impact. And if I could remember Learned Counsel's opening statement, she talked about things that keep her awake at night. And she was talking about reliability, but let me tell you what keeps me awake at night is her high rates.
Okay.
And increasing rates, okay? And reliability. But number 6, if you look at about 2/3 down the page, the response of Evergy indicates that the all-in retail rate increased 7.7% for Evergy Kansas Central from 2023 to 2024. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Would you agree with that?
I don't actually have a basis as I sit here today to agree with that particular calculation. And, I'm not trying to be difficult. I just haven't actually verified these calculations. And I don't believe there was an attachment included to this data request. So, I wouldn't contest it. I just can't directly, independently verify it.
But you do indicate, excuse me. May I just draw your attention to a couple of other items? The item at the top indicates the response was prepared April 11, correct? April 11, 2025.
Yes.
And it does indicate on the second page of the verification that Mr. Lutz, the Director of Regulatory Affairs, signed and verified the answer.
Yes.
So at least as far as Evergy and Mr. Lutz, that would be their analysis of the retail rate increase.
I'm going to object to that question. The witness has already said he's not verified this information.
I'll be honest, I missed the question. Can you restate the question so I can make a?
I perhaps didn't say it as clearly as I should. Would you agree that Evergy has verified this to be accurate?
Yes, I'd agree with that. I think that's pretty consistent with what I said earlier. I don't even have a reason to contest that this is not the case. I just personally haven't done the math.
Let me ask you a couple of other questions, and
Excuse me, commissioners, I would object to any further questioning on this, given the fact that I don't think foundation has been laid, that the witness has already said that they haven't verified these numbers. I'm not sure how he's supposed to answer questions based off of them.
I haven't heard a question yet, so I'm going to overrule.
I don't have any more questions on that.
Okay.
Mr. Grady, let me ask you, you heard the opening statement of Learned Counsel and talked about reliability. Okay.
Which one?
Ms. Mathis.
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay. Are there more than one Learned Counsel? And I think in your testimony, you say that no rating, or let me paraphrase as best I can.
Sure.
That retail rate increases are not generally welcome. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have some statements that could be summarized like that. I think I said, while I'm certain that the rate increases that these plants will bring will not be welcome or appreciated by some of the customers. I don't think I'd go so far as to say that no retail rate increase is ever warranted or appreciated, or, you know, I think some customers understand it's a balance.
I didn't mean to say more than you said.
Okay, good.
In your analysis. Let me ask you this. In your position, do you consider increase in retail rates to be an important issue?
Yes, it's an important issue that needs to be balanced against, you know, a host of other issues, but primarily the reliability of the system.
Okay. And would you agree with me, Mr. Grady, that there are several cases involving rate increases for Evergy Kansas Central that are presently pending at the K.S.A?
I think that's true. I'm aware of at least two. I think I'm aware of only two. Right, there's a transmission delivery charge pending, I believe, and then also a general rate case pending.
Okay. And do you recall the requested rate increase in each of those?
No, I don't. Not as I sit here today. I don't have those facts or figures at hand.
Okay. Let me ask you this further. If retail ratepayers were to have an increase in retail rates in 2025 of 10%, would that cause you concern?
Objection calls for speculation.
May I be?
I'll overrule. He can answer.
I'm not sure. That's a pretty good question.
Thank you.
I mean, without any context at all, nobody likes a 10% rate increase, right? It's a difficult question for me to answer. It's probably not going to be a very satisfying answer that I am providing, because I don't think I have everything that I need to be able to answer that question, right? So, you know, if that question, if the 10% increase is because of transmission projects that the utility has received a notice to construct to build, and or as a result of, you know, rebuilding aging infrastructure that was otherwise going to cause a reliability risk. And ultimately, you know, me and my staff couldn't find anything that was imprudent or unnecessary or excessive or unreasonable about those costs. And ultimately, if the utility and staff and the commission were following the law, administering the law to the best of our ability, I probably can't consider that result to be quote unquote concerning. You know, it's just, I could maybe find some other ways to describe it.
Please do.
You know, I would say maybe an unfortunate reality. Maybe, you know, the timing of that rate increase might have missed the mark some in terms of, you know, it'd really be best if we could spread out those kind of increases over time. And 10% in any one year, especially if it's driven by anything that the utility has control over, is, you know, it's unfortunate, right? It's concerning. We ought to do our best to avoid those kind of rate impacts in any one year. There's certainly times that fuel cost volatility has created that level of rate impact for customers. And then, you know, thankfully, those times tend to be relatively short-lived. And, you know, when you look at those kind of rate increases through the lens of a longer period of time, they tend to look a lot more reasonable. But certainly, you know, an electric rate increase of that magnitude in a 12-month period of time is not desirable for sure.
Let me bring a little more context if I could. I think you mentioned two cases. The TDC case, the order date is May 1, and the legal date for the rate case is, I think, September 25. Would you consider, just looking at it from your position as, let's see if I get it right, deputy?
Yeah, I couldn't get it right either, so it's fine.
Deputy Director.
Yeah.
Do you consider that a lot coming at ratepayers at one time when you add to it this case?
No, I wouldn't characterize it as that. Because this case isn't anticipated to start to affect customers until, I mean, we'd have to go back and look at the construction start date of the Viola plant. And then think about, you know, 1 year after that date is when customers would start to pay and feel the retail rate impact of the construction work in progress. I'd also assume, and I think Mr. Clote's exhibit would demonstrate this, that it's really a pretty gradual ramp in terms of the actual construction costs as they come in and what the impact to customers is. So I'm actually not sure that it's even accurate or fair, to be honest with you, to compare the results of the pending rate case and the transmission delivery charge case that's filed. I mean, you can certainly compare them, but I would advise against the commission using those, referring to those rate cases in any sort of a meaningful fashion when it makes its decision in this case.
Let me ask another question. I think you were assuming more than I would like you to assume. I did not mean to indicate that the commission should consider the other cases in their determination in this case. This case has to stand on its own. What I was stating to you as deputy director is, do you think that retail ratepayers should have a concern or might have a concern about a continuing sequence of rate cases, including those three? And as I understand it, the company has advised the public and probably the commission, they intend to file cases every 18 to 24 months.
Yeah, so I think we do have our work cut out for us in terms of, this is it's an increasingly challenging period of time, I think, that we are getting ready to enter into for the next 4 or 5 years in this state, and we're certainly not alone with regard to the fact that there is a lot of investment that needs to be done, right? It's on the data request response that you handed me earlier, the response to KIC 10.1. What Evergy Kansas Central points out is that from 2017 to 2024, their all-in retail rate increased 10.4%, right? 10.4% from 2017 to 2024. And I would suggest that it is very difficult to find anything in your personal life that has stayed that relatively flat over that period of time. That would be my supposition. Now, admittedly, 7.7% of that came from 2023 to 2024, and that starts to get a little bit concerning. But we had a long period of time in this state where regional rate competitiveness and holding back investment and limiting the level of annual capital expenditure increases was one of, if not the most talked about thing before the Kansas legislature. As you know, we talked about it a lot here. And I think we are entering a time where, in that ever-present balancing act that we have to engage in as regulators between reliability and affordability, unfortunately, I think we're going to shift more of our focus towards reliability. And the unfortunate reality of that is that that's likely to lean us away from so much focus on affordability. And I only say that because, again, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of aging equipment in this system, the distribution system. I mean, I don't have the stats and the figures, facts and figures right in my hand, but Evergy could provide them or submit them as a late filed exhibit if the commission thought it was that relevant. But some significant portion of the distribution and transmission system is beyond its useful life, right? They have an aging generation portfolio. They mentioned it during this proceeding. The last time we built anything base loaded in the state of Kansas was 1985. So hopefully we are entering a situation where economic development and load growth is such that can help take some of the edge off of the affordability pressures that we're facing. And I know that's important to policymakers in this state. But I think that it would be unwise for everyone in this room to think that, the next 7 years is going to present the kind of rate stability that customers have been become accustomed to from the previous 7 years. I just don't think that's the reality that this utility is facing. And I certainly I try to keep that in mind in my discussions with legislators, the presentations that I give down there and otherwise. Part of it's an education effort, granted, but I just, there's a lot of sort of affordability headwinds that is facing not only this utility, but frankly, maybe every electric utility in the state. And definitely a lot of them in the Southwest Power Pool and around the country.
Are you concluded?
I am.
Let me ask a couple of follow-up questions. The company had a rate moratorium, did they not, at the merger from 2018 to 2023?
They had a base rate moratorium, yes.
So there were no increases in base rates during that period because that was a condition of the merger.
That's right.
But the TDC, excuse me for using initials, the transmission delivery charge could be increased and did increase during that period.
It did.
And Mr. Grady, let me just ask you generally, do you think moderating where possible retail rate increases is a good policy for the Catalyst Corporation Commission?
I would say I probably agree with that with a few other caveats. I mean, I think the commission understands very well that the ever-present battle and challenge of utility regulators is that, our two primary priorities when it comes to utility regulation are reliability and affordability. You can probably ask, 50 utility regulatory experts or commissioners across the country where they stand in terms of the relative importance of those two. For me, that answer probably changes by the year or by the half decade. Today, personally, reliability is the paramount priority for me relative to affordability. I think we honestly were a little too focused on affordability and regionally competitive rates from 2018 until 2023, to be honest with you. And I think that's why there's the level of pent up demand for investment that there is. But so I would say it's reliability and affordability. They're both really important. I certainly wouldn't fault anybody if their position was that affordability is more important than reliability to them. I would say I agree completely that moderating retail electric rate increases is preferable if it does not come at the expense of reliability, right? And the challenge, as is that's so difficult, about this job is in between rate cases, and especially in January and February, the only thing anybody cares about, really, honestly, is a majorly important factor in between rate cases is reliability. Reliability. And then when the bill comes for paying for those improvements of reliability, then it just shifts dramatically to affordability. And, that's probably always been the case, but I see it as particularly acute today. During Winter Storm Uri, when Chair French and I went down and did a press conference with the governor's office, there was a 20 or 30-minute press conference and there wasn't a single person that asked about affordability that day, right? But there were a lot of questions about reliability. Why did we shed load? Who is responsible for this? What can we do to fix it next time? There's been a lot of work that's been done since then to shore up reliability, and affordability has sort of taken a little bit of a back seat to that conversation. And that's, you know, how it works. That's the constant push and pull of this job, affordability and reliability. It's tough to get it perfectly right.
You do understand that regionally competitive rates are in the statute and part of our state policy.
That it says regionally competitive rates and reliable service.
Exactly. And not one over the other, right?
That's right.
Okay. Let me shift a little bit to talk about some of the things that the commissioners asked about, first of all. Okay. Now, you're pretty well aware. Well, let me ask a question before I state that. Are you generally aware of Southern Star gas pipeline activities that go on there?
I would say generally, yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that Southern Star gas pipeline is in a non-binding open season?
I wouldn't have been aware of that precisely. The fact that they are in that open season at this moment. Is it for storage or is it for transportation? Transportation.
Okay. Well, let me just give a little background and see if it helps your memory.
Sure.
On March 10, Southern Star Storage had a non-binding open season for $640,000.
Objection, this is attorney testimony.
I'm just describing.
I'll overrule if he can give background and Mr. Grady can tell us whether he can answer or not.
Okay. I do have a purpose for this line of questioning. Let me start over and ask it a little bit differently. Some of the questions from the commission were to the effect of, as I understood them, there are a number of electric utilities that are looking at constructing natural gas fired generation systems. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yeah.
And would you have any knowledge that, oh, let me back up a minute. And in order to, or as affiliated or associated with that building of natural gas generation systems, an electric utility would need to have firm natural gas transportation and a firm commodity. Would that be correct?
Well, you wouldn't have to have firm natural gas transportation, but these gas plants are planning on that. But I don't know that it's the case necessarily that all of the natural gas generation, or even what percentage of it that's being built, would seek firm gas transportation.
Let me better define the question further then. For those that were going to be baseload natural gas electric generation units, would you expect those to acquire firm natural gas transportation?
I would say that it is likely, unless that facility has dual fuel capability, right? So if you have dual fuel capability, SPP does not require you to have firm natural gas transportation to designate that facility as deliverable for winter capacity. So that's also a factor that needs to be considered, but.
Okay. Absent, and the dual fuel burning, is that likely to be diesel fuel or 2-oil or something of that nature?
I believe so, yeah.
And are the Viola and McNew plants, are they designed to have dual fuel burning?
They are not.
Okay. So your expectation would be that they would seek to acquire firm gas transportation?
Yeah, my expectation is that these plants will have firm natural gas transportation.
And let me ask you a further question in line with what I understood the commission to be asking, what length of term would you expect that firm transportation to be for a new plant?
I don't know. You know, the contract itself, you could probably see, you know, I'm sure that's under negotiation. But something between, you know, who knows, 10, 15, 20 years, I don't know. I mean, but what I will say is that the modeling that was done to evaluate the economics of these plants, including the capacity expansion modeling and otherwise, was done inclusive of firm natural gas transportation for the life of the facilities. Well, or actually, you know, through the planning horizon. So there's probably a lot of ways that you can accomplish, you know, what the contractual arrangements look like. You know, you can do surcharges over and above the max tariff rate. You can do a longer period of time of contracting. So I really don't know what the specifics are going to look like. But everything that I've seen so far in this docket, including some stuff that's more highly confidential than I've discussed so far, gives me quite a high degree of confidence they're going to be able to achieve and will have in place a contract for firm natural gas transportation before these units go into service.
And would it be fair to say that when you consider the costs of a natural gas fired electric generation unit, you would also have to consider the cost of the firm transportation and the commodity costs as well? They all have to be included in the cost.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and that's been included in all of the analysis that I've done in this proceeding. That's been included in all of the analysis that was done in the 2024 IRP, and that was included in the updated capacity expansion modeling work that was done as well. There isn't anything that's been left out. It's just, you know, it might not have been included in this number or in this number, but it's all been included in the evaluation and in the modeling.
Now, let me speak to an item that I believe was both questions of both Commissioner Keene and Chair French. What is your expectation of the contract term or length of term for the gas commodity?
Now, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Really, that's just shorthand for I need to think for a little bit. But that doesn't mean it's not a good question. If I have, you know, so I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult for the utilities, and I'm not sure that we would in our portion of the collaborative. I'm not sure that we would support the idea that they need to go out to market with, you know, a 5 or 10 year fixed price agreement. That, I mean, there's pluses and minuses for that. I guess depending on what the bid was that they got back, we could seriously consider that. We can maybe put that forward for in a public forum, or, you know, I don't know how public, but or ask the commission to rule on that. You know, that hasn't been our historic practice. We do have some gas utilities today, and there are electric utilities that I'm aware of that are doing multi-year arrangements of that fashion, right? And I'll say from 3 to 5 years is not out of the question. But there's such a variety of ways that you can handle this exposure to commodity price fluctuation, right? Multiple year term length physical transactions or contracts is one way. But of course, as you know, there's a variety of financial measures and derivatives and hedging instruments that you can use as well. So, but those are the things we're going to need to talk about. But, admittedly, those details haven't been developed just yet.
Mr. Grady, do you know of any supplier that would commit to 20-year gas supply from a particular field or a particular reservoir? Particular field or a particular reservoir?
What I would say is I haven't directly come into contact with or seen a bid for that long. I will say, I think there was some testimony in this proceeding. Might be an interesting question for the commission to ask Mr. Jones. So I saw in one of his sets of testimony that he referred to a proceeding in somewhere on the East Coast where there's a new energy economics consultant or expert of some form who actually took a sworn testimony position that the markets, I think it was the financial or the physical gas markets, would contract for an extremely long period of time like that. Actually, I think the testimony was through the entire life of the facility. So that was kind of surprising testimony to me. I haven't personally observed that, but I guess I will say I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility. There's long-term fixed contracts for liquefied natural gas that are being signed up all the time, right? So those are going overseas, and you have to build an entire LNG export facility. But I'm just not sure whether that's something that the natural gas markets would respond to or not.
Let me give you another maybe alternative. Do you think that it might be likely that you could contract for long-term gas with a particular supplier like Shell or BP or Tenaska, and it would be up to them to get the gas from wherever?
Yeah, I would say it's a possibility. I'm just not sure, and one of the reasons why I'm not sure is because I don't think that we've ever authorized a utility or that one of our utilities has ever tested the market, so to speak, right? I can't say for sure that, Kansas Gas Service or any of the other electric utilities in the state has ever put out a broad spectrum RFP that says, we want you to provide us firm baseload gas at, 50,000 MMBTU a day for the next 10 years at a fixed price. So I would say that until there's an explicit request like that goes out to the markets, I'm not sure we can speculate as to whether or not, what the market's response to that would be.
Let me give you an assumption and ask you if you think that it potentially could affect the gas price. Assume with me that Evergy, Kansas Central, needed to acquire 250,000 MMBTUs, decatherms of gas a day for a plant. And so did American Electric Power, Oklahoma Gas and Electric, and Southwest Energy, 4 of them. Okay, so it's a BCF. And let me ask you further assume, which is a fact, that the throughput capacity of Southern Star is 2.4 BCF. If you added that amount of new demand on the system, would you expect it to have an impact on the price?
I would say it depends. First, that total throughput capacity, as you're aware, is increasing all the time. They just exceeded another all-time record over a weekend or over a 4 or 5 day period of time through this last February 2025 storm. And also it would depend on their supply initiatives and the degree of new supply that enters into that system, right? So I think you're aware that I attached in my direct testimony in this case a presentation that Southern Star gave to staff within the last 2 or 3 months. And we asked them about a lot of the same types of conversations that you and I are exploring right now and that have been discussed through the course of this proceeding about, everybody knows that the Anadarko, Hugoton, Anadarko natural gas fields are declining and have been for years. And so our question to them was, what are you doing? What are your medium and long-term plans for supply, access, diversity, for accessing additional natural gas basins to bring into your system, to add interconnections to other interstate pipelines? And that presentation, I got their permission to remove the confidential designation on that presentation. It's attached to my testimony. I encourage the commission to take a look at it. We were very impressed with everything that they had to say. I'll say that. They clearly know that the Permian is a major source of low-cost gas. There's years and years and years of it available, and they want to access it. And I believe that they're going to. So the answer is it depends, because if we're going to add a BCF of additional firm gas supply today without any additional without any additional offsetting supply, these different supply diversity initiatives that I'm referring to, then that probably would have an impact on the price of the gas. But with the other countervailing factors that I've just referred to, I would say it's too speculative to say.
Let me just further ask an additional question on that. I think if I'm remembering right, Chair French said, well, this is happening all over the country. It's not just Southwest Power Pool. And if you're talking about Waha Hub or something like that in the Permian, that's also heading south, right? So there's competition for that gas. It's not just Southern Star. Would that be correct?
Absolutely.
It'd be competition from other pipelines, competition from LNG export, competition from other systems.
Yeah, and on the other, yes, absolutely. There is a robust supply and demand competitive framework going on in this country for available natural gas molecules. Right, I think there's 159 natural gas fired facilities under construction or being contemplated in some form or fashion in this country right now.
Would you please repeat that? I didn't hear exactly how many.
Well, I have written down from your direct testimony 157.
Oh, thanks. And this is where the difference.
I'm sure it's higher than 157 now.
No, that's the most accurate number. That's the most updated number that I've seen. But and here's why I remembered 159. The article title is 159 megawatts of thermal generation being constructed or, under consideration. Interestingly enough, 2 of those plants are not natural gas fired. I guess one of them, I think, is it's either a brand new coal fired facility, a small one, maybe some sort of attached to carbon sequestration or something. But anyway, it's 157 because I took out the 2 that aren't natural gas. But thanks for keeping me honest up here.
And 79.1 gigawatts is what you put down.
Well, there you go. If that's what I wrote, that's the accurate number.
I helped because I said I didn't hear. So would it be fair to say that there are so many variables, correct, right now going on, that it's extremely difficult to predict the price of gas in the future.
I would say, yeah, I'll go ahead and just agree with that. Yep.
Let me, before I leave this, I want to clear up one thing. I had some discussion with Mr. Humphrey yesterday. When you think about a gas-fired electric generation plant, you have the lateral to the plant, but you got to get gas upstream of the delivery point, correct?
You know, I think so, but I do know that the pipelines do offer flexibility in that regard. I just don't know enough to say precisely whether the gas molecules have to be sourced directly upstream. In other words, I'll take your point that generally that's the way it works, but I've seen flexibility in those arrangements before. You know, a backflow or backfill type arrangements. So I'm just not exactly certain what the full range of alternatives are there.
Okay. Let me move on if I could from this area. I'd like to clear up a little bit if I could, some of the testimony before. I'd like to take you back to the 775 rate case involving Evergy, Kansas Central, please.
Okay.
And in that case, I think as typically the staff, I don't know of a case where the staff hasn't required this. There is depreciation schedules set forth. And that's a science in and of itself, right? The calculation of depreciation schedules.
And an art.
And an art, okay.
A lot of negotiation that goes into that, right? I mean, the engineers, yeah, have an estimated expectation of how long something can live. And then as you know, there's an art and a science to it.
But it becomes part of the commission's final order, is that correct?
It does, yeah.
And the reason that the depreciation schedule is important is that it calculates, I guess, some measure of remaining life and you measure how much retail ratepayers are charged.
Right. A utility gets to earn a return on its invested capital and a return of its invested capital. And that return of occurs by way of depreciation expense over the currently expected remaining life of the facility.
I don't know that you'll have an exact figure, although you're pretty good on these things, but what's the undepreciated plant on the Jeffrey Center?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Zakura, but I do not know what the existing remaining net book value of the Jeffrey facilities is.
But that amount would be available, correct?
It is.
And where would a person go to cite that to the record? Is it in the 775 case, or is it in a case which is a form that is filed with either the KCC or the federal government?
Yeah, I know where to go look to find it. It actually should have, I'm pretty sure it would have been attached in the work papers to staff testimony. Probably the plant and service or depreciation expense detailed work papers in that 23,775 docket.
Okay. I don't have much more, but let me continue a little bit more.
Darn.
Okay. One of the things through the years that I have seen in working with you, if I may say that, working with you, is you typically, and the staff typically brings to the commission alternatives. It's not a situation where the commission comes and says, my gosh, you got to do that. Like the example I can give is the longtime excellent cost of service witness of the commission, Adam Gatewood, always gives a range of return on equity. I don't see alternatives offered to the commission here by the staff. For instance, I do not see a scenario where you would say, you know, if you wanted to commission, you could authorize one plant here and one plant 5 years later, or something of that nature. And that would have the effect of moderating the retail rate impact. I don't see that in your testimony. Why does the commission not have alternatives offered to us, to them?
Another good question.
Thank you.
You know, it's not always, I mean, you're right in that if we can, we will provide or offer an alternative in our recommendation. But that's not as easy as it sounds, right? I mean, in other words, sometimes a question, an issue is a big enough issue that it's all you can do to evaluate it properly, comprehensively, evaluate all of the facts and circumstances that you think should be evaluated, and then meet the deadline of filing the kind of testimony that I filed in this docket, right? That direct testimony that I wrote, you know, I mean, I was working between 60 and 80 hours a week for about 6 weeks, maybe 8, leading up to the filing of that direct testimony. Okay. It's definitely one of the most comprehensive efforts I've ever undertaken. The only thing that would be close to it would be the time that we recommended denial of the merger between Westar and KCPL. That's probably a close second. So to be honest with you, it was just it's a major undertaking, and I really didn't, you know, I didn't really have time to contemplate what an alternative would look like. You know, I'm also not sure that is what is contemplated under the predetermination statute, respectfully, right? I mean, the predetermination statute lays out some pretty exacting and precise language that says, look, this is what the commission should evaluate, right? Commission should evaluate, is the resource plan consistent with the most recently filed IRP? Did they request from a wide range of participants, through a broad range of participants that are willing and able to meet the needs of the plan? Did they request RFPs? Is the plan reasonable, reliable, and efficient? And so that's the framework that I set about in my testimony. You know, I will say I had some testimony that referenced specifically my views on selecting the lowest cost plan from the 2024 IRP. You know, I had some testimony on whether or not Evergy should you know, abandon its thermal generation plans and move the direction of more solar, more battery, and more wind. You know, so I tried as best as I could to anticipate the areas that would be advanced by the parties and the interveners in this docket. And I feel like I got quite a few of those pretty close. And so I try to provide the commission with the most, you know, unbiased, independent, comprehensive view that I possibly could, and put everything in that testimony I could possibly think about. So if I fell short, you know, I apologize, but in terms of options, you know, the IRP, the 2024 IRP presents a series of different options, and those different plans, each one of those plans has a net present value of revenue requirement calculated. It has It can be calculated in terms of what the reliability benefits are from the SERVM analysis. And so that's what I did is I focused on, I said, yeah, the commission doesn't have to necessarily build these plants because the other alternative, the lowest cost alternative, is to explicitly determine today and plan for that the Jeffrey Energy Center plants are not going to retire. One of the two will be pushed off to 2039. And instead, we need to build 1,500 megawatts of solar, right? That's the lowest cost plan. And that's the element of the lowest cost plan that really didn't get a lot of attention in your witness's testimony, but it's real and it wouldn't have been free. And in my calculation, sort of back of the envelope, that'd be a couple $2 billion worth of new solar investment. And so I addressed that specifically in my testimony. And I said, look, we're all of the above people. I was really glad to see that the solar facility was unanimously supported. But if Evergy's plan had been, we only want to build half of this gas and we want to double down on solar, I would not have been a supporter of that unless they showed me critical use permits in hand from local counties, that there was a willing local community that wanted to host that solar, because as I said in my testimony, it's getting more and more difficult to build those kind of resources. So, I know that was sort of an expansive answer. I apologize, but I thought your question was a great one, and I think it deserved maybe that kind of a response. There are options, certainly, but I think it's really important to keep in mind, as Mr. Vanderveldy said, you push one plant out, you do something here or there, and there's going to be a lot of other consequences. And so everything needs to be considered holistically and comprehensively.
And you do understand that other experts in this case have looked at this differently from you.
Oh, I do.
And would you indicate from your work with Mr. Gorman in the past that that firm is a credible expert?
So I have a lot of respect for Mr. Gorman. He and I, over the years, have agreed on some things, and we've certainly disagreed on some things. And this next statement, I say it with no disrespect to him or that firm, but his level of evaluation and analysis in this docket, I don't think it comes close to the amount of work that I did and the amount of evaluation that the comprehensive analysis that I did. And again, I really do say that with all due respect. I know there's budgetary limitations, there's time limitations. But he and I, the areas that he and I disagree about in this case, I think are actually pretty narrow, and they're pretty factually, they're pretty fact-based. I pointed out a few of them in my cross-answering testimony. But I'm not afraid to say, I just think Mr. Gorman missed the mark this time.
Let me ask you this, though. Part of the difference between you and Mr. Gorman is timing. He sees or may see a need for a plant, but not as soon as you see it, correct?
I don't really recall that in his direct testimony. But if I'm wrong, I'm sure you'll point it out to me. My recollection is that his primary criticism was that this plan relies on and is predicated upon the retirement of Jeffrey 2 and Jeffrey 3. And I think, as I interpret from his testimony and from your opening statement, the position generally of K.S.A parties in this docket is that you guys generally don't want to retire those coal facilities, and you don't want to plan for the retirement of those coal facilities. And that's a pretty fundamental difference of opinion that we have in this case. So timing might be part of it.
Do you think it will be important to retail ratepayers if they are responsible for undepreciated plant costs, but don't have a resource from which they can receive public service?
I do. You know, we have a securitization statute in the state, as you're well aware. And while the commission cannot require Evergy to utilize securitization, there is a lot of risk if they don't, in my opinion, because there is a lot of risk regarding precisely what the recovery parameters will look like of those, you know, retirements that happen to have, you know, stranded asset costs or, you know, existing net book value at the time of early retirement. So I fully expect that if Evergy retires a coal facility with significant existing net book value, I fully expect that they're going to use the securitization statute in the state to do that. That hopefully will provide retail ratepayers some solace or comfort that it's, you know, the standards in that statute are pretty exacting in terms of, you know, we've got to make a determination that at the end of the day, it's better off for customers to recover those costs through the securitization process than through other traditional rate making means. So maybe it won't make everybody happy, but it is I think it's an elegant solution to an otherwise difficult issue.
And let me, if I can, maybe close out the loop some. You understand that Curb has a witness in this case as well that takes a different point of view.
A different point of view about what?
About the predetermination hearing.
I do. And it wouldn't surprise you that I have a list of specific areas that I think Miss Metz got it wrong in this case as well.
Let me, 2 areas further. Number one, in the predetermination case in 2011, staff had 10 witnesses. They had outside experts, they had economists, they had all of those things. And I hear the amount of work that you did. Why was the decision made in this case to essentially have you as the witness instead of 10 witnesses from various aspects of, I think, base-wide, there was the economist division, Mr. Glass, Mr. Gatewood. There were 10 or 12 witnesses in the case.
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, do you wish to respond, Mr. Sakura?
Yes. Okay. I'm just simply
Respond to Ms. Mazantine.
Oh, relevance? Oh.
What is the relevance of the question?
Okay. Well, the relevance of the question is that there was a different approach in terms of how predetermination was approached by the staff then as compared to now. And I'm just asking him, what's the basis of that and why was that decision made?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Let me conclude with a couple of items. In this last in the predetermination case, Mr. Grady, in 2011, Mr. Haynes was a witness. And I want to read to you and then I'll hand it to you as well.
Okay.
He said, if KCPL's application is approved, it and Westar will remain at risk for the project to be completed at a cost consistent with the amount determined by the commission to be prudent. In this case, the definitive estimate of 1.3 billion, supported by KCPL witnesses. They will remain at risk for the project to meet performance expectations. May I approach the witness?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, I've read that.
Okay. Now, as I understand what Mr. Haynes was saying, he was saying that the predetermination is essentially a decisional ruling by the commission, that the company has to deliver on execution to the definitive price. Do you read that the same way?
So I would say that was Mr. Haynes's opinion about the way that it would work. And I'm not going to attempt to, speculate as to what he thought or what he really meant by those words. But we can definitely talk about the order that came out in that 11-581 docket. As I relied heavily on that order as I was writing my testimony, reviewing, getting ready for the testimony. And I would submit to you that the language that I recommended in my testimony regarding what the decisional or what the definitive cost estimate means, what the utility will be held to in terms of sticking by the definitive cost estimate and everything else is very consistent with with the order that came out of the 11-581 docket. I would say that the natural gas settlement in this case adopts those same terms. At the end of the day, the definitive cost estimate will be reviewed by the commission. If the commission elects to approve this predetermination docket, this settlement, the commission will rule on the reasonableness of the definitive cost estimate, right? Those numbers, as you know, are confidential, but we can certainly go into a confidential session and read them, talk about them. And the reality is that the utility has the risk and the burden of proof, the burden to prove that any cost overruns over the definitive cost estimate are prudent and just and reasonable to recover from customers. So they wear that risk. That's what we have agreed to. And that's no different than the 11-581 docket, in my opinion. I would say they don't bear direct decisional prudence type risk up to the definitive cost estimate, but they will bear the risk that, and we will audit the costs. If they hit the definitive cost estimate to the T, we will have a team that will put together a very detailed construction cost auditing process, the same way that I implemented with the Lacine predetermination 4-year construction cost process. We will audit the costs of the investment to make sure that it was related to the project, that it wasn't excessive. The decision to build the plant will have been determined to be prudent up to the definitive cost estimate. But if they're having elaborate lunches and flying in entertainment for the construction crew every Friday, I'm going to catch that. We are going to catch that, and we're going to remove it, right? But if they're pouring concrete and building steel, buying steel and rebar and getting environmental permits and stuff, then they're going to recover the costs.
Let me ask just one more question. how does increased costs related to tariffs relate to this?
Well, so I
If there
addressed,
are any.
so I addressed that directly in my testimony, or I tried to. There is uncertainty clearly regarding the materials procurement process for this plant, for these facilities. I pointed to it directly in terms of justifying the reasonableness of the contingency cost amounts that were in the definitive cost estimate in this case. When I asked the company about the definitive cost estimates and the reasonableness of that in this case, when I asked the company about the contingency percentages and the reasonableness of those in this case, one of the responses came back as, we still face construction cost risk. We still face, the potential risk of tariffs. It's early on in the construction. There's a lot of unforeseen issues that can arise with a 4-year construction window, right? And so at the end of the day, my take was that a certain amount of tariff risk exists and is captured in that definitive cost estimate. And to be completely frank, originally I was considering recommending a smaller contingency percentage in this case, something more in line with what was approved by the commission in the last predetermination docket. But with all of the uncertainty that the market faces right now, the construction market, ultimately I backed off of that. And I thought, we're going to leave that contingency percentage in there. And then we'll just, hold firm to the idea that anything over the definitive cost estimate, they have the burden of proof for, so I don't know. I know that when I asked the company questions about their plans for managing tariff risk, they have a lot of good answers. I think they've purposefully focused on areas of the world to source the procurement parts for these plants that are not heavily focused in some of the countries that were the worst impacted by tariffs, namely, Southeast Asian countries. So there will undoubtedly be some impact. I think the real question is whether there will be impact that's larger than the contingency amounts. And, ultimately that's why we agreed and negotiated and then agreed to, the extensive circuit breaker type approach that is in the settlement that continues to give the commission some direct oversight and the ability to pull the plug on the project. To be honest with you, if the cost overrun is much more significant than what we expect, like 3,400% tariffs on solar panels coming from Southeast Asia today, by the way, if not everybody looked at their phones when the chair referenced the new news about solar panels.
I did.
There you go. So, that's why we negotiated those kind of continuing oversight capabilities. Yeah, so I think that contains all of my thoughts about the tariffs issue.
I don't have anything further, but I would like, if possible, for Mr. Gorman and Mr. Fitzhenry to get on and off today since they're from St. Louis, if that's possible.
I will take that under advisement, and we'll see how we do in the next few hours. But we can try. All right, we've been going almost 2 hours now, right after lunch, so I probably owe everybody a break. Let's take, what time is it now? It's 1:57. Let's go until, I'll give you a good break till 2:10, and then we're gonna move as fast as we can once we reconvene. So we are now off the record and actually, before we go off the record, well, no, you're not dismissed, never mind. We're now off the record. And in recess until 2:10. Please be seated. We are back on the record in the evidentiary hearing for docket number 25 EKCE 207 PRE. We are continuing with the examination of staff witness Justin Grady. And I believe next we have NEE. Do you have questions for Mr. Grady?
The microphone is on. There we go. Before we dig in, I just want to make sure that Mr. Grady has everything that we need. We'll be talking about your direct. Do you have that?
Yes,
Okay. And then we'll be talking about Mr. Jones's direct. Do you have that in front of you?
I do not.
Would you like your counsel to provide it, or I have a copy? Do you want to make sure it's? Okay. And then we'll also be talking about exhibit NEE2. Do you still have a copy from earlier? Would you like me to hand you one?
Let me see. Do we need this? This is James Haynes direct. I don't think this was ever entered into, can I? I don't think so.
You may approach and take it.
Thanks. It's starting to stack up here.
And NEE2 is the S&P Global battery article.
May I approach the witness to give him this exhibit?
You may.
Okay.
I've got the other one. So, yeah.
No.
Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon.
I'm Elisa Greenwald. I represent New Energy Economics. Thank you for the lunch recommendation.
Did you get in and out quick enough?
Yeah, it was great.
Good.
Yeah, thank you. I have moved some of my questions around because at the very end, I'd like to step through some confidential information, just regular level of confidentiality, and I will notify the commission before we step into that. So apologies if it's a little bit scattered. So first, I'd like to start off talking a little bit about exhibit NEE2. Do you remember me addressing this exhibit with Mr. Vanderveldy earlier?
I do.
Okay. So you know that this is a market analysis that suggests that there are cost efficiencies to siting batteries with resources with existing interconnection rights, right?
I think that's a fair summary of the one paragraph of this article that you cited to or discussed with Mr. Vanderveldy.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Do you have any reason to doubt the credibility of that analysis?
No.
Okay. And then would you agree that some of the cost efficiencies would include opportunities to reduce or eliminate interconnection costs?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that's it on that exhibit. We can switch gears. Okay, so I would like to flip to page 51 of your direct testimony.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So on page 51 of your direct, you explain that in the SPP, current expectations are that solar will receive capacity accreditation up to 70% in the summer and then 20% in the winter. Is that right?
I think I said as high as.
Oh, yes.
So, the actual numbers that are used in a few of the different analyses move around a little bit. I've seen 65% for summer. And I think the winter number might be a little less than that, but yeah, you're right. That's what the words say. As high as 70% in the summer and 20% in the winter. It kind of depends on maybe is there another ELCC study between now and when these units, this solar unit goes online, and then how much other solar is put online between now and 2027 really are the key variables there. But
Okay. So that capacity accreditation for solar is expected to decline by 2042. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top of page 52, you acknowledge that it is possible to firm up solar accredited capacity with storage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Off the top of your head, do you know what SPP's current ELCC for standalone storage is? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No. I do have a picture of one, matrix of 2 hour, 4 hour, and 8 hour storage over summer and winter on my phone that I could pull up and look at. But no, I mean, we can get the number, right? We can get the number for 2 hour, 4 hour, and 8 hour for both summer and winter based on the 2020 ELCC calculations. And then I think we're in the middle of a 2025 ELCC evaluation that's obviously going to have different numbers than that. But in particular, I'm not sure if it's attached to my testimony or not, but it should probably be in the record somewhere. If not, we probably need to get it in the record in terms of what the ELCC percentages were that the parties agreed to use in the 2024 IRP, right? Kind of what was the basis of the expected declining ELCC curves for capacity accreditation for renewables over time as additional amounts of renewables are added. I know that was a terribly unhelpful and unspecific answer. I've seen numbers as high as 80 or 90% in the summer, until we get like 5,000 megawatts of batteries online. I've seen some numbers as low as 50% for a 4 hour battery, even without much battery penetration. So I've got too many ELCC percentage numbers ranging around in my head, to be honest with you.
It's totally fair. It's all right. I think you were hinting at this, but in your testimony, you note that batteries have a declining ELCC accreditation as their penetration increases as a percentage of installed resources in the SPP, right? Okay. Do you know the time frame over which SPP projects the ELCC of batteries to decline as more come online?
I mean, I can envision, this work paper. I know exactly where to find it on my desktop, but I don't have the numbers in my head right now. And it's not the time frame necessarily. It's a function of the amount of the storage expected to come online over what period of time, right? So if battery installations double relative to what they expect, then the accreditation for those batteries will fall faster than whatever timeline was included in the 2024 IRP. But I mean, as you know, there's a lot that goes into an ELCC study. So it'll also depend on, whether or not those batteries are co-located with solar and the degree of solar penetration. It'll depend on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, sure thing. That's totally fair. You'd agree with me that right now there are very few battery projects to scale in the SPP system, right?
Operable in the system, yes. Requesting permission to interconnect within the next 2 or 3, 4 years. That's a much larger percentage, or that's a much larger pool of projects, right? In the thousands and thousands of megawatts.
Okay. So let's assume that the ELCC for batteries would decline at a similar rate with solar based on how quickly they're being built. So like 2042 by the time the ELCC declines. At that point, the capacity value provided by batteries would remain steady, at least through Evergy's very near-term capacity need, right?
If we're talking about between now and 2030, I don't think I can go as far as to say that the ELCC accreditation percentage for batteries will remain steady. And I think more importantly, even if it does, then 5 years after that, it may very well decline. And if we, if we buy into some of the concepts that are in the exhibit NEE2, or some of the projections that are, say, in SPP's forward-looking resource studies, then we're going to continue to exist in a world with more and more renewables and more batteries. And the result of that, I fear, is that, maybe 10 years after these batteries go online, they might have an ELCC accreditation percentage that's a quarter of what we expect today, right? So I just think that has to be considered. It's a critical factor, in my opinion. And that's why it's so critically important to make the decision going forward about battery energy storage systems as part of an IRP analysis. We cannot do that calculation, in my opinion, in some sort of one-off summary level fashion. It's got to be part of a comprehensive analysis for the long-term net present value of revenue requirements and benefits of the system.
I mean, can you say for certain that SPP's methodology for evaluating ELCC for batteries will remain the exact same over that time frame? Or is it reasonable to assume it might evolve?
I'm certain that it will evolve, but no. Yeah, I can't. I'm certain it would evolve. It would probably be speculation for me to say what direction it will go necessarily. But I'll say this, I've never seen an ELCC study that resulted in increasing levels of accreditation as an intermittent or time-dependent resource, as the percentage of that resource grows in proportion to the total. I've never seen an ELCC percentage get higher. I always see those, they're declining curves. And there will be a question of how quickly they decline, when maybe they flatten out, for instance, wind, right? Wind has almost reached the point where it's not declining anymore. The more and more we add to the system at this point, it's got 15% capacity factor, and that's all it is, right? But I've just never seen it go the other direction.
Yeah, sure. That's totally fair. And everything that you've referenced about what you've seen in the past, though, would be in regards to standalone solar and not solar paired, or I'm sorry, standalone storage and not storage paired with another resource, correct?
Well, I have seen the other exhibit that you sent out to the parties on Friday.
Let me pause you really quickly.
Okay.
That's not in the record, so I just want to make sure that there's no issues before Mr. Grady goes into it.
Let me ask council this. If you want to discuss it, would you prefer to hand it out so Mr. Grady could reference it and we could reference it? Or do you think it's a conversation that doesn't need that?
We were not planning to submit that for the record, so to the extent we can just bypass this conversation.
He's your witness at this point, so I'll leave it to your discretion.
All right. I think we'll skip past this, if that sounds good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's switch gears and get into the confidential information. So I'll pause here.
All right, Michelle, can you put us into a confidential session? And we're gonna go off the record just for a moment until we get the logistics figured out. Yeah, and at this time, is there anyone in the room that has not signed a non-disclosure certificate? This is not the highly confidential materials, but it is still confidential. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody volunteering that they haven't, so trusting you.
No,
Online.
yeah, let me go.
It's on the screen.
Yeah.
All right, can you confirm that we are in confidential session? staff confirm that we are now back in public session and streaming to the public on YouTube. So we will continue with the examination of Mr. Grady, and it is now time for Curb to examine the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Hey, good afternoon.
I want to kind of jump right into your discussion of the SPP generation interconnection queue, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Do you have a copy of your testimony in support of the settlement agreements?
I do.
Thank you. Would you please turn to page 23 of that document? And I'm looking at line 17 through 21. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
All right. And in the paragraph, starting with consider that, follow along with me as I read out loud. Consider that as of April 14th, 2025, there was 26,347 megawatts of natural gas fired generation in the SPP generation interconnection, GIQ, waiting to be studied to interconnect to the transmission system. The first 11,760 megawatts of that generation has an expected commercial operation date, COD, before January 1st, 2030, which includes the Viola and McNew facilities. Did I read all that correctly? Oh, sorry. Viola and McNew facilities.
You did.
Okay. And in that line, there's also a footnote at line 19, correct?
Yes.
And that footnote generally talks about the interconnection queue for different years, 22, 23, and then 24, correct?
Yes.
And in 2022, 828 megawatts entered the queue, correct?
Well, yeah, I just want to clarify. I mean,
Sure.
I know what I said here, but you read the words correctly, but I just want to make sure it's not as frequent as like with a renewable facility, but a thermal facility can go in and then go out, you know? So what I'm saying is as of the total that I was looking at, when you look at the date they entered the GIQ, these numbers are the date that they entered the GIQ, right? So I just want to be clear. There might have been 1,000 megawatts or 600 megawatts that entered in 2022, but of this 26,347 megawatts that's in the queue today, there was 828 megawatts that entered in 2022. 3,493 megawatts entered the queue in 2023, and then 20,674 as of a couple days ago that have entered the queue in 2024.
Thank you for that clarification. I think it's the point I'm trying to get at. So in 2024, there appears to have been a pretty significant amount of activity going towards the interconnection queue.
Quite significant.
And can you tell exactly, like, as far as like when that all came online? Was it at a certain time in the year? Was it steady throughout the year, or was it like a certain maybe spike you saw when that happened?
So I don't look at the GIQ every day. I wouldn't even say I look at it every week or every month. But I think that information is determinable. I think we can determine when they entered the queue, I think. So, but I really don't know precisely.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now, this generation interconnection queue, that necessarily represents the amount of capacity that will be ran on natural gas fuel, correct?
That is all thermal, natural gas fired capacity. I think. I mean, I think we're pretty safe to conclude that it is all natural gas fired. But a portion of it is also going to be dual fuel capable and not rely solely on natural gas. So, but it's thermal generation and it's brand new. So it's going to be, either a reciprocating internal combustion engine that's fired by natural gas and or fuel oil, or a CT combustion turbine, or a combined cycle generator. It is possible, I wasn't thinking about this when I wrote this, but it is possible that there might be a smaller thermal unit in that is purely fuel oil. Something I will verify, but.
Okay. But as you are here today, you're unable to like compartmentalize which one's dual fuel, which one's gonna be just natural gas, nothing like that, numbers wise.
Actually, I mean, I do have a list of these plants attached to that testimony. If there's any that are exclusively fired by fuel oil, it's gonna be very, very little.
Sure. So it'd be fair to say that a majority of that's gonna be fueled by natural gas then, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
A vast majority of it.
And so as we sit here today, let me back up again. Were you able to estimate how many MMBTUs would be required to, for example, to supply 26,000 megawatts of energy?
Well, if I knew the heat rate of every one of those units, I could.
Sure.
But I couldn't, I'm not gonna attempt to calculate it right here, right now.
Fair enough. That's okay. I want to talk again about the amount of megawatts entering into the queue in 2024. You wrote in there, you said 20,000 or so, right?
Mhm.
And so is there some sort of trend or a piece of information that you could point to that would kind of explain this huge jump?
Did you say the huge
Well,
shift?
yeah,
Yeah.
We're qualify, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, a good portion of it is sort of addressed directly in my testimony. But and we could look line by line and verify that this is the case, but these are all gonna be load serving entities in SPP. I'm nearly certain, right? So these are either regulated utilities, or they're municipals, or they're cooperatives. And, you know, the shift and the timing, I think it's just generally associated with the fact that, you know, it's generally associated with all, in my opinion, with the continuously continuously tightening and becoming more stringent reliability standards that are being implemented by the Southwest Power Pool. Excuse me. So obviously, Mr. Astreb, you're aware of the events of, you know, Winter Storm Uri in the 2021. And then, you know, just a few years later, we had Winter Storm Elliott, which really exacerbated and focused everybody's focus even further on reliability issues. And a lot of the policy work and the reliability improvement policy work that has taken place at SPP, it takes time. It really does, right? I mean, just recently were they able to file at FERC to get the performance-based accreditation standard that we talked a little bit about earlier in this session, and the fuel assurance standard that we talked about, the effective load carrying capability study. I mean, these things are still, these policy enhancements and improvements are still being implemented today from Winter Storm Uri. So the point being, it takes a while, right? And I think, you know, the other thing is there's an increasingly heightened awareness within the industry and within load serving entities of SPP that it's kind of like they can't catch the load projections and the projections of additional load fast enough. Like every time they update their projected load forecast, they're a little bit behind. And there's some really good slides that I don't have on hand that I could point you to demonstrate that. But I think from a variety of different areas and reasons, people are becoming acutely aware of the fact that additional thermal generation needs to be built in SPP in order to serve load, in order to maintain reliability, and in order to meet the demands that are expected to come very soon on the system, right? And I don't think Evergy is alone in that, the first IRP that we saw that we've all participated in that called for a new thermal facility was the 2023 IRP, right? Well, that kind of corresponds pretty well with this ramp up that we see. There was only 3,000 megawatts of thermal in 2023. But, I think knowing Evergy as a pretty risk averse entity, to be honest with you, if I was in their shoes and if I know how they made the decision, I'll bet they said, yeah, I know that the IRP calls for a new thermal gen, but let's do one more IRP just to make sure that that's not just an aberration. And if we do this right now, there's only 3,000 megawatts of thermal gen in the queue. This is going to look like an outlier, right? If you think about that time period was right in the middle of when all of the tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act were kicking off, right? I mean, we were squarely in the middle of the last administration. Just a lot of reasons why I don't think a lot of people were signing up to build thermal at that point in time. But a lot of those factors culminated in and around 2024. And I think finally the message is getting through, and load serving entities across the board, regardless of ownership type. It'd be an interesting thing to note for the record to just go down through that list and look at all the entities in there that are deciding, we need to build thermal gen. We need to build something dispatchable that has more than 4 hours of reliability support behind it, and that's not weather dependent and intermittent. And so that's what's going on. I think that's what's going on. And I would not attribute it to any kind of speculative load boom or anticipated, AI demand or data center demand. I just don't think, knowing the type of entities that are putting those plants online or studying for them, that's not the kind of that's not the way those kind of entities make decisions.
I appreciate your answer there. So kind of long and short of it, it sounds like, is that based on all those factors you have described just now, it sounds like Evergy, in addition to pretty much every utility in the SPP region, is picking up on that same kind of conclusion, right? At the same time.
Pretty close to around the same time. Yep.
Okay. And so I want to talk about that last bit you mentioned regarding the impact of new large load coming in. So your testimony here is that this lining up in the generation interconnection queue has nothing to do with considerations for such load, correct?
Yeah, if I said that, I sure didn't mean to. I don't mean that it would have nothing to do with it. What I mean is that I don't think that it's the prevailing or that it would be, one of the top considerations, or I'm not sure exactly what adjective to use, but I'm sure it's a consideration. I just wouldn't put it in the category of maybe even the top 3 considerations, not for this list of power plants.
Certainly.
Right? I mean, you go into some other areas of the country, maybe down in ERCOT or otherwise. Sure, we're building power plants specifically to serve data centers and large load, artificial intelligence and that sort of thing. But I would venture to say that especially that list of power plants, I'd be surprised if that's even in the top 3 specific reasons as to why people are building those plants.
Okay, thank you for that. Focusing specifically on Evergy and its plans for the Viola and McNew plants, would you agree that concern for potential large load customers was part of the decision for these plants?
I think my answer would probably be somewhat similar to the other existing plants that are out there in the queue in SPP. As you know, there's only one specific customer that was, included in the load forecast and planned for. I don't think that's even a confidential concept at this point, but in any case, we know who that is. There is another relatively small load economic growth placeholder that was in the IRP. And I just can't remember right now if that is confidential or not. But that's a number that is right off the top of my head, and we could talk about if we become aware that that's not confidential. But other than that, specifically related to the nuts and bolts of the planning and the modeling that was done to make the determination to build these plants, it just wasn't a huge driver or a major or significant driver of the decision. I would say definitely that the possibility of significant new large load or new large load customers, I think I referenced it generally in my testimony as support for this decision. I almost view it like a free put option. Like I support the need to build these plants, even if they eventually ultimately delay the retirement of Jeffrey 2 and 3. And one of the reasons that I do that is because I do believe that we're in a different era and a different time with regard to electricity demand growth in our country over the next 5-10 years. And we're not alone in that assessment, right? Every utility in the Midwest and throughout most of the country is projecting that same type of load growth. And so I guess what I'm saying is I feel like if we're wrong, I guess, or we don't end up actually needing these plants because we're explicitly going to retire a coal plant, I feel like there's a backup. There's a backup out there in that, either we can use that capacity to serve load or new large load if it makes sense. And we've got some details to work out, as you know, in the 25-315 docket. But if it makes sense for customers, then maybe we'll use it for that. Or, if we don't get that new large load, I know that we're in a period of declining capacity reserve margins in SPP, and there's a bunch of other people that want to build a power plant right now. And so put all that together, I just view the risk and the likelihood of us being in a significant overcapacity situation 5 years from now. I just view that as a little less risky or likely than us being in a significant undercapacity situation if we don't build these plants, right? So
Appreciate that. Just kind of that last note, do you believe that this predetermination request is going to be the last one that Evergy makes in regards to natural gas facilities to address that potential new load in the future?
I don't know. I haven't had any specific conversations with Evergy about their near-term plans. In terms of are we going to be facing another one of these predetermination dockets next year, for instance? We really don't have those kind of conversations with the company. I have kind of a high level overview of what I think the 2025 IRP is going to look like. We could probably figure that out a little more if we went and looked at the Missouri, IRP, which I have not done. But to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know whether they'll be filing another one, what the status of that is. I think I said that in my direct I'm just not sure, given that the capacity expansion modeling that they did it replaced that 2031 combined cycle unit with battery storage. And then it selected a CT in 2032 instead. And so, you know, I assume that decision we made based on the 2025 IRP, but I really don't know.
That's fair, thank you. I just want to turn it, the reason I'm getting to this, I want to talk more about kind of fuel forecasting inputs and analyses. And so staff also reviews the IRP in a separate docket to determine if it complies with commission framework and provides, you know, substantive comments regarding the analyses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was able to do that for the 2024 IRP filing?
Yes.
Okay. And Commission Chair, just to clarify regarding administrative notice of dockets, just leave it for the brief and just talk about it generally?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, I just didn't know if to make an official declaration of it, but I want to talk about Evergy's, or no, sorry, staff's comments to Evergy's 2024 IRP.
Okay.
Are you familiar with those comments?
I am.
Okay, and those were filed in October 14th, 2024, correct? Subject to check.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, but usually those comments are filed later in the fall after usually a May filing of the IRP itself.
Yeah, and I think the time frame is different with triennials versus the annual.
Yes.
But yeah,
Okay.
for the triennial, all of those dates are lining up with my recollection.
All right, thank you for that. And you were present this morning during cross-examination of Mr. Vanderveldy regarding fuel forecast inputs.
Yes.
And so you're aware that Evergy uses a third-party vendor to develop those inputs?
Yes.
And during staff's review of the 2024 IRP, was it able to look into the details of that third-party vendor work for fuel input?
Not the details, I would say. You know, I'm very familiar with the numbers that came out of that assessment.
Mhm.
You know, you've seen some testimony that I put on in this case about what I view as the reasonableness of those forecasts. Given the information that we have available to us today, like, you know, we can go look at forward curves for local natural gas. We can go look at forward curves for Henry Hub natural gas, and we can try to compare what the market is telling us today about the long-term cost of natural gas versus what they were anticipating. You know, we can do that kind of an analysis, but, you know, no, I'm not going to be able to specifically answer in detail what the third party, you know, entity was looking at when they made those projections.
Fair enough. But just timing wise, based on your testimony in the settlement for the settlement agreement regarding the April 14, 2025 look at the interconnection queue, it's unlikely that those third party vendors have this information and these numbers back in May of 2024, correct?
Well, they wouldn't have had those exact numbers, but certainly there would have been at that time, depends on when the forecast was put together, but I think it would be too much to say that the natural gas projections included in Evergy's IRP, you know, could not have anticipated or did not anticipate a growth in, or the potential for the growth in natural gas generation in this country.
Fair. But you have no details about specific, how much of that may have been included at the time that calculation was made?
No, I do not.
Okay. Turning back again to staff's comments in the 2024 IRP, do you recall, are you familiar with the recommendations that staff had made regarding the IRP filing?
I generally am.
Okay.
But I'd probably like to have the document in front of me if we're going to get into much more detail.
Certainly. One moment, please. May I approach the witness? And I'm approaching the witness with what's for illustrative purposes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Grady, I just handed you the notice of filing of staff's report and recommendation, public version from docket number 24 EKCE 387 CPL. Do you have that?
I do.
And is this the document that staff filed in commenting on Evergy's 2024 IRP filing?
It is.
Okay. Can you turn to page 3 for me of that document?
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. In reference to paragraph, the third paragraph from the top there, label number 5.
Okay.
And this is in regards to conclusions that staff made about the IRP and recommendations. And so part of staff's recommendation for that IRP was to have Evergy pursue options such as solar and solar plus battery storage, as they appear to be valuable in meeting resource need cost effectively, particularly in the near term.
Yes.
And staff had also recommended that Evergy include evaluations of potential power purchase agreement alternatives.
Yes.
And Mr. Grady, in past IRP comment filings, has staff previously made recommendations to consider PPAs over facility ownership?
We've made recommendations that Evergy should consider PPAs. I don't know about, PPAs over ownership. I guess subject to the individual words that we used.
Certainly.
But no, we have, consistently taken the position that for renewable assets in particular, Evergy needs to be prepared, and we will do it if they don't, or we will ask questions about it. They need to be prepared for to compare the economics of an ownership option versus an equivalent PPA, right? So, and as you know, they did that, and we've done that in this case with Kansas Sky Solar, and it compares very well. We've actually recommended denial of utility ownership of renewable assets before, when that PPA comparison did not exist or was not as favorable. So yes, that's always, for a long time, that's been our position.
Okay, thank you for that. And is it still is it still staff's position that Evergy should consider solar and solar plus battery storage in the near term because of its cost effectiveness? As of today, for example, before the 2025 IRP happens.
Yeah, no, I think that recommendation was not meant to point out any area of deficiency in the IRP, but more to support sort of our typical stance on these issues, which is, all of the above. We do think that's the right strategy. And in particular, we said solar and storage. Yes, that should continue to be evaluated. Certainly still believe that.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I want to turn attention now to the conversation that I had, that also Commissioner Keen had with Mr. Vanderveldy regarding natural gas being considered a bridge resource. Do you recall that conversation today?
Natural gas being considered a what resource?
Bridge resource. A bridging resource?
I don't know why, but I'm having a really hard time understanding you.
Oh, bridge.
Oh, bridge. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry
I
about
have
that.
hearing loss, but that's kind of the worst it's gotten so far today. Yeah, bridge resource. Yes, I hear you now.
Okay. Do you agree with Mr. Vanderveldy's definition of a bridging resource as far as going from carbon to non-carbon resources?
Oh, I like Mr. Vanderveldy, but I'm not sure I want to adopt his particular definition of bridge resource or agree comprehensively with his evaluation of it. I said directly in my testimony that I think natural gas generation is going to be around in a key portion of electricity generation for a long time in this country, right? I really do. I mean, I used 48 years as the anticipated life of the facilities just for the, the analysis that I did in my docket or my testimony. I pointed to some testimony. There's some figure that SPP anticipates in its emerging technologies scenario, that it anticipates natural gas to be like 29% of nameplate capacity in 2042. So it's hard to tell that far into the future. Be interesting to see what happens in this country with regard to the development of hydrogen as a supply chain, if at all. My understanding is these units will be 30% hydrogen fired capable right out of the box. And, if you read Mitsubishi Power of America, what they say is we're working on 50% hydrogen capable, and we'll be at 100% by the end of the decade. So when you think about it like that, I don't know, right now, they potentially have the ability to be a zero carbon option at some point if the fuel source is there. So that complicates a little bit the concept of a bridge resource and something that's only going to be there for a short period of time, right? Short answer is I just don't know ultimately what the future holds. But personally, I think that natural gas fired generation, absent some dramatic technological advancement that no one in this room knows about, I think it's going to be around for quite some time.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. I appreciate that. I think earlier on, Commissioner Chair French was talking about natural gas and its ability to, I think, be a better backup for renewables compared to coal. You remember that conversation this morning?
I do.
Okay. So do you agree that natural gas will provide a better battery backup to transition to more renewable resources then?
Well, I definitely would agree that these facilities, the technological capabilities of them, the engineering capabilities of them, in terms of their minimum load output, their ramp capability, their time to full load from a cold start, warm start and a hot start, for a variety of reasons, these units will be far more capable of load following renewables than coal-fired generation is today.
Okay.
Now that's just that specific grid reliability attribute, right? There's other things we could talk about, of course, with the value of coal, but yes, to answer your question, yes, they'll be far more capable.
And then, so do you agree with the concept that by adding more natural gas resources, that will facilitate more renewable additions as well?
I do.
Thank you. And earlier in your conversation with Ms. Greenwald, you had talked about the kind of declining incremental accreditation for solar resources as time goes on and as more incremental resources are added of that type, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be a problem for solar resources in that regard, right?
Yeah, I don't know about a problem, but it's just it's a factor that needs to be considered in terms of, for resource planning and part of the economics of the decision. It's got to be considered. All other things being equal, the more solar and wind and batteries you add to the system, the more you have to build in order to maintain a reliable system. So I don't know about problem,
Sure.
but it's a factor. It's a fact of life that we have to consider.
Yeah, and problem may be the wrong word. I just think, referring back to those scenarios where there's only solar build and no thermal, it would require a very significant amount of solar to match that capacity, right? If it would for thermal resources.
Absolutely.
Certainly. And that's unrealistic, right?
Well, I hope so.
Fair enough. So this degradation of capacity and the new EELC or ELCC framework to give accreditation, that's just inherent with the nature of renewable resources like solar, isn't it? Isn't that just kind of what naturally happens for that resource as you add more? Or is there some sort of way to get out of that funk as far as accreditation goes?
I don't know that there's a way to get out of the funk. I mean, you can, as we've discussed, you can add batteries to firm up the accreditation of those resources, but batteries too are limited and have declining ELCC curves. By far the most prevalent technology available today is a 4-hour lithium ion battery. You can build an 8-hour battery. They're very expensive. I was corrected the other day when somebody told me that today in ERCOT, the prevalent technology is a 2-hour battery. So, you can firm them up, but what's going to happen is SPP is going to run a loss of load expectation study, and they're going to run an effective load carrying capability study together with the same assumptions and analysis. And what they're going to do is they're going to run 43 weather years worth of actual weather, but they're going to replicate today's system back across those 43 years of weather. And they're going to evaluate and say, when we have weather like we had on December 17th, 1983, which, was a 11-day significant cold event, what's the likelihood that that 4-hour battery and that solar facility is going to be able to prevent load shed? That's the way ELCC calculations work. And the problem is, or the reality is, the first couple thousand megawatts you add are really helpful, as I've testified to, for reliability purposes. But boy, when you get to 5 or 10,000 megawatts of this stuff online, now suddenly it struggles in terms of being able to really meet reliability needs in the summer and in the winter. That's the reality that more deeply decarbonized systems and utility planning for deep decarbonation faces is the realities of ELCC.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So it sounds like it's just kind of the methodology and the technological limitations this time has some impacts on the viability of solar, right?
Yeah, and the weather and interdependency, intermittency. We know for one thing, which is that, about half the hours of the year, solar's not going to work. And for wind, it's different, right? And batteries are different. But yeah, I think it's just the physical realities and the engineering realities of the generation technologies.
So in light of that context for renewables and the context for natural gas and the notion here that coal is an aging resource that needs to be retired, are we setting ourselves up here to just make natural gas the new coal facilities going forward and taking care of main baseload? Or what does staff foresee this as this like stepping point in time?
Well, that's a good question. No, I don't, I asked a lot of discovery, and I focused on some of that in my direct testimony, in terms of the flexibility of these plants, right? Somebody said to me during this proceeding, we're not building your grandfather's natural gas plants. The efficiency of these things, the capability, the flexibility of them. I don't, in a scenario where we have a heavily decarbonized electricity production system with lots of wind and solar and batteries, sure, these are going to run less, right? They're going to run less. But I'll bet you $10 that they still run a bunch in January and February, and they're going to run in July and August too. And they're probably going to run when the other thermal facilities are on outage in April and October, because and again, with everything that I see and read today, we just don't have any other alternative to them that's economic today, you know? If suddenly we can figure out how to build small modular nuclear reactors for $3,000 a kilowatt, then we're gonna be having a different conversation, you know, probably. But even those things don't have the kind of super flexibility that these do, you know, 70 megawatts per minute of ramp is very, very fast. I mean, you know, way faster than SPP is gonna actually dispatch them.
Thank you for that. So let's turn towards now the settlement agreement for the gas utilities, okay? So one of the requirements is that Evergy will consult with the gas utilities in Kansas to talk about priority and supply and pipeline considerations, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's necessarily going to require discussion about this advent of new gas generation in the SPP market and what kind of impacts that might have on gas supply, right?
I would think so.
Because we don't know what that's going to look like at this time, do we?
In terms of the total amount of natural gas construction or consumption.
Consumption.
Yeah, no, we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. I mean, I will just say, sort of remind everybody that SPP is a 14 state region, you know, which stretches from Canada to the panhandle of Texas and into Louisiana and Oklahoma, Missouri and Iowa, Nebraska, North and South Dakota. So that's, you know, 26,000 megawatts of gas spread out throughout that entire region. It's a little bit hard to say whether, you know, what the impact of that will be.
Fair enough, but you'd agree with me, there's only a handful of pipeline supply companies that serve this entire region, right? Not every state has their own dedicated company to deal with that, do they?
I don't know. I mean, I'll just be honest. I'm much more familiar with the state of the interstate natural gas pipelines situation in Kansas and Missouri, but I'm not all that familiar with the state of interstate natural gas pipeline capacity or companies outside of those two states.
Understandable. But at the end of this collaborative process, do you expect there to be some sort of commission ruling about how gas should be allocated during emergencies? What goes into that necessarily?
I think what's in the terms of the settlement agreement is that we'll talk about it and we will, you know, collaborate and we will report back to the commission. But, you know, from there, the sky's the limit in terms of, you know, just up to, you know, the will of the commission and the parties. I mean, I think somebody recommended that this should be handled in a general investigation. That certainly could be the case. I mean, you know, I mean, we do have natural gas prioritization schemes and, you know, curtailment thresholds and concepts that is contained in the tariffs of our natural gas utilities today, right? So it's not unheard of in terms of if we ever get into a severe curtailment type situation, there's prioritization that we could look at today in terms of, you know, what would we do if it came down to, you know, running a natural gas generator versus allowing customers or, you know, versus allowing a local distribution utility to have that natural gas for home heating purposes, which by the way, would be a very, very severe restriction of natural gas commodities. In my opinion, it's always going to come down to the preservation of local distribution utility home heating and life-saving measures first, you know, because of the difficulty of relighting everybody's pilot lights that was discussed earlier in this presentation or earlier in the hearing, right? But so I don't know. It's a little bit speculation to say what the ultimate end goal is going to be.
Certainly, thank you. I want to turn attention now to these circuit breaker provisions regarding cost overruns.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try not to get into the specific numbers, so you don't need to necessarily tell me the numbers, but you know the numbers, so we can kind of talk generally what we're looking at here. It's been understood that the definitive cost estimates for the gas utilities includes a contingency above what they actually expect the thing to cost, right?
Well, I think the contingency is sort of what it's above what they have identified their actual
Sure.
costs are at this point, but it's definitely part of what they quote unquote expect the cost to be.
Certainly.
But yeah,
But what I'm saying is there's a contingency of some sort built into it that's not specific to any aspect, one particular aspect of development, right?
there is.
Okay. And so this 115% threshold, that's above and beyond that definitive cost estimate, right?
It is.
And so essentially it's 15% above the definitive cost estimate. You'd agree with me that if both the Viola and McNew plant hit that 115% threshold there, that the total amount above the definitive cost estimate would be more than the definitive cost estimate for the Kansas Sky facility. Approximately.
Just doing some quick math
Sure.
here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Chair French, I apologize. May I request a 3-minute bio break, please?
Sure. Let's all take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 3:30. We're off the record.
Yeah, I was trying to be.
You guys, I'll go take a break too. Good. Yes. What do you think?
It's not made yet, I don't think.
That may impact what other do or they may start other questions.
That's okay. I'm the one who came up behind you.
We're getting there. Yes.
Be seated. We are now back on the record in the evidentiary hearing for docket number 25, EKCE 207 PRE. And looking at my script here, we've just finished Curb's cross-examination of Mr. Grady. Looks like we're ready for commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, do you have questions for Mr. Grady?
Afternoon, Justin.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioner.
I had two questions for you. I was going to give you a lot of latitude on those. I still have those two, but I've added a third as a result of the colloquy that you had with Mr. Zakura. So I'm going to make that question my first question. Your thoughts about the opinions expressed in the testimony of Curb's witness, Ms. Metz, in opposition to granting Evergy's request in this docket?
Well, I'd say there's a number of areas that I just directly disagree with Curb witness Metz. I guess we could start off with just the high level, conclusions. I don't mean to say high level conclusions. The summary conclusions that she reaches, which in my mind can be summarized as Evergy should, build, if it's something like Evergy should build more, should focus on batteries and maybe a combustion turbine in the event that you need capacity, and pair that with more wind and more solar, because wind and solar have been shown to be economic by the company's modeling and or because of the company's history. In terms of, the company does have a history of being able to utilize wind purchase power agreements to the benefit of customers. And, I think that testimony really misses the mark, because first of all, if the utility were to come in and file that resource plan, the first thing that I would say in my testimony is that is not consistent with your IRP, right? That's not consistent with your IRP. I mean, I feel like that is a standard that, we should focus on. That's definitely part of what the predetermination standard calls us to focus on. The capacity expansion model that Evergy ran in this docket with the higher costs of the combined cycle units, it didn't support the build of batteries or combustion turbine until 2031 or 2032. What it supported was a combined cycle generating facility in 2030. Right? So, and yes, there is quite a bit of solar in Evergy's preferred plan. There is quite a bit of solar in the capacity expansion model. And I don't know what their plans are. We may very well have another solar facility before us at some point in time, but I think where her testimony really misses the mark is, and maybe some of this isn't her fault because it was developed prior to the recent, turmoil with regard to, potential trade issues and tariffs. But as evidenced by literally today's announcement of solar tariffs on Southeast Asia, I think there is an incredible amount of risk, uncertainty in terms of our ability to import into this country, to build significant amounts of utility scale solar. Everybody in the room knows that there's a lot of uncertainty with regard to the clean energy tax credits and the future of those. And I was real direct about that in my testimony. I've been a major significant supporter of an all of the above strategy in many public forums in the last 2 or 3 years. I'm still supportive of solar, but I think we all owe it to ourselves to back up a little and realize like, this is a pretty uncertain environment to be putting all of our eggs in the solar and battery basket, you know? And so I disagree with the fundamental conclusions that she draws. And, you know, and actually that's about the only thing I can think of right now in terms of specific details. I'm sure if I picked her testimony up, I could find a few more, but you know, at that level, that's where she and I have our most significant difference of opinion.
All right, thank you for that. And now the two main questions I had intended for you. And I want to say this, Justin, as an overview. It's my attempt here for each of these questions to go to the heart or the essence of major issue differences between the proponents and the opponents. And in the process, I want to provide you with great latitude in answering as you see fit. So rather than try to do a stepping stone approach by asking you 100 questions that lead up to the main question, we're going to cut to the chase in both cases. As a prelude to the first question, I would ask you this. Is it a fair statement that the proposed gas plants, if constructed, would add to Evergy's dispatchable resources and in this respect, ostensibly, enhance the reliability and resilience of their system?
Yes, that is absolutely a fair statement. You know, you know that I spent quite a bit of time in my testimony in this docket on the issue of reliability for these power plants. And, you know, admittedly, if we had been writing this, if I had had to write this testimony 2 years ago, that would have been much more difficult testimony to write, right? But as you know, every major national or regional reliability organization for a couple years now has really been sounding the alarm, you know, saying, hey, we need to slow down a little bit here on the energy transition. This is not the time to be making permanent retirement decisions, especially for winter reliability. We really need to maintain the dispatchable capacity we have. We might need to add new dispatchable capacity. You know, I mean, the signs are all around us, and everybody that has reliability in their name is telling us that as frequently as they can, as often as they can, in every forum possible. You know, so I think we need these plants. I know we're not going to be the only ones in SPP to be building them, and that's a good thing. But it's obvious and evident, and the more time you spend in SPP proceedings and listen to them talk, they too are very concerned about reliability. I put the entire opening paragraph of their generational challenge report in my direct testimony. And, you know, I encourage you to read it again if you haven't recently. Everybody is saying we need additional dispatchable generation. And I'm certainly not here to suggest that Kansas and Evergy Kansas Central needs to be the utility that's footing the bill and shouldering the burden for the entire footprint, because we talked about evidence today that, you know, there's 26,000 megawatts of natural gas facilities being built in SPP. Everybody that pays close attention to these issues is coming to the same conclusion that we need additional thermal generation in order to maintain the reliability of the system and in order to be able to meet load growth that's coming. Almost everybody. Apparently there's a couple people that have not come to that conclusion, but so I absolutely believe that these plants will improve the reliability of the system. I understand completely that the cost is not welcome And that's probably why as many signatories as there are did not join on to the agreement. I understand that. It's not an easy decision for me to make either. You know, I'm a ratepayer. All of my family is Evergy ratepayers. But I do think it's that important. I think the plants are needed. And I think they're needed because they will offer us flexibility in the future with regard to if we want to go the direction of retiring coal, we're never going to retire those coal plants unless something like this is built. You know, maybe we still won't retire them and we'll keep them around for reliability. But if we want to serve additional load growth, Evergy can't hook up new large load customers today. They can't. There's evidence that could have been put in the record. I could probably read it into the record pretty soon, just so it is in there. There's evidence regarding the accredited capacity level of Evergy for June of 2025. They only have like 150 megawatts of extra capacity right now. I mean, it's not a theoretical concept that maybe load will or will not come. They can't hook up new large load customers today. And if people are being honest with themselves, they know that. And this is all prior to all of the more stringent requirements kicking in for resource adequacy. This is prior to the planning reserve margin going up to 16% in 2026. And then it goes up to 17% in 2029. And it's prior to the performance-based accreditation fully kicking in, and the effective load carrying capability and the fuel assurance. So yeah, we need these plants.
Well, I think two of those entities that are on board with the opinions I believe you just expressed generally, one would be NERC, and the other I think would be the new chairman of FERC, Mark Christie. You really led me into what essentially, that was the prelude to my first question. So I'm going to get three questions out of you anyway. My first question did pertain to the issue that you raised, which was about the cost. And we've heard a lot about cost here during this proceedings for these plants and about levels of uncertainty that relate to these costs. You gave a really exhaustive answer, I think, to having to do with the issue of cost in one of your responses to Mr. Zakura. If there's anything about cost of these plants that you would care to elaborate on further, you can do it now.
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe two sort of sub issues, right? The first is just the cost itself that customers, assuming that there isn't any overrun or significant overrun over the definitive cost estimate, right? I mean, it's not an insignificant amount of an impact to customers. It's not. It's 4.3% rate increase for each half of the units. All of the things being equal, right? Assuming no load growth at all. And, it too is a summary level analysis. It just says, if we had a rate case today, this is what it would look like. It's not considering all of the other factors. But there's a lot of robust analysis that went into the 2024 IRP and the capacity expansion model that really does show it's not the least cost solution, but it's close. It's close to the least cost solution. And it performs well in a wide variety of futures, very uncertain futures, right? So, and I really believe that for the reliability of the system, these plants need to be built. I really do. I hope that we can make it until they come without a major reliability issue in this state and in SPP. But I can't be 100% certain that we won't, that we will, that we won't have a major reliability issue before they come. And I hope nobody feels that that's like hyperbolic or, exaggerative, because those are my real thoughts. So it's a real cost, but I really believe that reliability is, it's first and foremost, and it needs to be. I wouldn't support their decision to build these plants if I didn't think that they were needed for reliability. And, at the end of the day, rate affordability and the pace of rate increases is very important. And it, to be honest, the fact that these plants are coming online, it should be a component and it should be accounted for in Evergy's capital expenditure plans. And I hope it is, right? In terms of maybe this isn't the time to really ramp up your distribution spending and your transmission spending also, if we're going to be spending several $1 billion on power plants. I don't make those decisions, those guys do. And ultimately those people, of course, and ultimately where we land in terms of regional rate competitiveness is going to be a whole host of those different factors. But a lot of other people are building them as well. And I think we're in a lot better shape in this state with regard to resource adequacy and reliability than other states. We're not as behind the 8 ball in that regard. But and I know this isn't an easy thing to say to ratepayers either, but I think the cost of these facilities should really be put in context and compared against the potential alternative of, a situation where we end up short, dramatically short. I've said this before in public forums, for 4 winters in a row now, SPP has not been able to meet its internal load, its firm load, without non-firm resources coming into the region. 4 winters in a row, right? And I just don't think that's acceptable and shouldn't be acceptable to anyone, which means that every load serving entity in SPP needs to build more firm winter dispatchable capacity, in my opinion. And Evergy is the largest load serving entity in SPP. They're 20% of the load total or something close to that. They're the largest load serving entity in SPP. So we can't just hope or demand or request that a utility this size just build enough capacity just to access the market, which is so pretty close to what is being recommended by some of the other parties in the docket. I just don't think we can afford to do that with the largest utility in the state and the largest load serving entity in SPP. So that was too long of an answer. It should have been much more focused, but I hope that ratepayers understand that the cost of these plants is worth it relative to the alternative, which is when you don't have enough capacity to meet the energy needs of your state and of your region. When that happens, everybody's heard the worst case scenarios. In the worst case scenario, people die, people's houses are flooded, thousands of dollars of broken pipes and flooding damage. Businesses have lost product and lost opportunity, and it's terrible, right? The cost of lost load is very, very, very high. And so unfortunately, this is just one of those times where I think we have to hold our nose and agree and build these plants with, of course, all the right conditions, whatever the commission believes is necessary. But that's where I come down on it. I just think we need them.
Appreciate your answer. It's basically a segue to my final question. And my final question really tries to ask you to address what I think is one of the most basic and essential questions of this whole proceeding, and that is whether or not there is a need for these gas plants. And in that context, I think this question really has to do with what I would consider to be the ultimate opportunity cost issue presented by this docket. So in your opinion, and you can embellish what you've already said if you would, what risk will Kansans be exposed to, or risks will Kansans be exposed to if the resources requested by this predetermination application are not approved?
Well, we chose to focus on the reliability angle and the reliability risk in our opening statement. And I stand by that opening statement and believe it. So there's that risk, of course, and we've kind of talked about that. But, the other risk we really haven't focused much on is the direct testimony that I put on where I'm talking about, the pitfall of planning for a too narrowly construed view of the future, right? Like, for instance, if collectively everybody in this room said, you know what, we want this utility to plan for a low natural gas price future and a low carbon restriction future, right? We don't ever think that we're going to have a change in administrations at the federal level. We don't ever think we're going to have a change of priorities in terms of, moving towards a more carbon restricted future. It's basically going to be the status quo, low natural gas prices and low carbon restrictions forever. If that was your view of the future, I'm not so sure that, actually I know that there is a scenario like that. The capacity expansion model would not select these units. It would not. But Evergy goes through in that 2024 IRP, and I tried to do some justice to referring to that in my testimony. They go through an analysis like that in that IRP docket, and they say the danger to planning like that is if you're wrong. And if you're wrong, then it's really costly. And they do that. That's why they stress these scenarios across 27 different endpoints with a very uncertain future. And then they do an expected net present value revenue requirement calculation to bring it back to this is how we're going to plan. And, the reality is planning for what you think the future is going to look like as if can be very costly. And, I think that these plants position the utility quite well to a whole range of future conditions, right? Maybe we do go back to a situation where 111D rules become the law of the land. And if so, then you just limit the capacity of these units to 40%. There will be a cost to that, of course, in terms of levelized cost of energy, but there really won't be a cost to that in terms of levelized cost of capacity, because that is what it is. I mean, they'll be able to run highly efficiently and reliably when they're needed. So I think there's both a reliability potential cost and an economic potential cost in terms of opportunity cost if we don't pursue this decision, this opportunity at this time. And, I also put some testimony on that I don't think that we're going to get any more certainty anytime soon. I just don't see that. I haven't seen or read anything that gives me any indication that the demand for natural gas to build new natural gas plants is going to slow down anytime soon. In fact, every time I read an earnings report coming from GE, Vernova, or Mitsubishi Power of Americas, every time I hear industry news or analysis about that, what it is it's another 24,000 megawatts of natural gas plants that Iraq, this is just like a week ago, right? GE announced that their biggest, most capable, pretty equivalent to these type of units, 24,000 megawatts going to Iraq by 2030. So this isn't just an America thing either. People are building more and more and more natural gas facilities all over the country and all over the world. And the only thing that I see that would change that in any dramatic fashion over the next year is if we go into a very severe recession, right? We go into a very severe recession. Because I think that's what it would take before all of corporate America, just stops their AI interests, their data center interests. I mean, all the reshoring of manufacturing and the interest that's going on here, there. I think that's what it would take. And you're going to have to see that 26,000 megawatts in the SPPGIQ. You're going to have to see a bunch of those orders start dropping off. And then you put some pressure on the 3 major natural gas manufacturing facilities in this country and globally. And then I think you'll see it, the curve bend, right? But we haven't seen any evidence of that. I just want to say, I think if we were having this exact same proceeding 1 year from now, I'd bet $10 that these plants are going to be a lot more expensive than they are right now.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your responses. No further.
I want to point out you now made 2 $10 bets while sworn under oath, so people can collect.
Can you remind me of my first one?
I think it was with Mr. Astrab. He'll have to collect.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It was all, rhetorical.
Commissioner Keither, any questions?
It's just more of a comment, because we really drilled down on Commissioner Keene's questions, because what I heard so much through your testimony today was reliability versus affordability. And that is obviously the crux of this whole decision that we have to make. And I think you've illustrated very clearly where your position is. And I just think what frustrates me is the affordability part is getting the people to understand it. And I know what happens when they turn on their furnace and nothing happens. But I mean, overall, the general aspect of affordability is something we need to understand and get across a better way to the ratepayers, because I'm a ratepayer just like you. I mean, I'm going to pay the 9%, if we go forward, it's there. So I appreciate your testimony this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, I certainly agree with that. And this isn't probably the last generation investment we're talking about either. So we'll keep that in mind as well. Since you brought up a deep recession, how qualified do you feel to ballpark the chances of that?
Oh, I can. I mean, I have enough.
No, I don't want to tempt you.
All right, good. I won't then. Yeah, I won't bet, but I can give you an estimate.
Okay. I do have a few questions for you, though. I have narrowed it down. I'm not going to ask you everything that's written on my orange sticky notes. But I'm going to go through your testimony in a few spots, just ask some clarifying questions and then ask a couple big picture questions. You can follow along with me if you want, although I don't know if it's necessary. At page 43, you're getting into that discussion of the Southwest Power Pool and resource adequacy initiatives that might be influencing some of the build out that we're seeing. First, a clarifying question. And just because this is something I know we've had to address publicly a few times, you've got a sentence starting at line 13 on page 43 that says the net result of all these RA resource adequacy initiatives is that load serving entities like Evergy are being required to produce higher reserve margins at the same time as their existing generation resources, both renewable and conventional, are receiving less accreditation from SPP. Just for clarity, it's my understanding that the new accreditation methods are maybe more precisely defining the accreditation of those resources, but at least as a region, we haven't actually gotten rid of accredited amounts. I guess I'm saying I wouldn't phrase it that they're receiving less accreditation on their resources. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do. But I think the one exception to that is for ELCC. You know what I mean? ELCC is in both the denominator and it's in the ICAP calculation and it's in the ACAP calculation. So for that, that's a true loss of accreditation of capacity.
Yeah.
But the rest of the stuff, you're right. It's more of a reshuffling of responsibility.
And honestly, I don't know where Evergy falls on this spectrum. It would be the case that under performance-based accreditation, the better performing, the entities with better performing units are probably going to see a little better accreditation, and the entities with older, worse performing units are going to see lower accreditation, and they're going to have to buy more capacity, right?
Right. Yeah. And Evergy has included the effects of performance-based accreditation in their 2024 IRP. Now, I think what they included was what they anticipated based on the best information available, in early 2024, and that's changed some. But they've done an analysis, and net, it's going to hurt them a little bit, all right, for performance-based accreditation. What they have not included is fuel assurance, right? And that'll come in 2025. And the 2025 IRP, or it's supposed to. But yeah.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going, and what I think is interesting here is your conversation with, I believe, Mr. Astrab, that your assessment is that it's not sort of this speculative AI, potential data center pipeline type of things that's driving what's being put in the queue right now, but it's more these resource adequacy initiatives. I don't know who we blame for this, but more the tightening of resource adequacy, that increased planning reserve margins, consistently higher peaks every year, and planning reserve or accreditation methods that don't necessarily accredit at lower amounts, but they definitely push people toward building facilities that are going to perform better. Would you say those are kind of the main drivers?
Yes. And so when you think about with performance-based accreditation or with fuel assurance, right? You need things that you need machines, you need generators that are going to perform predictably well. All right. Because if they don't, and Mr. Vanderveldy's example was a great one, right? It's not like a entirely theoretical concept that we might have a significant sort of a catastrophic event on a generator that would take it out of service for 18 months. If that happens, when that happens somewhere in the footprint, that's going to significantly impact that utility's performance-based accreditation. So for that utility, it's going to suddenly be more difficult for them to meet their standards, right? So I really think that's part of it. Is I know SPP has, is encouraging utilities, and I think making, especially some of their public statements, right? Before we get many more types of resources online and replacement resources, we need to slow down or stop retirement of dispatchable gen. And they're not the only ones saying that, of course. We say that, I say that, NERC, MRO, others. Right. And so, but on the other hand, people see that it's coming at some point. And under this new PBA and fuel assurance world, having brand new, highly efficient, highly flexible, highly renewable, or highly reliable facilities is just going to help. It's just going to make it easier to meet those standards going forward. right? I think that's what's going on. And then the other thing is, you hear this too. I know you do, like they're the SPP resource adequacy world. If you need to add capacity, right? It's one thing, renewable resources are a great energy resource, right? But if you need to add capacity in the long term, it's really not a great option. It's not. And it's because of the ELCC, the declining ELCC, right? I mean, you just can't, and load serving entities aren't even, they're not even in control of how much the ELCC goes down, right? There's over 100,000 megawatts of generation that wants to connect to the SPP generation interconnection queue right now, right? We were talking about 26,000. That's just the thermal. There's over 100,000 megawatts that wants to connect to SPP. Now we'll see going forward, right, with production tax credits and maybe tariffs and other things, whether all that stuff will get built. But if it does get built and you're in Mr. Vanderveldy's shoes and you got to try to predict your capacity reserve margin and the ability to meet your capacity requirements in 2035 and 2042 and 2047, it's really hard to do that with assets that have a continually declining ELCC curve. You know, that's why I put that specific example in my testimony where if you wanted to replace the capacity of these two gas units, you'd have to build 7 times the amount of nameplate solar, right? So anyway, on a levelized cost of capacity basis, it's just not working for long-term capacity additions, right? Now, real quick, like with the K.S.A, that doesn't mean that the K.S.A is a bad deal. I didn't get a lot of questions about it. It's actually not a bad deal at all. You know, the levelized cost of capacity for that K.S.A solar facility is like $11 a kilowatt for the summer, right? Well, these plants is like 19 to 20. So it's good for an interim capacity solution. You can bring them online in 2 or 3 years, and then you can use it as an energy solution. And as we've talked about, there's reliability benefits because there's not much of it. But if the plan was we're just going to build a bunch of it, and then by 2042, the ELCC is down to, instead of 65%, it's down to 15%. Well, now the levelized cost of capacity of that solar is 4 times higher, right? And that means it's twice as high as these gas plants. So that's the kind of thing, I think, that's the kind of math and the reality, the cold hard reality of the declining ELCC curves. It's catching people. And remember, ELCC hasn't even been implemented in SPP yet, right? It's part of the PBA. People have been planning for it for a couple of years now because it should have been implemented 2 years ago, but we're just now getting it implemented.
I think I heard a yes to my leading question.
I don't remember your original question.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little here. Just a moment. I thought you had an interesting discussion at page 87 where you talked about, I'll let you get there. It's line 11 is where it starts. You talked about the impact of adding certain types of capacity on the LOLE study, loss of load expectation study, that SPP performs to set a planning reserve margin, and the fact that, as we discussed, solar would be really helpful right now. And so if more solar could have been built, we could have set a lower planning reserve margin. Similarly, would you expect that if we do build some very reliable dispatchable units, that could potentially affect future LOLE studies?
Yeah, that's a good question. I do think that will affect, it will make a difference, right? When they set the 2029 PRM recently, if you remember, the resource mix change from associated with the 2023 loss of load expectation study, the passage of time in between when they originally ran it and when they updated it. When they updated it, the expectation was for much more thermal. The expectation was for some hybrid resources instead of purely solar. That resource mix change made it possible to not have to increase the planning reserve margin as much. So absolutely, I think it will.
Okay, I think two more lines of questioning. I want to talk a little bit about the gas purchasing plan. I think you've been able to address that pretty comprehensively with other folks, but I want to make sure that we have a chance to get anything out that you're thinking about it. I know in your testimony, you said it would not be unreasonable for the commission to be concerned that there isn't a gas purchasing plan in place. I think you said it's going to be extremely difficult to predict the price of gas, over the coming decades. So because the cost of gas is so tied to the long-term rate affordability of these plants, or just general affordability, I still have that concern of not having, again, like I said, I'm not saying I expect to see the contracts for 50 years of gas, but to not have any analysis at all in the record, that somebody has done their due diligence of what the expectation of gas prices is. And I know there are the scenarios in the IRP, but I guess I want to open it up to you. You've obviously signed on to the settlement. What gives you comfort that we're not taking an unnecessary or an unreasonable risk?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I really don't like disagreeing with the chair. But I can't agree with the premise that there hasn't been any analysis at all, right? Just maybe I'm splitting hairs and it's different level of analysis. But as you know, I'm a student of markets, right? I take my lunch breaks every day religiously so that I can watch the exchange with Kelly Evans. I like to consume anything and everything that has to do with financial markets as I can. And so I give financial markets, long-term financial markets, quite a bit of deference. And I think that we should not discount the evidentiary value of what the markets are telling us right now is going to be the long-term natural gas, the direction of natural gas, right? I'm not saying it's perfect. Certainly there's a well-published history of gas markets being wrong because they didn't have the information at the time. They couldn't process the information. The day that Vladimir Putin decided to go into Ukraine, and the months following that dramatically affected the international price of natural gas, the domestic price of natural gas. But that wasn't the market's fault. That's because the information didn't exist. They couldn't evaluate it and analyze it and discount it, right? And so what I would really like to have for you, and someday we will have it, I hope, is the 2025 long-term energy outlook out of the EIA. That's I mean, I have really been hoping that that would exist. It doesn't. So I put the 2023 long-term energy outlook in my testimony, right? But those people the whole industry relies on them, right? In fact, the IRP scenarios have the mid-case natural gas forecast is a proprietary forecast, and then it's scaled up and down by the EIA high and low forecast. So, and the modeling and analysis that the long-term energy outlook does is, I think it's the most comprehensive that I'm aware of anywhere in the industry. When that comes out, it's supposed to be, they skipped the 2024 long-term energy outlook to update it for things like hydrogen production and, a lot, right? But then it should have already came out in 2025. It always comes out in March. So I don't know when it's coming out. I don't know if they're going to skip it again in 2025, but it would be really helpful to have, because I guarantee you they will account for all of this, right? All of the announced natural gas plants that have been identified, every LNG export facility that is under construction or seeking permits, all of that stuff goes into their fundamental marketing analysis, right? But the only thing I can point you to right now is that, there are forward curves, there are futures prices that exist for the Henry Hub natural gas price that go out to at least 2037, maybe 2040, 2041. I don't know. We could go find it right on the internet right now. And they are not they're not flashing warning signals that natural gas prices are going to be $5, $6, $7, $8, $9. That's not what's happening, right? Natural gas prices are relatively low and stable and moderate for years into the future, 10, 12, 15 years, right? And I think that that's the projection, because you're right, and you've pointed out a lot of demand. There's a bunch of demand for natural gas. But I think to a certain extent, we have to and the markets are, I believe, relying on the fact that supply will respond to these increases in demand over time. It has. We have a history of that happening in this country, right? It has. And now, are there short periods of time when it's imbalanced? Sure, there are. And, before the shale revolution, it was more of like, well, we're in a high natural gas price environment now. But I just looked it up earlier. The EIA says we have 86 years of deliverable, of proven reserves of natural gas in this country, right? So it's just a question of, will the industry continue to respond? Will the industry continue to innovate, utilize technology, utilize automation, maybe, artificial intelligence, the ability to use machine learning to find and refine these reserves? That's happening. That's really happening.
You got to build some more natural gas generators to power that.
That's the problem. We need more data centers. No, but seriously, that's happening, right? And that's part of the trade press. You've seen that probably. Yeah. So I guess what it comes down to is, you asked me a very specific question. Why am I comfortable signing? I'm comfortable because I'm not seeing any indication that the markets believe that there's going to be some dramatic blowout in the price of natural gas long term. I'm just not seeing that, and the other thing I think it's important to remember is, on the one hand, we got 157 natural gas plants being built, but on the other hand, we're not alone, right? If we build these, we're not alone. Natural gas and the ability of that commodity to be low priced and stable, it's hugely important to the economic vitality and competitiveness of the United States of America, right? It's hugely important. So, and there's lots, if we build these gas plants, you've seen the numbers in my testimony, it's still, we're not it's not like 80% of the capacity, right? We're just barely bumping up a little bit more exposure. So there's areas of the country, there's utilities in the state that are far more exposed to natural gas price exposure. Entire states that, 95% of their natural gas, their electricity generations through natural gas. So, I mean, maybe I'm more hopeful than you, but I'm just hopeful that two things: the market will respond with the supply that's needed as it's needed over time. And if that doesn't happen, I think there will be enormous political pressure in this country. We could always stop exporting LNG, for instance. If we started it, we could stop it if we really got into a problem. So I don't know. That's just the best I can do. We really need that long-term energy outlook from the EIA.
Do you, maybe this is more related to future resource additions. Maybe it's one thing to build a couple natural gas plants, but you see the IRP. I mean, that's that's not all that's planned. And for Evergy, and I'm sure many other utilities feel the same. Do you have any concern about, not just building one or two, but continuing to basically shift all of your dispatchable needs to one fuel source?
Yes, I do. So, I don't want to prejudge any future IRP or predetermination that hasn't been filed yet, that I haven't seen the analysis of. But I don't know. I really like the diversified approach. I really like, not putting all your eggs in one basket. I couldn't agree right now if somebody would ask me on the witness stand, do you support today the decision, to permanently retire the Jeffrey Energy Center, the 2 plants at 2030? I'd say, no, I do not support that today as I sit here today. Will I support it by the time 2030 comes around? Well, there's 5 more IRPs to come between now and then, and a lot of additional information, right? So I don't know. I mean, it does concern me, but on the other hand, at some point in time, if my career lasts that long, it's going to be, do we have any other alternatives? What I'd like to see, and there may be the potential for additional development of in-state natural gas storage, right? That's not a crazy possibility. And, we need to continue to diversify our access to different supply basins. And we need to continue to, improve the diversity of the supplier interconnections with our interstate gas pipelines. Because if we are going to go down the road where we're never going to build another coal plant in this country, and eventually someday we're going to have to retire all of our coal, I don't know, maybe by then, small modular nuclear reactors will be more economic. I mean, you do hear that in the mid 2030s, that can be an option. But I don't know, a lot of challenges in this industry for the next 10 years.
Final question, and it's also pretty conceptual. Looking at the preferred resource plan, there are a lot more resources being added just in the next few years, say 5-6 years, or that we would be asked to potentially make a predetermination on in the next 5 or 6 years. Do you think it's best to move in an iterative approach, do a single application, once a year, look at each option as the IRP continues to run, or should we be looking at this more comprehensively in one proceeding, like a comprehensive energy plan, to try to get our hands around holistically what we need? Or is that a bad idea because you're better off iterating? Have you thought about that? I mean, given the number of decisions coming up?
Well, no, I had not thought about that. But that is a very interesting question. It's a really good one. I think the only concern that I would have is just the pace of change in the the degree of uncertainty, right? I mean, if we're uncomfortable making these decisions for these plants, and I know there is some level of uncomfort with that or discomfort, then it's much more, it's exponentially worse to make, decisions for the next 3 or 4, right? So.
All right, so you prompted one more question that I asked. I think I asked Evergy, but have you thought yourself about maybe exploring with the company, are there in short-term investment options that buy us more time so that we maybe have more insight into what's needed for a long-term investment? I asked that of the company, I think. And
I think that's a really good question. I think right now there's some uncertainty within SPP about what that surplus interconnection service actually looks like. And I know there is. I mean, for instance, load serving entities don't even know what surplus interconnection capability they actually have at existing thermal generating resources. And that's not their fault. That's because they were put onto the transmission system prior to the formation of the RTO itself, right? So that has to be identified. And I think there's just some other area of uncertainty right now with regard to surplus interconnection service. But I think that's a great point. It's a great idea. We didn't really get into too much detail about it in previous IRPs, in part because batteries were not being selected in the IRP. They weren't. But it is true, and Mr. Jones and NEE have done a good job of pointing that out. It is true that with these increase of cost of the combined cycle units, it's getting a lot closer now. Right now, it's getting a lot closer. And I don't know. I don't know if Evergy's going to agree to, just say, well, we're just going to focus on surplus interconnection rights and firm up all of our renewables right now with batteries, and that'll buy us some time. And then, we don't need to build anything else for a while. That would be one approach. I don't know. It's probably will in part depend on what their large load pipeline looks like, right? If we can get that large load tariff in place and we can get one of these large hyperscalers that has enough cash on their balance sheet to buy every utility in the United States outright, and they agree to sign up for a 15-year deal, and they're going to effectively pay for the acceleration of the cost of the resource that it takes to build for them. I mean, that's starting to look a little different, It's not what we have today, but yeah.
All right, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Grady. Are any other questions from the commissioners? Any redirect? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grady. Just a couple questions.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall the line of questioning from Curb's counsel regarding the estimated overrun costs in the settlement agreement allowed for the natural gas plants and the comparison back to the total cost of K.S.A?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, in your mind, is that an accurate or a fair apples to apples comparison?
Yeah, I think the only thing missing there that I probably should have pointed out is just the context that what we're talking about is 710 megawatts of firm dispatchable capacity with far more capability and reliability attributes and everything else than 159 megawatt solar facility, right? So I just think that's important to keep in mind. And that kind of a direct comparison like that, might not be all that helpful without that context. So that's what I would add.
And just one final question. Do you recall the statewide costs that were incurred by Kansas utilities from Winter Storm Uri?
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, I could, I could probably try to get close to determining it, but I can remember for Evergy, Kansas Central. So, yeah, I think there was a statement earlier that there was, that there was zero impact or zero cost from Winter Storm Uri because for Evergy, Kansas Central. And that's not true, right? There was, and I can't remember the dollar amount, but ultimately it ended up costing residential customers on the order of $2.82, I think, or $2.32 for 2 years, right? So it was a relatively minor exposure compared to some of the other worst hit electric utilities in the state, and certainly compared to the local gas distribution utilities. But it isn't accurate to say that they had no incremental cost impact.
That is all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. I believe that concludes your testimony, Mr. Grady. We thank you, and you may step down. All right, it's 4:35, and I do not intend to stop at 5 o'clock. So my plan is to move forward with Evergy's witnesses, and I need to do some polling of the parties on whether they have questions, because I understand some parties may be indicating that they don't. So we might be able to speed through Evergy's witnesses. And then I will attempt to get to K.I.C.'s witnesses, so they might potentially get on the road tonight. We'll just see. I don't want to go too late, but we'll see how long it takes us. So why don't we go ahead and move forward with Evergy? Let's see. Let me ask the parties at this time, and just raise your hand. Will any parties have questions for Kyle Olson? He does? Curb? John Carlson will be excused because that was commissioner questions only, and we do not have any questions for Mr. Carlson. Do any parties have questions for John Grace? Okay, Mr. Grace will be excused. USD 259, are you online, and do you have questions for Mr. John Grace?
This is K.S.A Mays with USD 259. No, we will not have any cross-exam questions for the remaining Evergy witnesses.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my understanding is that no parties had questions for Mr. Clote or Katie Onen. Is that correct? I'm not seeing anybody raising their hands. Okay, so we are just moving forward. Mr. Carlson, Mr. Grace, Mr. Clote, and Ms. Onen, we thank you for being here, but you will not have to take the stand. Your testimonies are already in the record. We will move forward with Mr. Kyle Olson at this time. Evergy, if you'd like to call your witness.
EKC next calls J. Kyle. Good afternoon. Please state your name and business address for the record.
J. Kyle Olson, 1200 Main Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
For whom are you employed, and give us the title, your business title?
Evergy, and I'm the Director of Conventional Generation Development.
Did you file direct testimony, supplemental direct testimony, and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Was all that testimony true and correct at the time of filing?
Yes, sir.
And today, is it still true and correct testimony?
It is.
Okay. I don't believe we need to move. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Olson.
Good afternoon.
Almost evening. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Elisa Greenwald. I represent New Energy Economics. And before we jump in, just like the other witnesses I've talked to, just want to make sure that you have everything in front of you. So we'll talk about your direct testimony, and then also your supplemental direct testimony at the exhibit JKO 12.
I do not have JKO 12 with me.
Okay, maybe your counsel can provide a copy.
Confirming JKO 12 is the PI
It is.
reservation
Yes.
agreement.
And since we're on that topic, I'll just have some really brief confidential questions at the end. So I'll let the commission know before we get to that.
And I believe that's a confidential exhibit as well.
It is. Yep. Just a couple of questions on that. I won't take up too much of your time.
Please, the commission, I can approach JKO 12.
Yes, please do.
Make sure I get it all.
It's quite a lengthy agreement.
Wasn't an easy task.
It's gonna be loose.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started. So to start, let's just talk about your direct at first. And can you flip to page 8, table 1 for me, please?
Page 8, table 1.
Mhm.
All right, I have it here.
Okay, thanks so much. So this table outlines the high-level project schedule for the Viola plant. Is that right?
That's correct.
And looking at this timeline, Evergy has already completed the site control and the SPP large generator interconnection application for Viola. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and Evergy also already owns the land that the Viola plant will be located at.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been at it to get these steps done? A couple years?
I was hired on at the end of February 2024. So personally, starting at the end of February 2024.
Gotcha. From the Evergy perspective, are you aware?
I'm not aware. No.
Okay, no problem. Evergy expects to complete the necessary environmental and land permitting processes at some point in 2026, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Evergy plans to secure state regulatory approvals in mid-2025.
That is our hope.
And to be specific, I know you probably don't have the procedural order in this case in front of you, but the commission is scheduled to issue an order in this proceeding in early July of this year. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And then after that, construction will begin on Viola in 2026.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's a question.
Major equipment delivery is scheduled for 2027. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And then construction will be completed in 2028.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then finally, the Viola plant is scheduled for a commercial operation date of January 1st, 2029, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Awesome. Can we talk through the same thing with regard to McNew? So I think that's the next table in your testimony. So the schedule for McNew largely aligns with the Viola plant until we get to the detailed design and engineering phase. Would you agree?
Yes, that appears correct.
Okay. Evergy has completed the site control for McNew, but does not yet own the land, right?
That's correct. We have an option to purchase the land, but we have not executed on that option yet.
Okay, is the purchase option at market rates?
The purchase option has a locked period of time at a certain rate, and then if we delay that purchase option, it goes to a slightly above market rate.
Okay. Do you anticipate you could sell the land at market rate if you had to?
I think we would be confident before we closed on the property and actually bought that option, bought the land, would be our hope there. We wouldn't want to go purchase the land and then have to resell it.
Oh,
That's
sure
why we
thing.
procured the option to begin with.
Absolutely. Just in the case that that happened, would you expect that the land would be able to be resold at market rates?
I believe so.
Okay.
That would be our hope.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so detailed design and engineering for McNew will happen in the second half of 2026, about a year after Viola, right?
That was the original schedule. As we've gone out and procured and are working with our selected EPC, the plan is to have both engineering for the Viola plant and the McNew plant happen in parallel.
Okay.
So it will actually begin sooner than that, alongside the Viola plant.
Well, that leads into my next question. So the EPC contracting will be done at the same time for both plants, right?
Yes, ma'am.
In your professional experience, can EPC contracts be contingent upon commission approval of the plant?
I've never seen that.
Okay. And construction on McNew is not scheduled to begin until 2027, right?
That's correct.
And then major equipment will be delivered in 2028?
That sounds correct.
Okay, and then construction will be completed in 2029, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then finally, McNew's scheduled commercial operation date is January 1st, 2030. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So just to put all of those timelines in perspective, the major construction milestones for McNew will come an entire year after those of Viola, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's the plan.
Okay.
It allows us a staggered approach. We can roll crews from one to the other. Allows us to keep that experience, drop the cost of both projects, and reduce the risk for both projects.
That makes sense. Okay. And Evergy won't break ground on McNew until 2 years after the commission issues the decision in this case, right?
No, that's not accurate. We're hoping for the order in July of this year, as you just said, and then we'd break ground in early 27. So
In
we'd
early
expect it to be
27.
about a year and a half, not 2 years.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so let's pivot a bit and talk about some of the major equipment Evergy's procuring to develop both the Viola and McNew plants.
Okay.
So although the plants are being constructed on different timelines, Evergy issued an RFP for the Power Island equipment that covers both plants. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. It covers both plants and the third plant in Missouri.
Okay, and the RFP is already concluded?
Yes.
And Evergy selected Mitsubishi, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Evergy go with a fairly standard Mitsubishi design?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. So in your supplemental direct, you explained that Evergy has signed a Power Island supply agreement for both the Viola and McNew plants, right?
Where are you referring to in my supplemental?
You know what? I don't actually have a page number handy, and that's on me.
Okay.
Is it your understanding that you've executed the agreement?
We have, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And before that was finalized, Evergy entered into a reservation agreement for the manufacturing slots. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that it's my understanding that that's a pretty good thing because there's a long lead time for this equipment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that folks looking to buy this equipment are looking several years out?
Yes, ma'am. If you were to go put an order for a gas turbine now, an advanced class gas turbine, you probably would not have a commercial date before 2031. Oh, sorry.
I apologize. It's getting late. If you were to put in an order for.
An advanced class gas turbine today, you probably would not be able to go commercial before 2031 or 2032 at the earliest.
Okay. Given that long lead time and the demand for gas that we've talked about today, would there be a secondary market for the Power Island equipment if things fell through?
I don't think it's as easy as you think there, though the turbine is a standard turbine. The HRSG and the steam turbine are custom designed to our site, our altitude, our humidity, our temperature. So you'd have a less efficient gas turbine that you'd be trying to sell at market. You'd be selling it way below market at that point.
Gotcha.
Because you would no longer have the heat rate advantages that we have of having a custom design unit for our sites.
But only pieces of that are custom designed, right?
Large pieces of it.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, let's step into the confidential information if that works.
All right. Michelle, can you send us into confidential cyberspace? has concluded its examination of Mr. Olson. At this time, do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Olson? We do not have any questions for you, Mr. Olson. So any redirect necessary?
No, sir.
Evergy. Since there's no redirect, this concludes your testimony. We thank you for your time today, and you may step down.
Thank you.
Off the record for just a second, court reporter. Would you like a break? Okay, let's take a break until 5 o'clock, and then we are going to take up KIC's witnesses. All right, be seated. Mr. Zakura, K.I.C., you may call your first witness. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Oh, did I bring us back on the record, court reporter? We are on the record we are back on the record in docket number 25 EKCE 207 PRE, and we are ready for KIC to call its witness. Now, go ahead, and now that you've got your microphone on, please call your witness.
Thank you. KIC calls as their witness, Mr. Michael Gorman.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Gorman, would you please? That's a good idea. Thank you.
I do.
Now we'll proceed. Would you please state your full name?
My name is Michael Gorman.
Okay. And for the record, would you state your business address?
16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Chesterfield, Missouri.
And are you the same Michael Gorman who filed direct testimony in this case and also rebuttal testimony?
Cross answer and rebuttal. Yes, I am.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, is that testimony true and correct today the same as at the time it was given?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right. Evergy, do you have cross for Mr. Gorman?
No cross.
All right, I have listed KGS might have cross.
Yeah, we have no cross.
Okay. Staff.
No cross.
All right, it brings us to commissioner questions.
May I ask, as the commission does in some time, to speed this along? On occasions in the past, you've let the witness present their testimony in summary form and then ask questions.
I believe it's already in the record.
Okay, you just want to dive in then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Keen, any questions?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Gorman.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you in a different chair.
It's good to be up here finally.
I've read your pre-filed testimony. I understand that testimony. Let me ask my question this way. Have you been present in the hearing room throughout the course of these proceedings?
I was in yesterday afternoon and all day today.
Okay. So you've caught either all or most of the testimony of every witness, it seems like.
Yeah, that's
So
true,
far,
yes.
yeah. I really want to have you, and as the chair indicated, I think we have your summary, which is a part of the record now. But I'm really interested, having sat through some of the testimony by the proponents, especially. And I'm of course, because it's nearest in thought, nearest in time, the testimony of Mr. Grady, with his focus on reliability as a major attribute of these new plants. I guess I'm looking for your take about the proponent testimony you've heard here during the last 2 days, and why it is you believe that the facility should not be constructed.
I agree with Mr. Grady that the purpose of the plan should result in reliable electric utility service. I think where Mr. Grady and I part ways somewhat is that I think rate affordability should be as high priority as reliable service. The primary issue I have with the company's preferred portfolio is that they modeled the analysis and inputted a retirement date for the coal-fired resources that was more than a decade earlier than what those coal-fired resources are currently being depreciated over. By retiring up 1,350 megawatts of coal-fired capacity by 2030, they're creating the need for 710 megawatts of dispatchable gas-fired generation around that same time. So from a reliability standpoint, if the coal-fired resources have about the same or more credited capacity as these gas-fired resources, you don't need the gas-fired resources in calendar year 2030. You may need them soon after that, maybe as long as 10 years after that, but not in 2030. By delaying the in-service date of the gas-fired resources, you will further pay down the unrecovered plant cost of the coal-fired resources. By timing it more economically, you will manage the utility's cost of service to maintain high-quality, reliable service, but at a lower cost to customers. Balancing those competing interests in that manner achieves Mr. Grady's objectives of resource reliability, meeting SPP accreditation standards, but doing so at lower cost to customers.
But again, if I'm holistically understanding the testimony, that doesn't really respond to all the risk factors that are out there by not having the plant constructed. Am I wrong about that? Am I reading it?
There are a lot of risk factors, whether you construct the plant or not. You know, constructing the plants are not the risk mitigation panacea that Mr. Grady seems to imply that they are. But that is a step forward to try to recognizing the changing dynamics of the power system and the SPP needs, Evergy's needs more specifically. But doing so in a manner that economically utilizes the existing resources that customers are paying for, and then replacing those resources when they're needed, produces a combined result of balancing cost of service while also managing service reliability at the same time. A major issue that we also see with installing the gas units when in 2030, when the preferred plan plans to place those resources in service, there's not yet known whether or not there's firm gas deliverability available to operate those resources as firm dispatchable resources as the preferred plan contemplates. So that is also at risk. So with all due respect to Mr. Grady, he's recognizing a lot of the risk of the SPP electric power market, but he doesn't seem to be giving a lot of consideration to the uncertainty and the risk of having firm gas delivery necessary to operate those new gas turbines as firm dispatchable units when they're planned to be placed in 2030. So there are additional risks that the company is looking into, but doesn't have a clear plan for at this point based on their own testimony, which places at risk the company's ability to operate these new gas units as firm dispatchable resources. I've heard Mr. Grady, I've heard the company say that they expect to be able to get those firm gas delivery contracts in place, but what they expect to be able to do and what is actually available in this evolving power market that both the company and staff have recognized can be two very different results. But the bottom line is there's no clear plan for whether or not there is firm capacity, firm gas delivery capacity available to operate the gas-fired units as firm dispatchable resources in 2030 or anytime after that. And if there is firm delivery capacity, what the cost of that capacity might be. Because as I understand it, there is no firm gas delivery capacity on the pipeline available right now. So if capacity becomes available, it's likely going to be new capacity, and we don't know what the cost of that new capacity is. If a pipeline's going to build new capacity, they're going to expect to be able to operate that resource over the pipeline's expected useful life. And that could be anywhere from 50 to 70 years. If there's uncertainty about the availability of gas out over that time period, then it's reasonable to expect that the pipeline would shorten the recovery period of that pipeline to mitigate its risk of having abandoned plant investment some point down the road. And if those assumptions hold true, then the cost of firm gas delivery to operate these two units as firm dispatchable resources could be far more expensive than what firm gas delivery is for existing resources.
If in lieu of granting this, the company's wish in this predetermination docket, there were a deferral or we rejected it, there's a deferral of a decision on something of this sort, is there a lead time risk that could be built into whatever that deferral would be, and what would the time frame do you believe would be appropriate time to really seriously consider some alternative analogous to this?
Well, I think to mitigate the risk of being in the queue for major equipment suppliers and the land can be contractually managed. But we would need some information from the major equipment suppliers. As I understand it, the company has already entered into reservation agreements with the major equipment to get in the queue already. One question I would have is, could you extend the delivery of that equipment to a later planned commercial operation date than what they included in the preferred plan? That is a way to stay in the queue, but delay the in-service cost of those resources to better align with when those resources are really needed to provide reliable service to customers. And at the same time, pay down the unrecovered plant cost of the current resources that are already being used to provide reliable service to customers. The combination of those two events would help the company transition from coal to gas and do it in a manner that reduces the increase in its overall cost of service by not having more base load generating capacity than what it actually needs to provide reliable service to customers, and thereby be a more economical resource option than what the preferred plan that was specifically designed by the company to create the need for the capacity in 2030 as opposed to sometime thereafter.
Based upon your review and analysis, do you have an anticipated alternative time frame?
Well, I'm really looking at it more from the standpoint of how can you pay down some of the unrecovered.
I get that.
Plant investment. So just from that parameter alone, delaying it from 2030 to 2035 would go a long way in reducing the unrecovered plant costs for the coal resources. And at that point, extend the in-service date to the new gas plants and protect customers for paying for the fixed cost of the coal resources that really aren't planned to be retired in reality. They're simply assumed to be retired in the preferred plan, while at the same time paying for the replacement capacity cost for these gas-fired resources. It would require another model run, taking the preferred plan and extending the in-service date from 2030 to 2035 or some other date to determine whether or not there are benefits to customers from better timing the in-service additions of these resources, while also reducing the net present value future revenue requirement to those resources.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further.
Commissioner Keither, any questions?
No questions. Commissioner Keen was on the same track as I am.
I'm on a similar track, but I want to dig down just a little more. First of all, good to see you, Mr. Gorman.
It's nice to see you. Appreciate it.
On the concept of whether these are early retirements or not, let me speak a little and then you can correct me. My understanding is that that's a little squishy, that, you know, in every rate case, you set new depreciation rates, you know, you've got something that's not retired yet, you think you want to use it for a while longer. And so in a rate case, you know, you set new depreciation rates based on how, you know, you extend out the life of that plant. And so, you know, currently, I think you've got in your testimony that the depreciation rates currently extend to 2045 for Jeffrey 1, 2, and 3. But that's not necessarily the physical useful life of a plant, correct? That's just an accounting measure.
Well, it's an engineering measure, actually. It's statistical actuarial study on the expected life of the major equipment included in the coal-fired resource. It goes into a depreciation rate study. They use Iowa curves, which are statistical analyses to estimate the life expectancy of those resources. And those statistical curves show when those resources are expected to fail. But there's also a period where they're expected to be reliable resources. So depreciation rates are typically designed to allow the utility to recover the cost of those resources over their expected useful economic operating lives. And that's what was studied in the last rate case in establishing depreciation rates. And that estimate came up with a retirement date or the end of expected useful operating life of these facilities around 2045. That can change when you update it, but it's based on actuarial studies that tell us the best estimate of what the expected useful operating life is for that type of generating resource. It's not a guarantee it'll operate that long, but in forming opinions about how to operate systems going forward, you have to have information that gives you an expectation of what that resource is able to provide in terms of maintaining service quality and reliability to customers.
But is it your experience that as long as, say, a generating facility remains in rate base, they expect to continue to use it, that number is not usually zeroed out in a rate case, it's usually extended for some period?
It would be zeroed after it's fully depreciated and no longer has any net plant value. Or conversely, if the depreciation rates typically will recover more than the plant cost because there's some salvage values included in depreciation rates as well. So at the end of its life, it'll have a negative net plant value. And then it'd be retired. The utility would spend the money decommissioning the plant, and the net effect is remaining plant in service typically does not change.
I guess what I'm getting at is, at least in my short experience, it seems kind of rare to hit retirement dates perfectly on the dot, that there's probably going to be some over or under. Is that your experience?
I would say that's probably the typical planning objectives of utilities. My primary point here isn't to operate these to 2045. It's simply to operate them a little longer, at least to 2035, 2040 timeframe. And that would provide some flexibility to the utility to ensure that they have firm gas delivery rights if it's available, or at least determine whether or not firm gas delivery is going to be available, and if so, at what price. If the price is too expensive, then maybe Mr. Grady's proposal to look for in-state storage is a more economic alternative than to negotiate firm natural gas pipeline delivery capacity. So there are other options that allow for a more detailed assessment of not only the switching from coal-fired to natural gas-fired resources, but to also do a critical review of the gas infrastructure to determine what the least cost option is for serving all of this new gas-fired capacity coming online. Is it through direct delivery of firm natural gas to firm dispatchable gas resources? Or is it a combination of some of those gas being dual fueled, or more recently, there's there's liquid natural gas backup resources that can allow for interruptible supply of natural gas, but still operate the resource as a firm, generating resources. The question there is how much gas inventory do you need to operate it like that? And is your most economic solution, a liquid natural gas storage facility on site, or is there a possibility of a stored gas storage facility somewhere in the area that can supplement pipeline capacity to ensure a consistent flow of gas to the resource?
So I want to get to gas supply next, but one more question on the coal plants. As I understand, at least Mr. Grady's position, and I believe it's consistent with Evergy's position, it's a position that says these are aging facilities. We don't know exactly when we can expect to see a major maintenance expense that's going to force our hand, or a catastrophic outage that's going to force our hand. And it's a long lead time to build replacement generation that would replace those attributes of those facilities. And so that it's reasonable to start down that path now rather than waiting for a failure with an aging facility. Do you give any credence to that argument? Or what's your response to that?
I think there needs to be more detailed assessments of what the alternatives could be if some of those unexpected catastrophic events occur. One option may be a more economic curtailment rate option to a lot of users. They're willing to curtail during periods of peak demand. Industrials and commercial customers may find it economic to install backup resources behind the meter and take interruptible service from the utility, which can help mitigate the demand on the system in those types of events. There's also a question of what the cost is for ensuring service reliability. Rates need to be affordable and service needs to be reliable. Both of them need to be pursued. So what is the expectation of a major event that would drive a resource that's currently being recovered through 2045 to not be available to operate up through 2045? I know it's possible, but what is the probability it's going to happen? And if you incur a significant cost, a $2 billion investment, for the outside chance that maybe these units are not going to make it through 2045, that's pretty expensive insurance to ask customers to pay to back up the uncertainty about how long these coal-fired resources are actually going to operate.
Let's move to gas supply again, and you've laid out some of your concerns and options, but similar to the way Commissioner Keene phrased the question, you've sat back here and watched all of our questions. You've heard all of our concerns. I don't think I'm going to ask you whether you think our concerns are valid, because I think you've answered that. But if you were a commissioner seeking more assurance or analysis to give you comfort of what the future of both transportation and supply was going to be, what sort of document or analysis would you request?
I would want to know more about the gas market that is needed to operate these units as firm dispatchable resources. Where are they going to get the gas supply? There's questions about the physical infrastructure to actually get gas out of the ground, first deliver it to the pipeline, and then the pipeline in turn delivering it to the gas lateral that ultimately feeds the plant. If there's insufficient production resources, the midstream assets that will allow for delivery of enough gas to the pipeline, then there's a question about whether or not the plants can actually get enough gas commodity. Their second question is on the pipeline itself. Is there adequate firm capacity to deliver natural gas to these gas resources every hour of the year that the utility wants to operate these gas resources. If there isn't, do they have to install new pipeline capacity in order to provide that firm gas delivery service to the utility? And when would that be available and at what price? Again, if a pipeline is going to build new capacity, they're going to want assurance that the investment they make is going to be fully recovered in the prices for firm gas delivery. If there's uncertainty about whether or not they can operate a pipe that may have 50 to 7 years life, they may want to recover the investment over a much shorter time period. If that's the case, then firm gas delivery is going to, for new capacity, will be far more expensive than firm gas delivery capacity on existing capacity.
I think that's all I have. Commissioner Keen or Keith, or do you have anything further?
I just briefly. I'm really trying to rely upon your experience here, so I'm asking you to pick up the biggest crayon that you see in the box for me, okay? So if you were to prioritize the concerns you have about the proposals that's before us, where does the gas supply and the firm gas delivery fit in? Is that the very top?
Well, actually, I think my concerns kind of complement one another. The first concern is the in-service date is too aggressive. It can be delayed, I would say at least 5 years. Over that time period, more detailed investigation can be made about the availability and the cost of firm gas delivery capacity. If that determination shows that it's not available at a price that makes the resource economic, then are there alternatives, such as some storage method that allows for the plants to be fed with interruptible gas supply, but have adequate backup storage capacity to operate them as firm dispatchable resources. So delaying the in-service date at those facilities will allow for more time to better understand, define, and know what the uncertainty is around the availability to actually operate these plants as firm dispatchable resources.
That was a pretty good crayon. You did that well for me. Thank you. No, I see kind of the moving parts here. I appreciate your overview.
Thank you.
Any redirect? Okay.
This is based on a couple of the commissioners' questioning. Would it be correct to say that if the company's proposal were approved and the gas plants were built and we get to 2030 and they're still utilizing the coal facilities, which they've testified they maintain in state of the art, at that point in time, are retail ratepayers paying for more capacity than they should?
If they don't retire the coal-fired units, and it sounds like the coal-fired units are not actually planned to be retired, then according to their resource plan, yes. They're adding around 710 megawatts of gas-fired capacity in the preferred plan, while at the same time retiring around 1,350 megawatts of coal-fired capacity. So if you don't retire the coal-fired capacity in 2030, then you don't need the gas capacity by 2030.
And if they go ahead and build it, you've got 2 times the capacity you need. Or ratepayer, stated a different way, ratepayers are paying for what the commission might consider under our statute to be excess capacity.
Based on the additions and the retirements in the resource plan, yes, because they're retiring more capacity, firm baseload capacity, than they are adding. Consequently, if they don't retire that firm baseload capacity, then under the preferred plan, they will have more baseload firm dispatchable capacity than needed to serve Evergy South's customers' demands.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Commissioner Keen has a follow-up.
As a follow-on to your colloquy there with Mr. Zakura, are you assuming levelized demand? Are you assuming any increase in demand?
No, I'm simply looking at the resource additions and retirements in the preferred plan
Right.
and questioning if you recognize that one assumption that was input into the model, that coal-fired capacity in the amount of 1,350 megawatts, 1,349 megawatts, will be retired by 2030, which is currently a baseload resource with firm fuel supply. In part will be replaced by the addition of around 710 megawatts for firm dispatchable combined cycle generating technology for Evergy South. That without that coal-fired resource retirement, then there is no proof that they need the firm dispatchable gas resources in 2030.
I see your argument. Okay. Yeah.
All right. We've already had redirect, so I think we are concluded with you, Mr. Gorman. We do thank you for your testimony today. You may step down. All right, K.S.A, please call your second witness.
I do.
I started to say good afternoon, but maybe good evening. Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Colin Fitzhenry.
Okay. And for what group do you work, sir?
Brubaker Associates.
And what is the business address of Brubaker Associates?
It is 16690 Swingley Ridge Drive, Chesterfield, Missouri.
And did you file testimony in this case?
Yes, I filed direct testimony.
Okay, but no, only direct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If I were to ask you, does the testimony as included in your direct testimony remain true and accurate today as it was on the day filed? What would your answer be?
Yes.
Okay. Do you wish at this time to make any corrections to the testimony or amendments?
No, I do not.
With that, Mr. Chair, I would tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Evergy, do you have any questions of this witness?
No, we don't.
Kansas Gas Service?
No questions.
Staff?
No questions.
All right, commissioners. Commissioner Keen?
I have no questions of Mr. Fitzhenry.
Commissioner Keither? I don't think I have any questions either. Reviewed your testimony. It's very clear. I'd like to try to come up with something to keep us here a little later, but I don't think I will. So
that's okay.
With that, I'm going to assume no redirect. We do thank you for your testimony and your time here. You may step down.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners.
All right. I think we are going to go ahead and conclude the proceedings today, but before we go off the record, I just want to recap where we are. It looks to me like we have two witnesses remaining. We have Mr. Nick Jones from NEE, and we have Lucy Metz from Curb. Is that everybody else's understanding of the remaining witnesses? Okay. We will reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. to take up the final two witnesses. And at this time, we are off the record and in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m.